Good morning, NEARCON. The Layer 1 Ready stage will begin in 10 minutes. Good morning, NEARCON. The Layer 1 ready stage will begin in 5 minutes. Good morning and welcome. The main stage will begin in 2 minutes. That is when we will start at 11:02. Good morning, NEARCON. Please make your way and find your seat. NEARCON 2022 is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, builders of the open web, please, to welcome you to NEARCON 2022, we have Jack Collier, CMO of the NEAR Foundation, David Morrison, TikTok extraordinaire.
Welcome, NEARCON! Come on! God, it's so great to be here. It's so great to see you all, even despite this inclement weather, would you say, David?
Yeah, a little bit. I know we had liquidity, but I didn't realize we had this much, right?
Cool, right. So hopefully the clicker works. Yeah, the rain's got to that too.
We'll get there.
All right, well, we have got an incredible agenda for you here at NEARCON. We've got over 200 speakers from all over the ecosystem and all over and beyond, basically, across 4 incredible stages.
Well, 3.
Well, 3, yeah. Let's not talk about the proof of sound stage. That's open tomorrow. But we have got some incredible speakers. We're currently here in the Layer 1 stage, and that is, this is the main stage. We've got 2 other incredible stages, and we've got some pretty inspirational speakers, haven't we, David?
We absolutely do. And compared to last year, NEARCON is 5 times bigger, with 3,000 tickets sold, a complete sellout.
Right.
And there are almost 1,000 projects building on NEAR Protocol today, and a lot of them are in the room with us right now.
Brilliant. And so some of the speaker highlights, David, we've got some incredible names.
We do.
You know, we've got the likes of Sheila Warren from the WEF.
We've got Brendan Eich, the creator of JavaScript and founder of Brave.
We've got Baron Davis, ex-NBA All-Star.
We've got Alex Shevchenko, the goat behind the Aurora EVM.
And we've got David Morrison, the legend at the NEAR Foundation.
Oh, hey, and we've got Jack. Oh, hey, stop. We've got, well, you're here for sure. We've got a bunch of incredible speakers lined up for you this week.
Brilliant. Okay, so what can you expect on the ground here at NEARCON? Like I said, we've got some amazing speakers, but we've also got some amazing projects here. You know, you guys are the builders, you guys are the creators, you guys are the visionaries that are making a Web3 vision come to life. And many of you are here, obviously, on the ground with proper booths, proper activations. So I highly recommend all of you going around, checking out the 40 projects that we've got, and talking and learning about what's going on in the ecosystem. David?
There is a revolution happening right now, and it's not one that is built on scorched earth and burnt buildings. It's a revolution powered by the clicking and clacking of keyboards and mice around the world and by everybody in this room.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I got too into it.
You did. Yeah. Back down to earth. Right, let's get back onto some of the specifics. So, what can you expect on the ground? Well, David, did you like Pokemon growing up as a kid?
Did Alexander Skidinov and Illia Polosukhin develop the greatest sharding architecture in the world of Web3?
Well, then you're going to love what we've got in store for you now. So, across the 3 days, we're running our digital collectibles hunt. This is across many of the stages, and on the legendary cube outside, there will be QR codes displayed across the 3 days. All you've got to do, scan them, redeem your NFTs that are special NFTs for NEARCON, and if you would collect all 7, you could be in to win a fantastic prize.
Hey!
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're going to love it. But seriously, check it out. Highly recommend that.
You've got to catch them all.
Yeah, that's it.
Right?
You got it. You got it. Right, now, we want you to tweet not just the water features we've got outside, but also what's going on in the events and in the activations and on stage. And David, if people want to sort of tweet, what hashtag should they use?
It doesn't matter if you want to tweet, you want to post on LinkedIn, you want to post on Bumble, on Tinder, on MySpace, Snapchat, whatever you want to do, you just need to use the hashtag NEARCON, right? We made it easy.
Easy peasy. Brilliant. And we've also set up a special dedicated Telegram chat for you. It's the at NEARCON_assist. So if you have any questions over the next 3 days, whether that be you want help onboarding, you want to learn more about specific projects, what's going on the ground, just any question, and you can't find someone on the ground to talk to, just you know, add them on Telegram, and they'll be happy to help.
Easy.
Right, well, that's enough of David and I. We're going to leave you now in the very capable hands of the incredible Marieke Flament, CEO of the NEAR Foundation.
And the legendary Illia Polosukhin.
And they're going to show you why at NEARCON it's all about...
Okay, let's do it.
It's all about...
Building beyond the hype! Woo!
You the sun and we got you the rain, but on the rest we promise we'll deliver.
Hello everyone, it's amazing to see this group here. It's been a kind of an interesting year. It's been an interesting start of the day as well for everyone, but we're super excited to have kind of NEAR ecosystem coming together in this kind of celebration of you, of your creativity, of kind of creativity of this space.
A year ago, or almost a year ago, I remember going to NEARCON, and I was there actually incognito. I was trying to figure out what was going on the ground. I think we had something like 600 participants. And this year, it's absolutely phenomenal to see that we've been sold out way earlier than we could even possibly envision. We have over 3,000 people who are going to attend. But not only that, I think the diversity and inclusion and the representation that we have is absolutely astonishing. 176 countries represented, 38% of women. I think that's actually absolutely phenomenal and a true representation of the NEAR community.
And obviously, you know, we're builders, so we have a hackathon happening. We have 700 hackers kind of coming in. There's obviously, you know, super exciting projects that are going to be coming out. And we want to thank you, the sponsors, the ecosystem, the community, for coming together to actually make this happen, right? It's not just, you know, NEAR Foundation or some of the, you know, major folks like Aurora and Pagoda, but it's really kind of every single one of you, right? The communities, you know, the NFT projects, kind of projects that are building across the world, coming together, you know, creating activations, creating exciting spaces for everyone to experience what you can actually do on NEAR. And so thanks to sponsors. Please check it out. There's kind of really cool things happening. Talk to people, see what they're building.
So we're extremely grateful for our sponsors. We're actually extremely grateful for our media partners. Special thanks to CoinDesk for being here on the ground with us and actually with a ton of their journalists. This is important for you, for the community, because whatever you're going to announce in the next couple of days, just know that you have coverage from media partners all over the globe. So really important and super proud to have that for you today. So building beyond the hype, what does it even mean?
Yeah, so NEAR started in August 2018, right? If people remember those times, this was like, you know, January 2018, market peaked, everybody started selling out, people were kind of becoming less and less excited about the space. There was a lot of stuff that didn't work, a lot of things that were really kind of promised but not delivered. And really kind of when we started, our main thing was like, hey, we want to build something for developers, for builders, for creators, right? We ourselves wanted to use blockchain for our own kind of use case, for our own application, and we were not kind of finding the infrastructure, the ecosystem where we can do this. And so that's really kind of how we started and how we continued to do, right? We built through 2019, kind of where, you know, market was completely not there, right? People were not joining crypto that much, and we, you know, continued to build on this vision. And so we want to celebrate this. We want to kind of reinforce this, that this is not about, you know, kind of building a buzz about some promise. It's actually about a clear things that people can use, the things that actually delivered, the things that are real, that you can try, right? And so that's really the theme that we want to build here. And obviously, given you're here, you need to hype it up. That's the whole point. So hashtag NEARCON on Twitter. Otherwise, no announcements for you.
So this is obviously the intro, but we also wanted to share a little bit with you what we are excited about in the next couple of days and what are some of the things that are coming up and that we hope you'll enjoy and participate into. On the side of speakers, we have over 220 speakers that are joining us from a whole range of different verticals and industries. And actually, I think that's a true testament to how big the NEAR community has grown, but also the interest from many different places of the world to actually build on NEAR. So a couple of those that I'm looking forward to will join us remotely, not unfortunately in person, but we have Hasib from Dragonfly that's going to talk about being bullish on NEAR, and I'm really looking forward to hear what he's got to say. In terms of speakers remote, we also had Jeremy Eller and Ryan Selkis, so Jeremy Eller from Circle and Ryan Selkis from Messery. Those are pre-recorded. I did them. I hope you'll enjoy them. I know they have some really interesting things to say. Not only that, but from the world of sports, actually. As you can see, we have more and more participation from that front. Baron Davis has been mentioned before. Baron Davis played 13 years in the NBA and now is a professional athlete turned into an entrepreneur and looking also at the world of Web3. CellGP has been a partner of ours. Sir Russell Coutts, who is the CEO of CellGP, but also an extremely accomplished sailor, winner of the America's Cup, gold medalist, is going to be here also with us on stage. We have an amazing representation of our backers and our VCs, and especially looking forward to actually what they'll do and what they'll see into the events that we have coming up and chatting with them. I think in today's world, we cannot have any event without talking about the world of regulation and what's happening there. Sheila Warren is going to join us. Marieke Buchanan is also joining us. Those are absolutely astonishing women who are at the front line of actually helping us enable the vision of what we want to do and what we want to see happen in Web3. What are you excited about for speakers?
Well, first of all, I'm excited about all the builders who are going to be talking. I'm excited for, to see the projects that you're launching. But obviously, I'm excited about my fireside chat with Brendan Eich. The person who actually invented JavaScript, was a co-founder at Mozilla and now runs Brave, right? Pretty much like all the things we're using at NEAR, right, is WebAssembly, Rust, JavaScript for smart contracts, all were invented and kind of under Brendan's supervision at Mozilla. So this is really exciting. Obviously, we have kind of tons of other technical speakers that you will see. But I'm especially excited about all the announcements, right? There's going to be a ton of stuff. People have been not shipping, which I'm not really happy about, and we're waiting for NEARCON. So next time, ship first. But there's a lot of stuff that's actually been shipped at NEARCON, right? Things, everything from like new products to kind of token launches to things that people can start using here. And so first of all, if you are not walking and you're not sweating, you're doing something wrong. And if you don't know what I mean, check out the Sweatcoin booth. There's a ton of really exciting, as I said, products. And even more exciting, we've been kind of building not just the protocol, not just infrastructure, but our ecosystem. And join me for my talk. I'll talk more about how I think about it. But there's lots of kind of regional representation here already, and it's going to continue expanding, right? NEAR ecosystem is truly global with really powerful local hubs everywhere, and we are kind of coming even stronger both now and in the future.
So a ton of announcements coming up, and it's great to see that NEARCON has been actually a forcing function for having all those great ideas being shipped out. Not only that, but events and side events. So first, thank you to our NearDegens to actually have put up a map that has all the ton of events. I know there's so many changes of actually directions for side events because of the rain, but we'll have to embrace what's happening. The say, control what you can control, can't control the rain. But thank you so much for that.
Yes.
There is a ton of...
That's a next infrastructure project, to be clear.
That's why. In terms of parties, we're very excited to see that there are so many. That's fantastic to see. Especially, I'm excited to see the event from the Near Ukraine team with Onuka, which is a group and singer coming. Every donation made for that event will go to Ukraine. So please attend and join. I think it's fantastic to see that we have that. Which party are you excited about? What are you joining?
I am. I'll try to join as much as possible, but I'm really excited about the hackathon. Honestly, like you cannot. And yeah.
Yay.
And so. You know, we're going to be there, we're going to be judging, so going to be excited to see what people build. So yeah, I invite everyone to hack if you're a hacker, to, you know, kind of check it out, help them, you know. Hackers not just need, you know, developer help, sometimes they need help with marketing, sometimes they need help with positioning, design, product, feedback of what makes sense, right? So, you know, I kind of encourage everyone to participate.
So on that note, actually, you've already heard that, but we're trying to actually simplify everything you see for NEARCON. So super simple. If you need help, NEARCON Assist is there to help you out. And if you want to actually help get the word out for all the amazing things that you're going to hear today, use hashtag #NEARCON. There is many more talks. I'm looking forward to the talk I'm doing later. Illia is also talking later on stage. Plenty of things. It's absolutely fantastic to see all of you join, and I hope you'll enjoy yourself during this couple of days.
Yeah, stay dry. All right,
Thank you.
Developer and Community Relations team at Near Foundation. Such an honor to be here, ready to shower you with amazing content today. Hope you all brought your swimsuits. So yeah, I guess, you know, a couple of housekeeping announcements. So obviously there is a hackathon going on. There are over 700 hackers here hacking away right now. And stage. Due to this unprecedented rain, we are about 30 minutes behind, which works out. So just keep that in mind as you take a look at the agenda and are making plans to visit sessions you'd like to attend. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our next speaker, James Tromans from Google Cloud.
Hello, everybody. My name is James Tromans. I just want to say what a privilege and honor it is to be here. There's so much energy in the room. Near has grown so much over the last years, we've just heard. And I love walking around these events and just seeing what everyone's up to and what everyone is building. So I lead Google Cloud's relatively new Web3 efforts. So I'm primarily focused on our product and engineering work. But of course, there's a lot more that's going on that many of you can also take advantage of as time unfolds. And we'll talk a little bit about what we're up to later on. So the title of this session, obviously a little bit tongue-in-cheek. We all know that there's a very important event going on this week, in the next couple of days, in fact. And I'm very confident that whatever happens, you know, as a community, we'll all get through this, and we'll look back in the rearview mirror, and we'll think how important it was, but it will just be something that happened, something that's behind us, and we need to be looking forward to the work that we're all going to need to do if we are to embrace Web3, and if we are to have many more users adopting this technology. And so for me, this is what is actually the bigger, the longer-term challenge that all of the builders, all of the founders in this space are going to have to deal with, which is how do we onboard a much larger material user base who can take advantage of Web3. And so to get there, we can't forget where we've been. What got us to where we are now may not get us to where we're going in the future, but there are a lot of lessons that can be learned from the technology that has been built and the technology that you are all going to be building. And so I believe in order for us to be able to even dream about this type of adoption, we're going to need a lot more developer activity. We're going to need to make it easier for developers to build JavaScript for smart contracts, great example that opens up a whole new world to an existing developer base. And Google Cloud has a large existing developer base, and we feel that we may have a role to play in helping onboard this large next set of users. So, a small story as to how at Google Cloud we kind of made our way into thinking about this space, because I was not the first person to say, hey, like Google Cloud, why don't we like do something for the Web3 community? What can we do? What can we build? What can we add? And so we know as a large Web2 organization that we come humbly to this space. There's a lot we don't know, and this is why we're here. We're here to learn, we're here to listen, we're here to understand what developers are building so that we can help developers build faster, safer applications. And so if we're thinking about Web 1, sure, you've heard this analogy before, Web 2, and then we get to Web 3, I think that the idea of self-sovereign identity is a really nice example which gives users this idea of the outcome of what Web 3 really is, which is optionality. It's choice. It's the ability to not use a federated login provider if you don't want to. It's about the ability to be in control of your own data, to keep it in your wallet if you want to. It's about being able to be in control of your online digital identity such that if a federated login provider did not give you access one day, you'd still be free to go about your business on the internet, which is your own business, and you'll be able to partake in whatever third-party services that you like. And so, just one example, but the advent of decentralized identifiers in the verifiable credential space sits alongside Web3. For me, it's part of it, but what it's really about is just another critical example of giving users optionality. There will be some users that don't want to store their own private keys. There'll be some users that want to give that up, give that to someone else to look after for them. But these are the sorts of challenges and issues that as a community we need to be building for. We need to be inclusive. We need to be thinking of all of the different types of the developer experiences we want to offer so that the end users can have what they love, which is a frictionless user experience that helps them get on with whatever task or problem they're trying to solve for and then move on, but do so in a more decentralized way, bringing them that optionality. So when I think about the challenges that exist in this space, you guys who have been developing in this space will know them. But I refer back to an article I read back in January, which feels like an awful long time ago now, by Moxie at Signal. And he had a particular set of opinions that were his own, but he raised some interesting points, which is protocols tend to move slower than platforms. And he raised another interesting point, which is most people don't want to run their own server. And yet these two issues are absolutely critical for Web3 to continue to move forward, to continue to grow and live up to the promise of decentralization. So from where I sit, the answer is not to ignore those things or even to disagree with them. The answer is, okay, if they are some problems, how do we do better? How do we build faster? And how do we do it in a secure and safe way? And so it's our opinion at Google Cloud that we have an important role to play by bringing the best of what Google Cloud has to offer from the traditional technology space of the internet and the web and bring it forward into the Web3 space to help folks that are building maybe very specific domain applications that are solving for a very specific area that don't want to have to build all of the things from scratch and want choice. The developers want that optionality too. And so for us, when I look back and I think about the difference between Web 1 and Web 2, we just call it the web. And at Google Cloud, we feel that Web 3 will just become the web. It's inevitable. We feel that you will have full-stack engineers that are building entire normal web applications that are coupled with Web 3 applications. And you won't think of those as special. They will just be the web again. But in order for us to get there, and in order for us to have users that are enjoying that experience, we need to make it much faster, safer, and easier for developers to work towards building their applications. And so to think about Google Cloud, our role in this is to listen to you, to learn, and to think about what as an infrastructure provider can we do to make your lives easier. So that's where we're starting. We think this is table stakes. We think that if we can be another place for you to have a node or another place for you to analyze data off-chain, which is something we're doing for other chains, then this is only giving you optionality. This is giving you the choice to try something and maybe focus on your area of expertise, which is not going to distract you from doing your core work. So, as I think about coming to this event and what we're going to be doing over the next couple of days, the hacker houses, the hacking events, listening to all the developers' challenges and what we can do to help get forward, I would really welcome you. I would urge you all to chat to the Google Cloud representatives that we have here, ping us on offline, whatever works for you, so that we can make sure that we're giving you that optionality that your end users deserve for your own developer experiences. And we want to make GCP a great place for Web3 developers to build. Not the only place, just a really great place. So we think, in summary, that as we're looking forward now over the next 7 years, the next 10 years of the internet, we want to make sure that it lives up to the promise that the internet offered at the beginning. We want to help you make sure that the internet can live up to its fundamental promise and make sure that users have that optionality. And we would love to help build that with you. So please, stay in touch. We look forward to hearing from you. And it's been my pleasure to talk to you here today. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, James. To continue our conversation on the importance of why Web 2.5 is necessary, I'd love to bring up our next group of panelists to talk about bridge builders, why we need Web 2.5. So I would like to bring back James Tromans up to the stage, as well as Satish Ramakrishnan from BitGo, Susie Batt from Opera Browser, and last but not least, Emily Parker from CoinDesk.
Welcome, everybody. This is such a dramatic setting for a conference. So let's get right into it. We have an amazing panel. You've just been introduced, so I'm not going to reintroduce you. But let's just start with what this panel is ostensibly about, why we need Web 2.5. Now, I think a lot of people don't even know what Web 3.0 is, despite all the explainers out there. So let's start with Web 2.5, actually. Let's just do a brief round of definitions, because I bet your definitions aren't even exactly the same. What is Web 2.5 in your view? Simply, succinctly, even a child can understand. What does that mean?
Well, since I'm right next to you, I'll start.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. I would say 2.5 is using Web 2.0 infrastructure to access Web 3 assets. It's as simple as that. Is that simple enough?
Web 2.0 infrastructure to access Web 3.0.
Yes.
OK. All right. We'll come back to that in a second. That's good. Very succinct. Thank you.
I agree. I think an example of that, right, of what we're looking at right now is centralized exchanges, front ends for dApps, front ends for NFT marketplaces. You see fiat on-ramp, right? And when you end up opening up a wallet and you want to be able to use your fiat to be able to buy crypto and then subsequently off-ramp off of that crypto to fiat, all of that is Web 2.5. And I think it's essential for us to be able to have Web 2.5 to drive adoption. Really, again, leveraging those 2.0 infrastructure that we are all very well versed with and accustomed to, but leveraging the Web3 assets that are just sprouting up right now.
Yeah, I think I agree with the previous comments. For me, if you're a Web3 native, you're born on chain, you're writing smart contract technology as the primary thing that you do, and it's going to be the majority of your code base. Whereas I think the Web 2 to Web 2.5 companies that are helping critical to building the on-ramps for Web3 users are folks that actually maybe have a majority of their code base still targeting traditional infrastructure in, well, JavaScript's a traditional language, but in traditional web languages. And they are actually enabling the uptake of folks that are building purely for on-chain.
Okay, all right. So I think we have a general agreement here on what Web 2.5 is. It's sort of like using the existing Web 2.0 infrastructure to access Web 3.0. And also, it's basically a certain degree of centralization as an on-ramp to decentralization. We're all on the same page. But before we move on, quickly, what's Web 3.0 in your definition? Because I don't think there's even a consensus on that.
Well, let's talk about blockchain adoption in Web 3.0. The ICO boom in 2017, DeFi summer 2020, the NFT wave in 2021. I think DeFi Llama quoted 300 million people around the world used crypto just at the end of last year. So with mostly DeFi and NFT products. Web3 approach is ownership, is creator economy. You want to add to that?
Yeah, like Web 3.0, we've had several terms, right? Trustless, permissionless, decentralized internet built on blockchain technology. For me, Web3 really is that movement towards complete digital ownership, right? The same way we are able to physically own and have that self-custody of objects, things in the physical world, like a phone, if I draw a painting, I have ownership, self-custody of that painting. I subsequently am able to take that painting, give it to someone else. I can take that painting and move and travel from New York, San Francisco, to Lisbon. It's still my painting, it's me. I'm able to take that from point A to point B. How are we able to replicate that on Web3 and still maintain that complete digital ownership without intermediary? So for me, Web3 really is around complete digital ownership.
Digital ownership and sovereignty of that ownership and the ability to maintain control over your assets as they are belonging to you, and reducing the ability for others who may be able to perturb the ownership of those assets from being able to do so. And I think that that's captured with the phrase decentralization. I also mentioned optionality a lot. I think Web3 as a movement is giving more optionality to both end users and developers to be able to have choice around how they choose to operate online. And but then I also wonder, why do we need the phrase Web3? Is it to distinguish somehow between the old way and the new way? Is it an us and then them type of thing? Like, what's it serving as a label? And so I get a bit uncomfortable with having to have a label anyway. But as far as it goes to describing the future, then it works.
Okay, thank you. Those are all really good definitions. You guys are much better at defining things than the average crypto person, so that's good. I think there's a lot of confusion about what these terms mean. But so the title of this panel is Why Do We Need Web 2.5? And I actually really want to dig into that because I don't think it's obvious that we need Web 2.5. And I think this is actually kind of a controversial topic because Web 3.0 is this very idealistic, visionary thing, decentralization, ownership, as you said. I think we could say that we're not really there yet. This whole idea of crypto being intermediary-less, there's a lot of intermediaries that are still very involved, right? You have all the old players, Visa, MasterCard, Google, that are still kind of involved in this space. And yeah, there's a lot of controversy around it. So do you think we need Web 2.5, or did they just put you on this panel? So let's first start with that.
I think we 100% need Web 2.5 to ultimately get to this North Star vision of Web 3. We need further adoption from larger companies that exist right now. We need further adoption from developers, right? They're just entering the space, even understanding the tools that they have access to in Web 3. How do we make that simple? And the way we make it simple is by providing them tools and, again, Web 2 infrastructure that they're familiar with. And throughout, over time, decentralizing parts of the overall Web 2 stack into the Web 3 stack. And I think right now we have L1 protocols that are obviously decentralized, and as you go above the stack, slowly, one by one, there are a lot of different projects that are decentralizing, or making an attempt to decentralize parts of the stack, whether it be data with Arweave or even front-end applications. So we don't see scenarios like GitHub obviously being their code being taken off. So I'd say we 100% need Web 2.5 to bring that adoption.
I would add that what hinders Web3 adoption is this legal ambiguity. UI, UX, really rough. And we do just need time for decentralization to mature. I think I remember listening to a podcast, and they had talked about we're at this period of this tween maturation point where we're not quite in full-fledged teenhood. We're in between, and it takes time to mature. And we know that because we haven't replaced the Web 2 tech stack yet. We're still using it to onboard to all these crypto platforms. And that's okay. Centralized exchanges, we haven't fully removed that on-ramping.
I mean, the question is, do we think Web 2.5 is important? And I mean, maybe I've already shown my colors, but yeah, of course, I think that it's a transition, and I also don't think that it's all or nothing. And I feel that the ability for people to move at their own pace, to understand the new technology at their own pace, is going to be critical to getting more developers and more end users. So yeah, I think we need Web 2.5.
So I think those are all really good points. I mean, honestly, I'm a little uncomfortable with the concept of Web 2.5 just because, and I'd love to hear what you guys respond to this. First of all, crypto, at least its original vision, was largely in response to the perceived failures of Web 2.0, right? We look at social media and the internet, people were so excited. It's like, this is the decentralization of power. This is, empowering the individual. And that's not exactly how it worked out. It worked out like that to some degree, but we also saw, monopolization. We saw big companies. We saw abuses of user data. And sometimes, while on the one hand, I totally understand that for mainstream adoption, we need familiar platforms and familiar on-ramps. Sometimes I get nervous that crypto will be repeating some of the same mistakes of the past, because you're starting to see literally the same players. I'm not going to mention them here, but you know who they are. Actually coming in and saying, "Oh, we're just helping to ease the transition." You look at the metaverse. What's going to stop the big video game giants from kind of dominating that space? So. I'm just curious how you respond to that, because I think, in theory, I get what you're saying, but I could also see how this could turn out not that well.
Well, it depends. I mean, it goes back to our definition of what is Web 2.5. I mean, when Satoshi wrote the white paper and when Bitcoin came into existence and when people started being able to mine and then later trade these things between one another, you need an element of education to get the user adoption to a point where you have a critical mass to generate the interest, which generates a virtuous cycle, right? And so how do you do that without leveraging the internet, as it was? So we're obviously standing on the shoulders of giants all the way up to be able to then be where we are today. And then I would also say that I don't think Web3 needs to be so divisive in the sense that the internet has always been meant for everybody, and it's taken different directions, and obviously people are building new ways of working because they're unhappy with certain standards of how things are. And I think that's great. More diversity, more challenge, more technology is going to create a better, it always creates better outcomes when you have choice, right? So
I think
I think that technology is iterative in nature. And so what we're feeling now is this constant iteration of our products. The audience is learning and getting more curious. And our ability to code in this environment, all of you who are founders and devs, every day we're learning more and more about the robustness of this ecosystem. But I would also add, we're not there yet because more people need to enter the space. We have, we've talked about all of you who are part of Gen Z, but did you know that Gen Alpha is right behind you? And in 3 years' time, there will be 2 billion people entering into this Gen Alpha space. These are crypto native children. They're they're mobile first. They've lived through this pandemic. They've been homeschooled. This will be our new audience and our new users. So are we at Web 3? No, but we're incrementally moving towards that as new people enter into this space.
I think one aspect definitely is that iteration, right, and getting that mass adoption. The other aspect that James touched on as well was optionality. So over time, once we find that parts of the stack aren't decentralized, if there are enough mass adoption, they will go ahead and make parts of the stack decentralized. And we're seeing that even with social media now. There are projects like Lens Protocol that are coming in and really evaluating how can we decentralize what is currently centralized of owning the identity in Web3. So you don't have to go ahead and create a new profile on another social network. You're still John Doe. You don't have 100 versions of John Doe or Mary. But it's going to take time. It's iteration.
So, I mean, I guess here's my problem with this, though, is that it kind of assumes, like Web 2.5, this idea assumes that, like, decentralization is the end result. And I'm just not convinced that it will be, because, like, the philosophy behind it, I totally understand, right? The philosophy behind it is, like, let's make it easy to, like, on-ramp the mainstream population, and then little by little it will get more decentralized. But, like, what if it doesn't? You know what I mean? And what if you just end up creating, like, for example, you look at exchanges, right? Right now, users have a choice between centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges. People have a choice between storing their crypto on exchanges or in cold wallets. Many people are choosing the centralized option, even though that's like kind of Web 2.0-ish, because it's convenient and it's easy, right? Like, what is going to make them shift? You know what I mean? So I think that's the thing with Web 2.0. It's like always the convenience thing, right?
Okay.
Like, what would make them, or what would? I guess my question is like, what would prevent Web 3.0 from just being kind of like a Web 2.0 with another name?
We might just skip Web 3 and go to Web 5.
I would say that if the promise of Web3 is not lived up to, it's because people have chosen to go down a road that is too centralized again, right? So the diversity of clients, the diversity of where you host those blockchain nodes, the diversity of wallets, the diversity of, it's like when you optimize any system, once you fix the bit that was slow, you've got a new slow bit that's the most slow now, and you just keep going. And I feel like that's true with decentralization. Like, there's so many points of centralization with the way the internet works today, and even the way Web3 works today, that we've just got to keep working our way along the chain until we're removing those points of centralization. And then what's reasonable? Like, how many developers on any one project makes that a decentralized, like, contribution? How many different versions of that product do we need for it to be considered a decentralized solution, because we've got enough choice? And we don't have answers to this, but the idea is to tend in that direction and see where we go. And I mean, if you're a believer in Web3, it's a maxi of decentralization, then you may never be fully happy. But if you believe that that's the North Star and like we need to just be heading in that direction over time, working on the problems, then I think we're already on a good path, and we just need to everyone needs to keep working towards it.
I want to know who actually named Web3 Web3.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember when we all got in the space and it was blockchain, and then it was crypto, and now it's Web3?
I don't know. Yeah, it's just sort of.
So I think we get caught up on the semantics, but the real thesis, I think, is we as humans, we try to survive, and when we're done surviving, we want to thrive and we want to grow. And how do you grow this technology from read in Web 1 to read and write in Web 2 to read, write, and own now in this new paradigm? But whatever we call it, I think the propensity for us to keep inventing and evolving and iterating is just human spirit, and the curiosity of where this will go is the beauty and the mystery. But to say decentralization is the end goal, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, just sort of coming back to this sort of Web 3.0 question, what do you guys see as the biggest obstacle to sort of like reaching Web 3.0? I mean, where do you see some? I mean, I'm sort of, I guess I have my own, obviously, my own premise here, which is that I do see the danger of, big companies, monopolization happening again, even in Web 3.0. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I'm curious what you see as some of the obstacles, because I think we generally agree that Web 3.0 is not here yet, right? We're not there yet. So where are the pain points? Like, what are the things that are preventing Web 3.0 from arriving, in your opinion?
I think one for me definitely is just raw education in the space. We need to educate. Like 0.01% of developers are in Web3 now. There's a lot of opportunity to really get more developers into this space and continue to iterate. Second is, Susie touched on this as well, UI, UX. Obviously right now when you have optionality, great, you have a self-custody wallet. I have complete control, quote-unquote control, yet no one really understands mnemonic phrases, 12-word phrases. They don't understand the implications that literally your wallet is that private key. How are you able to bring a new, quote-unquote, a newcomer onto this Web 2 to Web 3 space and empower them to have that right information? I think there's a lot of opportunities to iterate on UI, UX, on education, in addition to all of the projects readdressing the Web 3 tech stack as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much more to add other than we heard that there's a whole new generation that's going to be a potential target market for adopting this technology, and inevitably they'll get it quickly. But the internet is full of people from all different sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of ages, and that is a lesson from Web 2, which I think Web 3 needs to pay attention to, which is if you're building for everybody, then build for everybody. Think of all of the user challenges that are going to be, for someone of a certain older age bracket living in a poorer country versus a younger person living in the UK, right? And I think that this comes back to education, it comes back to UI and UX, but these are lessons that have already been learned in Web 2. We shouldn't forget them just because we're now talking about Web 3.
I think one more hindrance I would add is time.
Mm-hmm.
This summer was off the hook. Every time I'd wake up, there was another notification of another hack, of another breach, of another, right?
Yeah.
It was like PTSD every morning. It was almost afraid to watch or to read your phone. But you can't rush time, and it takes time to onboard devs, to finance these ventures, and I would say we've got to go through the iterations and everything in between.
Yeah, I think those are good points. I think the UI UX is actually really critical when it comes to crypto because, we've seen that humanity tends to lean towards convenience over privacy or convenience over ownership, right? And so as long as there are UI UX problems, people are just going to go with the trusted actors, right? That's why they go towards centralized exchanges, so it's kind of as a lot of centralized exchanges, it's like opening up a bank account, right? You're giving them the same amount of information in terms of you're not really holding your coins, but people are still actively making that choice because it's convenient and because the user experience is familiar, right? They don't want this lack of familiarity, and I think we're seeing that in a lot of different ways. We're seeing it also even with some of the privacy coins, people are not necessarily taking advantage of all those features because they're willing, and we've seen this with Web 2.0, people are willingly giving up their privacy for convenience, right? So this is, so I guess that comes down to with the UI UX thing, what is crypto's problem? Why is it taking so long because I think there is a UI UX problem in a lot of things, everything ranging from NFTs to metaverse. And I know we're still early, but I'm kind of how long can we keep saying that? It's been 10 years, so what do you think is why are we still sort of not really there in terms of user experience with a lot of these products?
Are there any UI UX designers in the audience? If you are here, could you raise your hand? I see 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, what's the percentage of that per devs? How many devs are in the crowd? Yeah. I think, you know, that's one piece where you need to have the design built in and baked with the overall architecture. It's design, almost design first. I mean, like,
yeah, I think it's critical, right? I mean, when you think about it, right? Just in terms of like, if our goal here is to not repeat the mistakes of the past and not having just like the easy user experience win at the expense of decentralization, privacy, then yeah. So I mean, it's like, I'm curious what you guys think. Like, I mean, if you agree that, I mean, you sort of just said that UI UX is still a problem, but like, why? Like, why is that? Why is crypto have it? Because this is like an industry full of very smart people, very technical people. Is it just that like people haven't really decided it's a priority, or like what is it?
I mean, I think this is a similar challenge in Web 2 in the sense that you can have really fantastic server-side or back-end engineers that aren't as strong on the front end, and that's normal. And then you get people who are great on the front end and aren't as good on the back end, and you get people who can do everything, and they're unicorns, and that's, you know, everyone wants to hire one of those. And there are just, you know, often people go and build things and think about the UI last, or the user experience last, and that is clearly not the right thing to do. But I think in this space in particular, because it's so technical and because there are so many things that can go wrong, it's extra important that the UI and UX is considered as part of like the whole, you know, development life cycle as a first-class citizen in that sort of thought process. And then it's a numbers game, right? Like we just saw, there are not very many people here. And I would think in any normal engineering team, your UI UX team is usually much smaller than the rest of your development team. Sometimes if you work in a larger org like I do, that's a shared function sometimes, depending on the size of your project. And so there aren't enough great UI UX people to go around that are also in tune and know Web3 really, really well. If there were, I think we'd see some of these challenges would have already been solved.
Yeah, there's. I think James and Emily, you know, covered it very well. I think there's just so much Star Trek talk in crypto and Web3 right now that we need to be able to abstract it. And it comes, as James said, making sure that design engineering is very, very like in the very early stages of development. I mean, I was speaking with my cousin, who was about like 14 years old a couple weeks ago, and he was like, I just don't trust myself, even if I have an option to go and have a self-custody wallet. Not only do I not trust sometime like the intermediary or the third party, I don't trust myself. I want to have the ability to recover my assets. And current day, there is going to be that transition from where we are to obviously this decentralized notion, but we need different types of design principles to get us to a point where we can empathize with these new users onboarding and educate them.
I think we also get in our own way and make things overcomplicated. And I know this because when my kids are on holiday, I bring them to conferences. So you might have seen them at DevConnect or EthCC or Metaverse Summit. And I watch them try to onboard, whether it's Axie or some other metaverse or just even their wallets, because I actually pay their allowance in crypto. And so I watch them try to use it, and when I see those friction points, it's like a light shines on an opportunity for us to think of things differently, different point of view, because we're so used to like jumping through 8 different hoops to make a transaction, or we're used to not having any information or checking Etherscan to make sure something went through. You know, we're so used to that we forget.
So, I mean, I think a related topic here, because this is one of the big disappointments of Web 2.0 is privacy, right? This is like the big elephant in the room, in that, you know, a lot of the big platforms have not really respected user privacy, have abused user data, and often that's the sacrifice, right? Convenience for privacy. I'm curious, like, what you guys think in terms of the current status quo, what the privacy situation is. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's not so good? Like, where are we? Because this is one of the stated ideals of cryptocurrency, but like, where are we in terms of privacy right now?
I think just there's a trade-off between access and ease of use. Just like with bridges, you have a trade-off between security and ease of use. So it's up to the user to evaluate and decide how much they want to forsake in this spectrum. But I think that's the point and the philosophy of this decentralization.
Yeah, I agree. And I think from a regulatory perspective as well, we're going to be seeing some iterations, and I actually think that's beneficial to the overall ecosystem to to drive more adoption. I think like the entire GitHub scenario where users literally had their code removed from the platform is one example of privacy. Same with everything that's happening with the large things in the industry. But it's that balance of we're iterating, we're identifying parts of the tech stack, and we're going to have regulatory outcomes that drive certain decisions, whether you're in one domiciled entity versus another. But it'll take time.
Yeah, from my perspective, when I think about what you can achieve with Web3 and privacy together, I mean, obviously, there's a lot more technical innovation that needs to happen, but the future's very interesting. Both it's bright and it's also interesting just from a technical perspective, this idea that I can have different online digital identities, compose together credentials, either in whole or in part, and present them to a third party, and that not be linked to any other digital identity that I have. And I can use zero-knowledge proofs and all of this, what's been around for a long time, but like being rediscovered and reapplied to these sorts of blockchain technologies is going to create a very interesting privacy consideration in the future. And coming back to UX and UI and like how this all hangs together, I mean, if you give your private keys to some large company, and that large company is then compelled because of the laws in the region that they operate in to do something with those because it's the law, and we live in a society where there are laws, then that's a difficult situation to be in if you've chosen to give up your keys. But if you've chosen to have a multi-sig approach, and we've got a great UI for a great multi-sig option, and that can't happen, like it literally can't happen because the technology is going to prevent it, then privacy is more well protected. So there's a lot more work to be done, but I think the direction of travel is really, really strong.
But I want to add, privacy means different things to different people. And like Opera operates worldwide, 380 million users around the world. So what is privacy in one country is either impossible or unnecessary or overkill or whatever in another country. So there are different degrees to that, and depending on where you are and operate, and cultural fit.
And we only have like 1 minute left, so let's just try to like maybe put a time frame here. So I assume Web 2.5 is not supposed to be the end in itself, right? Like Web 2.5 is a bridge to Web 3.0. So how long is this going to take? Like how long is it going to take for us to get to Web 3.0? I mean, roughly, I don't need like an exact date, but like, are we talking about a few years, 10 years? I mean, where are we in this process?
I think it's going to take the time it's going to take. There's no time frame. Like the end is not the destination, I don't think. I think the path is this curiosity, this pushing the envelope. That's why we're all here. This sense of wonder and awe and like what we're doing and what NEARCON has done, this is like really overwhelming. But I find that this need for learning and getting together like this puts us on the path to wherever we're going. But it's certainly a process.
Okay, I think we're actually out of time, but thank you guys so much. Unless you have something really urgent you want to say, either of you? Okay, good. All right, thank you.
What a wonderful talk. Thank you so much to our panelists. You know, to their point, Web3, what we're all here for, is really about data privacy, ownership, and personally, something that I'm really passionate about is transparency. And in that spirit, I'd love to bring back Marieke to the stage to give us an update on what the NEAR Foundation has been up to and to present our very first transparency report.
Hello. Welcome to the first transparency report from the NEAR Foundation. Before I start that, I just want to reiterate something that maybe some of you heard if you were here this morning, but a reflection and a personal reflection. Almost a year ago, I was going to NEARCON for the first time because I was trying to figure out what was NEAR and what was going on at NEAR. And I was so impressed by what I saw then. Of course, it was in Lisbon, it was sunny, we take what we can have, but it was actually a phenomenal, fantastic community coming together. And now, here we are, with over 3,000 people coming and attending, over 60 sponsors, 20 media partners, 220 speakers, and the diversity and inclusion that we see through the floor is absolutely humbling. And so I just want to start by saying, thank you, and it's an absolute honor to be part of the NEAR community. So that was the warm-up. Now, over the next 29 minutes or so, or whatever that I have, there's 3 things that I want to do with you. One is actually re-establish NEAR, the vision, the mission, and actually what is NEAR all about. The second part, I actually want to share our first transparency report. Exactly almost a year ago at the last NEARCon, we said we were going to spend $800 million in the NEAR ecosystem to help the ecosystem grow. And so we owe it to you to actually say where has the money gone and actually how we're doing financially. So that will be the meat and the core of the presentation. And last but not least, I want to start looking forward. I hope you'll join Illia's talk later today, but I want to start looking forward and actually thinking through what does it mean to actually build on NEAR and what is it that is needed when we think of building on NEAR. So, NEAR. What is NEAR? It's actually quite simple. NEAR is the simplest and most usable layer 1 where mass adoption will happen. You heard from the previous panel that actually it's a lot about usability and simplicity. And NEAR is the place where you can actually see that and have that happen. And why is it on NEAR? Well, because with NEAR, users actually don't need to know the primitives. You can have a wallet. You can actually very simply set your account. And that's one of the very first friction points that actually happens. Why is NEAR so very simple? Because if you're a dev, you can actually choose. And JavaScript, which was recently released, is actually a major, phenomenal step in that direction. It's very fine to have everything that's needed for Rust and Solidity, but that's not enough. If we want to be real, if we want to really have mass adoption, we need to open up the doors to more devs. And that's why actually simplicity from that front is absolutely key and major. And last but not least, if we want mass adoption to happen, we need to have that possible for moving Web 2 to Web 3. And that can only happen, actually, if you have apps that can handle transaction on behalf of users. And so with that, we're actually also very excited to see, I don't know how many of you tried that, but the Sweat app is a perfect representation of that. But those 3 things are why NEAR is so simple, and actually why we think it's primed for being the place where mass adoption will happen. So our mission, we're here because we want to remove the barriers for Web3 creators. We want to create an ecosystem that is actually uniquely simple, scalable, secure, and also sustainable. And we mean sustainable not just in the sense of actually sustainability for the environment, which of course we care deeply, we are audited every 2 years, but sustainability also in terms of actually financially how we can all thrive within this ecosystem. So that's our mission. And when we think on where we're going and what we're doing, we want to all create a world where creativity is no longer held back by any of the technological barrier, a world without limits, where 1 billion users can join. Thank you. And So the NEAR ecosystem within that, how is that map and how does that work? You may have seen that map, but the way we think about actually how to tie together the things that are massively decentralized is as follows. At the core and the heart, our beating heart, is the NEAR protocol. Around the NEAR protocol, you have all the different pieces of infrastructure that many of you are continuously building and improving every day. Because we have the NEAR protocol, the infrastructure, we can envision to have all the different projects being built, whether it's things that are related to DeFi, to NFT, or to DAOs. And then on the right-hand side, this is more how we think about actually decentralizing further the treasury and the availability of funds that are in there. And that's how we think of our regional hubs, ecosystem funds, but also the foundation. So within that, the foundation is a pebble amidst like a growing, continuously growing ecosystem. What's the role of the foundation? We exist to do three things. One, it's actually one of the things that we do is helping raise awareness of NEAR, of course, but also Web3. You've heard before from the panel, if we want mass adoption to happen, we actually need to have this movement Web2 to Web3 to happen. So awareness, de-jargonizing, making things simple from a language perspective is absolutely fundamental. The foundation also, of course, exists to support the ecosystem. And support doesn't just mean financial support, but support means building the roads, making the connections, and enabling actually the NEAR ecosystem to have everything that is needed so that it can grow and thrive. And last but not least, it is very important that we help steward the governance, right? Decentralized governance is something that many across the world are trying to experiment with. How can we be on the forefront of that with pragmatism, and how can we continuously decentralize? Now into numbers. That's how much we grew over the past 12 months in terms of wallets. 30x. And that's absolutely phenomenal and humbling to see such growth. But not only in terms of wallets, but here are the type of metrics that we look at. So accounts, I just mentioned that. Developers. If we don't have developers and entrepreneurs coming on and building, then we're not going to grow. We went from 250 active developers to over 1,500 active developers. And I have huge hopes for actually seeing how the hackathon is going to help bring on more. Not only that, but also the fact that we have JavaScript opens the doors to millions of developers. A year ago, we had 100 projects. We now have over 800 projects. A year ago, we had 25 million transactions. We broke 200 million transactions last week. And a year ago, 50 million in TVL. Yes, it's a bear market, but we're still striving with 600 million in TVL. Now, the last number is also extremely important. A year ago, we had 30 million coming for projects from external sources of funding to be on the NEAR ecosystem. And as of today, 300 million of external funding has been brought in for outside projects from externally to the projects that you guys are building. This is not included anything that's been brought, for example, to the foundation. I think this is hugely important. If we want to grow, we need developers, we need entrepreneurs, and they need to have access to the funding to make their ideas come to reality. Okay, so let's get on. That was the warmed up. Let's get on into the core of what I want to talk about, which is our first transparency report. And so we want here to share with you, actually, the promise that we made a year ago was to say we were going to develop and actually start spending in the ecosystem $800 million to help grow and spearhead the ecosystem. And what we said around this $800 million was to say we were going to span out and create Proximity, our DeFi-focused lab that has been created. Highly encourage you to come later today. The team will be here on stage to also hear what they've been doing. We said we were also going to spend $250 million from the foundation to spearhead grants, to basically help people who had ideas, but maybe needed just that hump over to start creating, because sometimes it means leaving your real job. We also said we were going to actually invest in creating hubs, local regional hubs, but also ecosystem funds, so that you could have the local footprint that you need, and so that you could also actually have the large and the funding that you needed if you wanted your ideas to be followed through. That's what we said. And then we also raised, in addition to that, which we had the capital for, we also raised $560 million from very well-renowned backers across the world. And so that's just helping the amount of capital that is available through that. And I want to highlight here that actually, as a foundation, we've been extremely conservative in how the treasury of the foundation is managed, which I think is a very smart thing to do, given what we've seen happen in the broader Web3 ecosystem. So where was the capital distributed? What did we do, and did we do what we said we were going to do? On the proximity DeFi grants, that has been completely handed over. And if you want to have more details into actually the DeFi ecosystem and what's happening on there, I highly encourage you to join the proximity talks that are going to happen later. In terms of foundation grants, I'm going to go into more details and sharing with you actually how we think about those grants and how we're building those. But we spent $133 million out of the $250 million that we said we were going to spend. Startup funds, 18 million have been unlocked so far. Regional hubs, 33 million. And we've also spent in education and charity to continue helping foster actually the knowledge that is needed around the world. So foundation grants, how do we think about foundation grants? There's a couple of categories that we look at. One is infrastructure and integration. Think of that as like actually building the roads, right? If NEAR stays on its own in its small ecosystem, then that's fine, but we also need to be connected. Web3 is actually a massively connected space. Gaming and metaverse, DAO and NFT are the other verticals that we look at. So grants for infrastructure and integration, what does that mean and what is that? I just mentioned that, you know, if you think of Web3, if there is no way for you to be actually connected to the real world, on-ramp, off-ramp, if there is no real way for you to actually custody your assets, then that's not going to work, right? And we had a lot of work to do on that. I think we were quite late, and therefore we had to invest a large amount of funding to make sure that the roads were built so that what was needed for the ecosystem to thrive was in place. Some of those examples, Pagoda, highly encourage you to go and actually check the booth that they have, but making sure that we can build so that devs can actually develop. Aurora, not only in terms of EVM, but again, making sure that the connection can happen there. Calimero, private shard, and Octopus Network also helping on the EVM landscape. Those are like infrastructure foundation that need to be invested in so that, again, the rest of the ecosystem can thrive. In terms of integration, we've massively invested, in particular for infrastructure. We've invested in custodians. We've invested in actually making sure, for example, you heard from Brave, that all the different wallet integration could be out there. Not mentioned here, but Cooper, Switchboard are also some of the integration infrastructure grants that we've actually made recently. So grants for integration and infrastructure are important so that developers and entrepreneurs can build without limits, and that users can use without limits. Grants for gaming and entertainment. Gaming has revolutionized every part of the history of web, and so gaming will revolutionize Web3. And that's why it's really important to actually continuously invest into what is gaming and what will be the future of gaming. Now, the definition of gaming can be very broad. If you walk and actually you earn, is that a game or is it, you know, what is it? I think we need to think of gaming actually as very all-encompassing and how we actually define new user journeys so that they can actually get into Web3 and the metaverse. Anyway, we believe that actually with our simple, scalable tech, NEAR can definitely revolutionize the way content is created, consumed, and protected, which are absolutely fundamental pillars for creating the next game of the future. And so investing in gaming is a priority for NEAR. A couple of examples there. I was mentioning, but sweat economy, we've put that in gaming. It's, you know, we could debate that for hours, but actually I think those are entry points into starting to think how we bridge the real world and actually the virtual world. Armor Kingdom, backed by Mila Kunis. I think the team is also here. Human Guild, which is actually a guild helping gamers come to life and have their idea. Other couple of, that's it. So gaming, grants for gaming, why do we do that? We do that because so that creators can actually create without limits. DAOs. NEAR has the strongest no-code, easy-to-use DAO tech, so that it's already helping actually to decentralize governance for different ecosystems and to have community come and build together. DAO will continue to revolutionize how people are coming together and how we are self-organizing and how we are engaging, not only in our community, but also as fans of sports and entertainment. And so we believe that DAO are actually extremely important to continue to develop on and invest on. And with that in mind, there are several grants that have been done already on that space for participating into DAO. Unchained DAO was an absolutely amazing initiative that was born in less than 48 hours when the Ukraine war broke and actually raised a ton of funds and showed us that actually with a DAO, you can distribute funds extremely fast and extremely rapidly in places where it's needed. CellGP, the team is also here. CellGP is actually putting a DAO that now can actually look at creating a new team. This is the first time that actually a sports entity that is a professional sports entity is looking at having a DAO completely own a professional team. Flamingo DAO, Astro DAO, our toolkit are some of the other examples out there. So why are we doing grants for DAOs? We're doing grants for DAOs so that users can vote and participate without limits. NFT, I think we've only seen the beginning of NFT. And therefore, it is actually very important to continue investing in NFT because they're a fundamental pillar for Web3. It's not just about collecting nice and good-looking things. This is also about reinventing ownership and what it will do for Web3. And we believe that we've barely scratched the surface and that we have a unique tech advantage because of our simplicity and programmability to take the lead. Some of the examples there, a lot of grants have been actually done to make sure that we have the infrastructure and the marketplaces that are needed so that the ecosystem that continue to thrive. So grants for NFT, why? So that new models can be created without limits. Our startup funds. So our startup funds, the way we think about that is how can we have local ecosystem hubs who have also the knowledge and understanding of what NEAR is about, who can raise external additional capital, but therefore who can also help the builders and the programmers that are coming on board. MetaWeb is a near-native investment fund. They recently announced that they raised 30 million from Sequoia in addition to the NEAR Foundation. They made many investments, in particularly niche, orderly, above-land, and sender wallets. To give another example, Move Capital is also a near-native investment fund that raised 13 million from Accomplice and DCG in addition to the NEAR Foundation. They made 15 investments to date. Some of those are Tonic, Calimero, Few and Far, and Sweatcoin. Stealth Capital, another investment fund from founders, trying to actually get also builders who are maybe on Solana and Polygon and other chains to actually come and build on NEAR. Open Web Collective is an accelerator and investor that helps support the backers that are building on NEAR. Now, regional hubs is another way for us to also think how can we very smartly decentralize actually what's happening and how can we also have a local footprint. To these days, speaking English is a privilege, and it is therefore very important to have local communities who will understand not only the local language, but also the local subtleties, who will be able to actually handhold that person that actually might be thinking they have a great idea, but they don't have access to actually what's going on out there. And so this is something we're actually extremely proud of, to have been able to see not only local communities thrive across the world, but also from our perspective to be able to actually make sure that those local communities have what they need. Our Ukraine hub, our Kenya hub, our Balkans hub are the hubs of today, and we're looking forward to actually announcing some more hubs. I think there's a panel, if I'm not mixing up things, that is either today or tomorrow, but I will get some very big announcements of what are the new hubs that are actually coming up on NEAR. And not only that, but when we think of region, I think diversity and inclusion are absolutely fundamental for the world that we're building. If we do not have diversity and inclusion from the start, then we will actually fail at having mass adoption. So it's extremely important not only to have people who speak local languages and who can be there with all of us, but also to think of bringing your allies and bringing women. And with that, we're super proud to announce our first ever Women in Web3 Changemaker list. There's been over 170 people who've been actually put forward for creating that list. We had thousands of votes on that. And later today, you'll actually hear about the 10 women who've made the final list. I think things like that are actually extremely important to continue helping grow the ecosystem and the community in a diverse, inclusive, and open way. So, That was the core of the presentation. The transparency report is actually available. Please check it out. Maybe more if you, sorry, I saw some phone up. Okay, do you want a QR code? Tick tock, tick tock. 1, 2, 3, done. It's on near.org. It's gonna be there. So looking ahead, we are committed to remove every barrier for Web3 creators by creating an ecosystem that is uniquely simple, safe, scalable, and sustainable. We will continue to invest and deploy capital in the key verticals that I've actually been sharing. But more importantly, we're going to continue working on decentralizing and deploying capital around in the ecosystem so that the ecosystem can continue to thrive. And with that, today, I'm actually extremely proud to announce that we are launching one of these new eco-funds, which is going to be focused on entertainment. And we are extremely proud to bring with us on that journey Nathan Pillai, who's a veteran from IMG and Endeavor, and who has the connections that are needed for us to actually be able to get into that direction. So the announcement is going to be live anytime soon, but this is aimed at being a $100 million fund for basically helping anything that's related to sports and entertainment. There are many announcements. I was hoping to be able to make more now here on stage, but there are many more that are going to come, so please come and listen to the team. In particular, I'm super excited to hear what the Pagoda team has to say, the Aurora team has to say, Proximity, and the rest of the Near community. So please check out the announcements that are coming on that front. Not only that, but as an ecosystem, and this has always been the vision for the Near Foundation, our role is also to basically shrink as the ecosystem continues to take over and grow. And one of the things that has happened over the last recent days is actually to see what is going on with the Near Digital Collective. And there's basically a group of people that have come together and have put forward a proposal for saying how they could get funds and continue helping decentralize the governance. I'm extremely happy to see that. This is fantastic to see. I know the team is going to talk on Wednesday or so more about the path that they're thinking through for taking forward the Near Digital Collective. So we are at a turning point. This is a sliding door moment. And I don't mean just for Near. I mean this also for the world we live in. Climate change is real. It's either burning hot or it's pouring rain. This is not normal. I think we have in our hands the technology that can help us think through some of those challenges. Inflation is absolutely rampant. If you look at the price you paid for a coffee wherever you were a year ago and the price you pay today, it's absolutely astonishing, the difference. Those things have real-life consequences on the world we live in. And not only that, but actually thinking through what's happening from the civil rights side of things. Women's rights are going actually backwards versus where they were tens of years ago. And democracy is actually in decrease across the world. Now, when I think of stuff like that, it's very easy to get depleted. But when I look at the promises of Web3, I think we have in our hands a technology that can help us change that. We have in our hands the technology that can help us reinvent and help us imagine without limits what we could do. And so I would like to urge you to actually think about that. And when you do think about that, please do that on Near, because you can do that on Near without limits. On Near, you can build without limits, because you can choose the language you want to choose to actually build. On Near, you can scale without limits, because when we add different shards, you're not going to see it. You're not going to feel it. The technology is going to scale with you and as you grow. And on Near, you can actually use without limits, so that users don't have to think actually about what's happening, but also that if you move from Web 2 to Web 3, you can actually do that seamlessly. So on Near, you can create without limits. And so that's my call to action. We are in a place where it's absolutely urgent that we do create and that we change things for the better. And so please join us, create without limits, and do that beyond the hype. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marieke, for the update. So, hey, guess what? It's time to go eat without limits. It's lunchtime. So, hey. So we'll have our next panel here or talk here at 1 o'clock. Please go and enjoy all of the amazing food we've provided. Right.
Greetings, NEARCON. The Layer 1 ready stage will begin in 2 minutes. Please make your way into the Layer 1 ready stage. We will begin in 2 minutes. Greetings, NEARCON. The Layer 1 ready stage is about to begin. NEARCON, please welcome your MC, David Morrison.
Having a good time? Yeah! Perfect. I hope you had a wonderful lunch and you had a bit of a taste of all the different flavors from around the world, from some of our regional hubs, from Kenya to Ukraine to Asia Pacific and beyond. If you haven't yet, there is a fire truck out there serving beers, and I know it's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? So it's never too early to get started. Don't sack me. We have an incredible session up next with Brett Scott and Michael Casey on cash, crypto, and the war for our wallets.
Okay, alrighty. Hi everyone, I'm Michael Casey. I'm the Chief Content Officer at CoinDesk. Happy to be picking up on the post-lunch hour here. People sort of drifting in. Hopefully we get a crowd in here to hear from the wonderful Brett Scott, who I've known for a few years now, but we haven't really managed to do anything like this until now for the first time. Right? And look, Brett is unique in the way that he has approached his field, an expert in really the study of money and the study of finance and the social elements of that and our intersection with technology. And he brings, in my mind, a really important human perspective on what we're all doing here. You know, what is real, what is bullshit, and what is really actually going to help people's lives. So Brett has written a book called Cloud Money. It's cash, cards, crypto, and the war for our wallets. Well worth a read. He cuts through a lot of the crap and identifies real problems and how to address them. So I thought, Brett, we'd just start off by you giving us a bit of a precis for what that's all about. What's the book about, and what's your take?
Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe I should give a quick backdrop to how I came to the book. I actually worked in the financial sector during the 2008 financial crisis in the over-the-counter derivatives markets. So kind of like the high finance world. And then I actually moved out of that and into the world of sort of financial reform and working on campaigns around finance and how you actually reform the financial sector. And I noticed at that time when I was coming out of finance around 2013 or so, or around sort of 2012, this kind of time, a lot of people in the technology world were starting to perceive themselves as offering a kind of alternative form of finance, and it was building up this sort of self-image of being countercultural. And I started getting invited into all these kind of circles because they were saying, hey, you into alternative finance, we're into alternative finance. But what I started to realize over time with the fintech sector, that actually what was going on often was they were building technologies that were enabling essentially big tech and big finance to fuse together. Right, so there was a sort of self-identity in the fintech industry, which is all like, oh, we're democratizing finance, we're doing all this kind of stuff. But when you kind of moved away from that sort of self-image, you'd see like on net what they were really doing was enabling these mega-scale, planetary-scale infrastructures, right? And so part of what Cloud Money is doing is it's sort of like cutting through the stories that are told by the fintech industry to say, like, what's really going on here? What's really going on in global corporate capitalism? And when we zoom out, what we see is increasingly big tech is fusing with big finance via fintech infrastructures. And in the process, the cash system is being crushed. All right? Now, we're told, and by this I mean the physical units of money. Now, we have a story in the public domain that says the reason why that's happening is that ordinary people desire that situation. The ordinary consumer is the one who has agency in the situation and who's pushing this into being. Whereas what I'm trying to do is sort of rebalance that whole story to say, actually, when you really look at what's going on in the global economy, the ordinary consumer has very little power. What's really happening here is these big oligopoly players drive these changes. Now, in this context, the crypto world kind of formed, almost, I guess, imagining a kind of alternative form of large-scale automation, but in a kind of more decentralized fashion. So many people in the early crypto days, especially in the early Bitcoin community, for example, were actually perceiving the dangers of the situation when you have big tech and big finance fusing and saying, okay, we need to build this alternative. But in reality, what we're starting to see actually is a large fusion now between the kind of tech finance conglomeration and increasingly the world of the crypto world.
Right, and so in the end, it's a great book. You kind of come down to the conclusion that the most subversive form of money, the most subversive technology, if you like, for how to grapple with all of these centralizing threats is actually cash, right?
Cash system, yeah.
Good old cash. The dollars and coins that really, I'm here. I did not actually get myself any euros to come here. I'm sure you would see that as some sort of heretic exercise. I'm literally using that card as I get around here. But I suppose, where I would counter this and say to you is, look, whether it's good or bad, this digitization force, and to your point, whether it's actually being driven by the corporate machine or people are with agency making that choice themselves, it's kind of happening regardless, right? We're digitizing. Shouldn't we be building for that? And just by saying, hey, cash is the answer, don't you risk sort of labeling yourself a bit of a Luddite?
Well, bear in mind, I'm not arguing that cash is the answer. What I'm arguing for is to maintain counterpower within our systems. De facto, cash is by far the most important payment for most people in the world, still. And it should remain like that, actually, because you have to, in any system, you want to maintain diversity. One of the metaphors I'd often use to describe this is to use transport systems. So in any good transport system, you might have bicycle lanes, you might have Uber, you might have train systems and so on. So actually the cash system, you might want to think about it as being the public bicycle system of payments. All right? Now what the digital payments industry does is try to present cash as the horse-drawn cart of payments. Now that actually also betrays a lack of understanding of monetary systems, but that aside, that's a very partial way of describing the cash system. Actually, it's far more like the bicycle of payments. And if you're thinking about if you want to designing resilient monetary systems, you really want these multiple options present. All right? But what we're seeing is essentially a kind of enclosure or a takeover of the monetary system by very large private players. So I'm not arguing against digital payments. All right? I'm arguing for the balancing of power in the monetary system, which is a different thing. Which
is actually a decentralizing principle, actually, right? Yeah. The idea that you just, you build as many resiliencies within the system.
Exactly. And actually, if you're interested in decentralization, cash, although it is issued by central issuers, is one of the most decentralized forms of money in the sense that it actually goes from hand to hand, peer to peer, and it percolates away from the view of central institutions. Actually, in the original cryptocurrency movements, this was part of what's the reason why people talk about digital cash is precisely for this purpose. Actually, if you go back to the original cypherpunk movements and you look at what they were concerned about, they were saying in a hypothetical future cashless society, you have huge problems of corporate and state surveillance. All right? So we need to be thinking about the situation. And so there's actually a lot of intuition that the cash system, despite being a kind of like state system, actually enables all sorts of commerce to occur without central institutions being able to pry into it. All right? And this is why it actually remains, for many people, a preferred form of payment. It's not just, in the digital payments industry, the sort of typical narrative when they see people using cash is to say, the reason you use cash is that you haven't yet realized that actually you want to upgrade to digital money, or you haven't yet had the opportunity to. But actually, many people around the world authentically prefer the cash system because it enables them to not be absorbed into the banking sector, often institutions that they don't actually trust.
But is there such a thing as the digital divide, this idea that there is a sector of society that are excluded from these technologies? And I ask that question in the context of how digital money, if we are going to incorporate it into many of the exciting sort of projects that developers are working on here, with NEAR and other blockchains, you're going to need some sort of digital form of that. And if that's only going to be available to people who are in that space, aren't we just building a realm in which, yet again, that sector of society is excluded from all of this value creation?
Well, this is a big question, but I have a kind of like a meta critique of the global economy, which will probably take too long to kind of describe. But really, we've got to understand that actually in large-scale corporate capitalist systems, we are kind of captured. All right? You're kind of like captured by huge institutions. Now, if you find yourself not being accepted by those institutions, you will start to perceive yourself as relatively excluded, all right? So actually with a financial inclusion community, often what it's saying is, we're going to onboard you into Visa, MasterCard, and the banking sector, because if you're not onboarded onto these institutions that have captured most of society, you're going to perceive yourself as relatively excluded. And so this is how you can present this sort of corporate onboarding process as a kind of a charitable act, which is what the financial inclusion community is often actually doing. All right? Now, I'm realistic about the world. I understand we're in this situation, and there's a huge amount of trade-offs to the situation, but we've got to be real about it, right? We have this sort of euphemistic narrative, which is that, everybody wants to be absorbed into these gigantic institutions. And it's like, in reality, it's like, if you're not absorbed, you get screwed, right? And that's the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say my question is itself a function of me being captured by that, right?
Yeah, the inevitability narrative
I've got the puppeteer behind me. But I'm open to that. I'm certainly of the belief that subconsciously we absorb a lot of narratives that are actually brought upon us from on high. So I'm not
and what's interesting about the crypto world is actually the crypto world in part has internalized that same narrative to say actually it's inevitable that we'll have to rely on vast scale automated digital systems, which is actually a kind of corporate narrative, right? But it's trying to, in a way, and that's what makes it interesting, to sort of hybridize that and say, okay, well, let's try to sort of flatten the power dynamics so we'll have a large-scale, decentralized form of automation rather than a centralized form of automation. But this is what makes the cash system subversive, because actually, to use cash, you're going against the large-scale digital automation impulse. all right, which actually many human beings like doing, all right, but corporations hate.
So there is a story that I think is real, but it's nonetheless, I mean, and it's an important trend, although, you know, in the grand scheme of things, in the developing world, and certainly the poorest parts of the developing world, cash is still king, that there's rising adoption in parts of Africa, in parts of Latin America, in Asia of crypto. It was with Bitcoin, but now we increasingly hear it around stable coins. Mm-hmm. So I wonder where you place that into the context, right? Because that does seem to be something that is happening automatically. And it's probably happening in the context of continued pressure on domestic currencies. And, you know, right at this very moment, we are experiencing, I would argue, the beginnings of yet another global currency crisis. The strength of the dollar, you know, has its mirror image in multiple developing countries facing, you know, inflationary challenges and serious exchange rate risks that raises all sorts of concerns of confidence in those systems, confidence in their governments, confidence amongst foreign creditors, all of this leading to political crises in places like Sri Lanka and Lebanon. In those places, surely people are going to look for alternatives, and stable coins are now sitting there as an option for them. Like, what do you make of that phenomenon? And is this, you know, is this relevant? Is it good, bad? Where is it going with it?
I mean, my family's from Zimbabwe. I've experienced hyperinflations. I know what this is about. I know, and actually, I do get somewhat annoyed with the abuse of the Zimbabwean example from many people who've never actually experienced the situation. But what you got to understand really is that in these currency crises are political situations, political crises, right? Now, what happens in those situations is that people might, over the course, they seek out alternatives. But often those alternatives aren't necessarily long-term solutions, all right? Or they bring a whole bunch of trade-offs with them. So, you know, I'm realistic. I know that people will find ways and means to sort of deal with the situation. In Zimbabwe, people dollarized, essentially, started using the US dollar. But in doing that, you lose sovereignty. You're now essentially subject to the US Federal Reserve without having any political say in the US, all right? So you have no like power, but you're now reliant upon the decisions of the Federal Reserve, you know, chairmen. So, and I understand that's what you're going to do. And so, for example, it's hypothetically possible that my family in Zimbabwe will start using US dollar stable coins. Okay, fine, right? I'm sure this could happen. But think about what the long-term implications of that are. If you're interested in building resilient political institutions in a place like Zimbabwe, you want to actually have some degree of local autonomy, right? You don't necessarily want to now be dependent upon, you know, USDC, which is run by, you know, a particular team sitting in a country very, very far away from you. Right? Now, I understand that sort of like in your short-term world, that you might perceive that as a useful kind of like temporary measure, but in terms of your actual context and your actual country, I mean, you're not getting any stronger as a country as a result of that. Actually, you're having your sovereignty undermined. So actually, if you're interested in sort of long-term solutions in a particular country, often you want to rebuild your own institutions rather than saying, we're going to jump onto like a life raft thrown to us from New York, right? And I think that's what you've got to be sort of thinking about, the real politic of these kind of like systems.
Right, and perhaps, you know, those in positions of power, the IMF and others who, you know, are there to try to build these systems, to be aware of that. But at the same time, I mean, I think you're alluding to it at least, you know, it's almost like the best of a bunch of really bad options.
Sure,
right? I mean,
yeah,
you've got,
you're looking for the least worst.
If the Zimbabwean dollar is worth $1 trillion to the dollar, and you know, from where it was gone, then ultimately you've got to do something, and dollarization happens in that context. But I suppose, like, if we move towards this world of de facto or real dollarization, and the de facto stuff, again, if there's stablecoin adoption happening on a larger scale, then we're getting there, right? This idea of hyper-dollarization. And by the way, I find that a very interesting form of reimagining the global system, because it may not have the same surveillance power that the Fed and Wall Street has if now dollarization happens in this form. But to your point, you're still giving up sovereignty, which I think is an important thing for us to remember. In that context, right, let's just think about that as being something that may be inevitable or is going to be forced upon us by a bunch of different outside factors. Is there another exit? And you and I talked a little bit about this earlier. I want to just dig into it. Like, you have this, you could say it's a critique. I think it's more just an observation of the fact that Bitcoin really isn't a currency because people counter-trade it. The reference value for Bitcoin is always in people's minds the dollar and not one Bitcoin equals one Bitcoin. Like, it's not the currency of our minds. It's just the tool by which we get back to dollars. So instead, Bitcoin is used as a counter-trade commodity. But that raises other interesting ideas because counter-trade is actually valuable. We could think of...
Sure, yeah.
So is there an exit? And I suppose talking to this room, people who are building on things like NEAR, can we look at that world and say, okay, the answer to solve these people's problems is not necessarily hyper stablecoin dollarization, but solutions that maybe reference that give alternative means that restore sovereignty through the,
sure, yeah.
through the trading.
I mean, one of the great things in the crypto world is that it is spurring lots of creativity. It would be nice if the sort of naive forms of that creativity were cleared away, but nevertheless, that creativity is important, all right? But, I mean, I think there are, I mean, in the case of sort of Bitcoin, I'm kind of disliked by the Bitcoin community a lot of the time because I describe it as a counter-trade object. It's essentially a monetary parasite, all right? And when I say that, I don't mean that in a kind of, in an ecosystem of parasites are actually very effective. They're actually, there's nothing wrong with being called a parasite. I mean, historically in ecosystems, these are very effective organisms.
Embrace your inner parasite.
Yeah, and actually, so what how the Bitcoin system works is it actually relies upon getting priced in the actual monetary system in order to derive its exchangeability, right? Which is the process I write a lot about. All right? So essentially, it actually parasites. Its host system is the US dollar, and it parasites upon that. And then actually, that does in turn open up a whole bunch of newer possibilities. The reason why the Bitcoin community doesn't like that is it sort of contradicts the self-image that they imagine of themselves as a kind of like apex predator that's about to take down the US dollar, which is like, it's like, well, you can have that imagination, but this is like, has no remote bearing on how it actually works, right? And now, so I think it's true right now, you can use things like Bitcoin as a marginal form of highly volatile a counter-trade object for forms of like swapping for other things, right? And that can be sort of temporarily useful, albeit if you are a person with low amounts of savings in a sort of poor socioeconomic situation and you are suddenly subject now to like 40% swings in volatility, that's very, very bad for your already frazzled nervous system if you're in that situation. But I think there are a lot of more interesting kind of like crypto systems coming out. And in particular, what I'm interested in is looking at stuff like peer-to-peer IOU systems, right? So if we look at the actual monetary system, it expands and it contracts. It has a kind of dynamic structure to it. It doesn't have the strange static structure that a lot of the sort of original cryptocurrencies have, all right? And so I think there's a lot of interesting stuff you can do with building these more peer-to-peer credit systems that expand and contract actually within communities. So that's the kind of thing that I think going forward could be very, very interesting. And of course, you can use things like the NEAR protocol as your sort of substrate upon which to build those types of systems.
So quickly here, because we're running a little low on time, I mean, firstly, just an observation. Just remember that a parasite basically paralyzed the entire world for the last 2.5 years. So, you know, parasites can be pretty powerful.
They can be very, very powerful. I mean, and they can be useful.
Yes, they could be useful. Just quickly, so if Bitcoin is not a currency because it's counter-traded, what do you make of ETH? Because clearly within the Ethereum ecosystem, it really, in the minds of many people, it is the function. Gas prices are denominated in ETH. Nobody really questions whether it's in dollar terms. And NFTs get sold for ETH denominated prices. I mean, is this becoming a currency?
It has a lot more redeemability in the sense that, like, it's a bit like an arcade. You know, when you walk into an arcade and you see all the different like pinball machines and stuff, and you have to have a native token in order to like operate those machines. And then those tokens will actually interface to the broader world, but they will then have a certain degree of an internal coherence. So actually, the ETH system has quite a lot of that, and I can imagine the NEAR system could have that as well. But bear in mind, if you're doing any kind of currency analysis, you've got to see that all kind of like there isn't actually a single currency. The whole world's currency system is a giant interlocking system of subsystems. So the ETH tokens really are interfacing into the dollar system, really, which will be perceiving them as saying, this is how you get access to the services found within the ETH system. So they do have a kind of internal that you could. I think they have a stronger claim to being called a currency, but we have.
Yeah, well, we could go because I love this stuff, the big picture stuff. Yeah, all we have time for now, unfortunately. Look, I mean, really valuable, I think, to be able to take that perspective, to just really look at the realities of the world we live in, because I think we get very narrow and focused on what we're doing, which is all important, but this bigger picture is valuable, and there are very few people who can do that as well as Brett Scott. So a round of applause for Brett and his time. Thanks very
Michael.
much, Brett. Coming up next, by the way, Sheila Warren, shameless plug, my podcast co-host is coming up, so I just wanted to throw that in there.
Good work.
Wow. How brilliant was that, right? Incredible. So who do you guys think is going to win in this war for our wallets? Is it the new revolution of crypto, or is it the old, boring fiat standard? Well, if you want to share your opinion, you can do it on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. Use the hashtag NEARCON. But it is my absolute pleasure to announce the next doozy of a speaker. Her name is Sheila Warren. She is from the Crypto Council for Innovation on the World Economic Forum, and she's here to speak about new frameworks for crypto regulation. Enjoy.
Thank you. Hi. So how great were Brett and Michael right now? I threw out all my notes, and I have a whole new talk I'm going to give you about frameworks and regulation. First of all, I'm Sheila Warren. Thank you for the kind intro. I am the CEO of the Crypto Council. We are an evidence-based policy organization, and we work around the world trying to ensure that we get good, strong, forward-thinking, inclusive regulation and policy so that everything you're all building can be realized and used, most importantly, by everyone everywhere. So why is regulation so important? I'm going to start off with kind of an exhortation, and I want to talk a little bit about something that Brett and Michael focused on early in their panel, which is power dynamics. So it's probably not obvious how you connect regulation and policy to power, but let me tell you, after 6 years being full-time in this space, focusing on policy, regulation, research, design, inclusive growth, regulation and policy are a critical way. If we are serious about changing to a more user-centric system, both financially and technically, if we're serious about engaging a multitude of stakeholders in varying, different, diverse, decentralized ways, we need a regulatory and policy framework that enables that to happen, but also incentivizes it. And if you're skeptical about that, let me give you an example. You may have heard of the concept of an accredited investor. Now, depending on where you are in the world, that is a term defined in regulation and policy. And it basically means, in our securities frameworks, you are only allowed to take on certain kinds of risks, to make certain kinds of investments if you are what I call pre-wealthy. Unless you have a certain net worth, a certain annual income, you simply cannot engage in certain parts of the financial system. That, to me, seems like a hot mess when it comes to crypto. That would certainly not port into what any of us are building. Imagine if suddenly the only people that could hold your token or use your platform or service you're building had to be wealthy in advance. What might that do to anything you're trying to build? How might that shape and incentivize your own hiring, your structures, where you roll out, and everything that you do? So regulation can have as direct an impact as literally who is allowed and how to engage with what you're building. Okay, so who are the people who regulates crypto and Web3? Well, it's complicated. I'm a lawyer by training, so I like that phrase. It works really well for me. So it is complicated. Depending on where you are in the world, you might have one regulator, like in Singapore. You might have an alphabet soup of regulators, like in the US. And among those regulators, it's not even clear who has what oversight, who has what jurisdiction, who gets to weigh in on what. It's just not obvious in many parts of the world, especially in the US, right? So you don't even know what agency you're engaging with. Not to mention the fact that you don't even know sometimes how your project is classified. Is it a security? Is it a commodity? Are there tax implications? Is there data protection stuff you got to think about? Like, all of this is really complicated. Okay, so that's my exhortation to all of you to say, if you aren't thinking about regulation and policy as part of your build, as part of your framework, if you aren't getting advice from people who are really smart on these things, the time is right now. You should be focusing on this right now. And I'll talk a little bit at the end about what that actually means. All right. So what we're finding, there's some positive stuff here as well. I don't mean to be dire. It's really positive. So I've had, over the course, since I took this role in February, and since then, and even in the last 6 years, I've had discussions with regulators and policymakers, elected officials, really all over the world. And the good news is they are extremely open to education. And that education goes both ways. Just as I'm talking to all of you about why policy is important, we're helping them be educated about why Web3, why crypto, why this is so critical, and why this evolution, this revolution really is inevitable, but also why it is so very, very important. And important that they figure out how to retain talent, how to retain growth within their jurisdiction, and not just turn a blind eye or kind of ostrich this, right? Pretend it's not happening. And we found tremendous growth in the ways people are thinking about this, their understanding of how complicated it is, and the openness to meeting with people just like you, actual builders in the space, to get insight into what, why, how, who is this helping, how does it work, what's coming down the line. And the goal, of course, is to ensure that any policy that gets enacted, and this is becoming their goal as well as it's always been ours, is to make sure that that's forward thinking, that we're not narrowing the innovation aperture, right? Because again, as noted with the accredited investor example, it's just one example, the policy that we build, the world we build, is going to lead to complication. They're also understanding a bit more what I call kind of the half-pipe vision of regulation and policy. And what that is, there's different ways. A half-pipe, for those who may not know, is a skateboarding or snowboarding term, right? So you go down a half-pipe, and if you're like me, you go down praying the entire time you won't die, and you make it out the other end. It's not very pretty. If you're like you go down doing flips and twists and something really exciting. But the idea is that having a structure like a half-pipe gives builders tremendous flexibility. What you do within that is up to you. But you know that it's a way of separating wheat from the chaff, separating legitimate projects from those that might have malevolent actors or malicious intention behind them. And you can't do that very effectively, no matter how good your Twitter skills or communication are, if you don't have something like a structure that enables you to make those, if not apples to apples, we say in the States, at least fruit to fruit, comparisons, right? So all of those things, I think, are becoming there's more and more awareness happening on the part of policymakers, elected officials, legislators, regulators, everybody, about why this matters so very, very much. Now, what are areas that we're seeing the most hot activity? This is a long list, so pardon me while I look. Classification of assets. Is it a security? Is it a commodity? Is it a third thing? Is it a unicorn? What is it? And therefore, who gets to regulate it? What does it mean? What are the consequences? Okay, so that's a very hot discussion in many parts of the world. Taxation, obviously, the OECD with their crypto asset reporting framework. We've got bills in the UK, we've got them in the US. Like, how do you tax this stuff? That's something that's near and dear to a lot of people's hearts. AML-CFT, obviously, I'm not going to invoke the Kraken by naming the recent actions that happened, but there's a lot of activity, whether from Sahdev, from OFAC, from all these different agencies, to say, how do we make sure that this can be done in a safe way? And safety is, of course, deemed by governments and their establishments and how they think about rogue states and other malevolent actors. And then, of course, there's a lot of activity around CBDCs and stablecoins, which is relevant to a lot of our spaces. CBDCs, we're seeing 90% of central banks are experimenting in some fashion with CBDCs or looking at it, but the only G20 countries really looking at this remain the US, UK, and Mexico. So it's interesting how we're seeing a distinction in new experiments that are not really becoming widespread. Similarly with stablecoins, the landmark legislation called MiCA that passed in the EU, that's becoming a big talking point and big discussion over the course of the fall, that had limits in it. So the euro limits on daily transactions are significant. They affect what you can and can't do. And we are expecting to see some of that, as it gets sticky, bleed over into crypto regulation as well. So the point is, in every space you can think about, there is attention being paid. This is happening all around the world. It's not just the US and Europe, which tend to get a lot of the airtime and the press, but there are positive changes afoot as well, as long as we all stay involved in education, as long as we all take the time to make sure that these well-meaning folks in most cases who are trying to build a better world along with us, or trying to protect consumers and users from the scams they hear about in the popular media, they are properly educated about how to calibrate the risk of these systems, but also about the opportunity and the sheer benefit of everything, again, that all of you are building. So how do you get involved? Okay. Well, the good news is there are a number of public consultations. So the government literally says, we want to hear from you. And guess what? They hear from us. They hear from people like us. They don't always hear from people like you. We maintain on our Twitter feed, Crypto Council, we maintain a list of all the open public consultations. And that means submit your feedback. Like, this framework doesn't work for my company or my project because of these reasons. The consequences of this regulation if passed will be X and Y. We always advise, take a tone where you're trying to educate someone who's asked a question, not yelling at someone who has issued a command. Because public consultations are that. They want to hear from you. They want to be educated. They want to learn. Right? Don't forget, some of this is mandated by legislative process, that you have to have a consultation. But in many cases, the questions they ask are questions they're really curious about. So the more engagement you have, the better off this is going to turn out for all of us. And then lastly, what can you do in your own projects? Well, the first thing is not to panic. So I think the tendency in crypto, because everything gets amplified in our social and everywhere else, is to say, oh my God, a thing happened. That means, what does it mean for me? And overreact a bit. And so what I'll say is most regulatory movements are not necessarily about you. They're about a specific thing that probably doesn't have much to do with you. So do a proper risk analysis and hire a really good lawyer to tell you, is this real, is it not, does it apply to me, or does it not apply to me? It's always important to recognize that you have to start building in these frameworks now. The time is now. You don't want to wait for something to come down the pipe because adjusting your build is really complicated. Okay, I'll leave you with this last statement before I bring up some guests for our panel, which is the time is now to act, the time is now to engage. Far from all hope is lost. We're seeing really positive developments, and our hope is that over the course of the next 6 to 9 months, we're going to see more and more education and movement that leads us to a better place. Thank you. Thank you. All right, great pleasure to introduce our guest, Navroop Sahdev, a digital economist, founder and CEO, and Eelco Fiole, who is at AHTC Collective. So thank you for joining me here today. We're switching to another really sexy topic, which is governance. So we went from regulation to governance. We're hitting all the sexiest topics here. So this panel is titled Unpacking the G in ESG. And you've heard, you're here a bit about the climate components of this, financial inclusion of ESG, but not a lot of time is spent on governance, the G of governance, which gets its own capital letter in the abbreviation, but we don't dive into what it means. So why don't we start, we'll start with you, Navroop, just telling me, why is governance so important? And then also, what is the opportunity in Web3 for new forms of governance?
Yeah, that's a great question, Sheila. Hi, everyone. Navroop Sahdev, founder, CEO of the Digital Economist. And I think it's such a great segue to what you earlier talked about regarding regulation, because governance is a lot broader, right? And then regulation is a subset of it, which is where the government comes in, and the rules, and the law of the land, or what have you. But if you think about it, our resources are much broader. There's a lot more to take care of. And that's where governance has a huge part to play, whether it's self-governance, corporate governance, governance of common pool resources, something I'm really excited about. How do we take care of our shared commons? And so if you look at it that way, regulation aside, rather than waiting for the regulators to come in and dictate how to govern a certain resource, we as a community have to think about, and it's so important in Web3 of all the places. Right? And so this is nothing new, actually. Elinor Ostrom won the Nobel Prize in Economics, 2007-8, around that year, on governing the commons. That's the name of her book. And so, I think we need to revive that collective caretaking of our joint and common resources. And governance is an absolutely critical element. It does not exist without the governance factor.
And Eelco at Alpha Governance Partners, you have the name, in your company.
Right.
Yeah. So how do you think about governance, the opportunity in Web3?
Yeah, governance, thanks for that. Governance is very important for builders, and in my mind, for a simple reason, which is adoption. And let me expand a bit on that. Governance is the prime mechanism to get all the stakeholders represented in whatever it is that you do. So you've got this interaction with your stakeholders, i.e. people who have an interest at stake. And those stakeholders, as I said, they need representation. If they feel represented, that will also help drive your adoption. So make your governance decisions early on when you build. Make certain that you represent, and this will help drive adoption.
So let's talk a bit about, governance is often understood through a regulation and policy frame, right? So you have to have a certain board of directors, you have to have a certain structure, or whatnot. How do we think about the intersection of traditional governance models and decentralized systems, right? Those don't seem to necessarily go together. So I don't know who wants to start, but how do we even make sense of that?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I think what we're talking about governance is a very specific, what you described, corporate governance that has been codified over time to counter misconduct and internal trading and all those sorts of things, particularly for companies that go public, right? So it's a certain context, it's a certain need. However, to my previous point, governing, taking care of our resources is a much broader thing, right? I mean, even in your family, right? You govern your resources, right? If you look at cultures around the world that have a tacit form of governance, for example, taking care of the local lake, or to modern forms of digital governance, Wikipedia as the commons, right? We have all these structures that are, so much beyond than the traditional one. And so when it comes to decentralized community governance, if I were to kind of use all the right keywords, the need is even more because otherwise they would fall, back to what, I really liked what Michael and Brett were talking about, into the same, corporate onboarding methods, and you're part of this centralized structure. So I share that view because I think the idea of building technology is to build a better world for everyone and not just, the bottom line for a handful of entities.
Yeah. So currently in blockchain, we are in what I call a pre-regulation phase. And everything that is, let me rephrase that. When you transfer something of value, money, risks, information, identity, what have you, there is this notion of investor protection or consumer protection, market integrity, and so on. And regulation, especially in the investment space, regulates for this risk. Now, in blockchain and crypto, we don't have that yet, right? We are in a sort of pre-regulation phase. But make no mistake, the regulators are working hard, and it's coming. So, in my mind, in order to be ready for that, and also to, as I say, drive adoption, you want to already implement a number of concepts from regulation, such as KYC or AML, what have you, in your design choices. The moment that you forget these in your design and policy choices in blockchain, you will incur this fiduciary responsibility, which will be addressed later on. So the moment that you design this, you're better in shape for when regulations are going to kick in.
So that's really interesting, right? Because you're both talking about how do you set the goal and don't let the governance determine the goal, let the goal determine the governance, right? And so in your case, talking about the commons, that's going to be a particular model or lend itself to certain kinds of models where what you're trying to do is preserve the commons and think about how you're taking advantage, you're just kind of addressing some of the tragedy, the commons problems that occur. And I think distinctly but related, you're talking, Eelco, just about how do you engage different stakeholders in your system and ensure that there is power and voice that is retained, and that might lead to any number of models. But how do you think about who needs to be included? Like, how do you determine what is that set? Is it a finite set? Is it an infinite set? How do you think about that? Maybe Eelco, we'll start with you this time.
Yeah. So if you are designing a layer 1 protocol or anything else which has this massive utility, then the governance of the commons, like governance of water, governance of air, and so on, like the United Nations almost, if you will, that is a good approach to govern that, where you'll have polycentric, more elements, more pockets of governance, and you get the people in who are locally active in that particular part of an ecosystem. If you govern for something else, for example, for tokenization, then all of a sudden your stakeholders become more investor-like. And so you would want to borrow from investment governance or corporate governance. Now, if you ask me, how do you define your stakeholders? You will have to ask yourself first, what are the conditions? Who has an interest at stake? So if I do something, who is going to be affected? Who has the interest at stake? These are the people that will that are your stakeholders. And so you want to involve these. You want to give them a voice. You want to give them agency so that you have a proper governance design. That would be sort of the start of it in my mind.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to talk about what we, with our ongoing work on governance, have highlighted as a key differentiator when it comes to more typical commons and blockchain, right? So we really see blockchain as a common pool resource, a shared resource of the community. But the issue is, unlike a physical common, you cannot exclude. So it's the property of non-exclusivity, right? And that's key. And it's really hard to be mapping all the stakeholders. When you do these projects in practice, it's really difficult to know, like, who's going to be affected, right? And that's also the reason why I think the ESG space has been largely ineffective over the past 20 years. Corporations are just discovering ESG again 20 years later, because the governance piece was missing. Well, how do you measure impact and all those things? Because those boundaries are not clearly defined. Now, there is the 8 design principles of Elinor Ostrom on how to govern the commons, and one of them, the first of them, is to define the boundaries of the commons clearly, right? Second, it has to be identified as a common, right? If you're operating in a legal structure, which again, I think, Sheila, you can speak a lot more to in a regulatory framework, then that resource has to be identified as a common. That means there is community governance, and that should be acknowledged as is. So there, and she goes on to explain kind of how to build those. So I would really encourage everyone to look into that if that's of interest. And one more thing to your previous comment, Eelco, that I wanted to mention is that what we're seeing when it comes to blockchain versus AI, for example, AI has been developed a lot more rapidly and seen a lot more adoption. It's pretty much everywhere at this point, whether or not you know it, is because the governance issue of artificial intelligence and machine learning, to be more specific, was pretty high on the radar, but that wasn't the case with blockchain. So the industry actually suffered because of the lack of governance and the uncertainty to businesses as a result of that, and where it could have been compared to where it is now, right? So I'll just kind of make that comment to say governance is not a nice to have, it is a necessary component if you are building seriously something for the long term, to preserve the long-term value and perpetuate the long-term value of the resource.
Yeah, and that being said, it sounds like what you're both also saying is you have to accommodate the evolution of your governance framework, right? Because your community may shift and grow. And in fact, that's a sign of success. As your community becomes larger and larger, it incorporates different kinds of stakeholders or different models that themselves could be decentralized. And so thinking about laying out a framework that builds into itself flexibility and the room to evolve would seem important. But how do you do that? What are some practical tips for thinking about the longevity of anything you stand up at the time of the initial build?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see myself as a consultant, so I'm not just going to say, oh, here's a framework. But the short answer, at least for me, is systems thinking. You have to think of blockchain even as system of systems, right? And that mindset, the way you look at the world, the economy as a complex adaptive network, a blockchain system, is that you start to uncover design choices, to your point earlier, that are much better than, oh, let's impose a way of designing a system that's sort of reminiscent of like traditionally the way tech is done or corporate governance or even governments are set up. And we are here because that's not working, right? We're facing a broken world crisis, right? All sorts of socioeconomic, political, technological, health challenges. So the question is, are we going to design for better, more adaptable, anti-fragile systems, or are we going to keep replicating the same mistakes? And that's really the choice ahead of us.
Yeah, if I can pick up on that, it's true. We are now in a very different world. If you look at corporate governance, it was designed to govern a static, integrated institution. And in the investment space, we already have been outsourcing things, i.e. what we now call an ecosystem. And so the governance of an ecosystem is actually already more complex. And now we have governance requirements of stakeholders which change over time, and their interests change over time as well. And so we need a much more dynamic approach to this. When you have a governance structure in place for your venture, think about looking at it again in 12 months from now and say, so what are the stakes today? What has changed today, and how do we need representation designed in our ecosystem? And you will see that you get to kind of a negotiated outcome that is valid for a certain period of time, which stresses some interest and de-stresses some other interest. And 12 months later or 6 months later, things change again. So you want to have a governance body, maybe a council or whatever it is, in your ecosystem that is incentivized to look at these interests and redesign that as you go. And there are examples out there in blockchain that already do that.
What are some?
Say again?
Some examples that you think are
so one example that I really like, but I should disclose that I was involved in it early on, is the enzyme protocol. I think there's people around here from Avant-Garde as well. So you want to check that out. They used to be known as Melonport. I'm involved with a Japanese company called DEV Protocol, where we're doing that for the creator economy as well. So there are ventures and initiatives doing that.
Do you have examples, Navroop, for yourself?
Sure. I think one of our current ongoing partnerships is with the Algorand Foundation. So I don't know if it's a competitor alert I should give here, but I think they're perhaps the most advanced in involving the community on a fairly regular basis. It is fairly straightforward at this point, which is you vote, on certain issues, on governing the foundation long term. But we are working on sort of having layers of incentives, more involved governors versus slightly less governors. And I think one important thing I want to mention is that incentives don't just need to be financial. And that's something we are looking to move away from, where, just token value or return in, X multiple of the tokens, because there are members in the community who want to do better, right? I mean, the main thing is, what are you building? If you're an entrepreneur, what are you building that will sustain in the long term versus, I have a cool idea, maybe I can get some money from this foundation. Those are two very different things, right? And so we see this all the time. I mean, we do this every day. And when you start to think of things of long term, you have to think about how to preserve them as well, right? And how to gather energy around it from within as well as outside. And there is an opportunity, again, because of digital technologies, you can get things off the ground very, with I would say, a lot less challenges than it was possible before. You have social media, you have all the Web3 technologies, NEAR Foundation, and also supporting so many different projects. So there is an opportunity to create new forms of wealth, new ways to govern our resources, new ways to structure our communities, and kind of move more towards a collective. The inequality in the world right now is pre-World War I levels. Not a lot of people know this, but it's shocking. We don't know where, for example, $23 trillion of wealth is hidden, which is around $500 billion of taxes that are lost every year. And these are the real issues, the little, kind of, for me, technology is a means to an end. And the end is building a better human-centered, life-centered, ecosystem economy or more, broadly, the socio-political system as well.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on the argument on token that you mentioned. When we talk about governance in our space, in the blockchain space, we oftentimes think about token design, voting rights, quadratic voting, these kind of concepts. What I'd like to add is, how do we deal with non-token holders who are affected, who should have some representation? That's one thing in your design to think about. The other thing is that to the extent that you can use DAOs to come to decisions, treasury decisions or other decisions, you also want to understand where the limits are around DAOs. The interaction with the legal system. The legal system is not that far yet. The other things which are off-chain, organizational issues. How do you adjudicate issues which are of a much larger value? I mean, we can adjudicate maybe issues in a DAO, maybe up to a few million dollars. What happens if there are $1 billion at stake, right? So there are a couple of issues there that we need to, we need to be humble and say, what can we achieve and what is it that we still need to develop in this realm? And so governance, to talk about governance and blockchain is not limited to token design, tokenomics, and DAO design. There are some other aspects to think about.
And I love that you just said that, because just as technology is not a soup to nuts solution to a problem in almost all cases, unless you're dealing with tech to tech, similarly, a DAO is not a soup to nuts solution to governance, because you have to think about the off-chain real-world consequences and influences and context at all times. And I do think one thing we are very good at in Web3 and crypto is forgetting about the context that exists beyond, right? Beyond, and I say this a lot in regulation and policy, right? I mean, you're focused on this thing, but let me tell you, these folks who are enacting these policies have a big wide world they're focusing on, and a lot of things they don't see the connections among it between. So I guess the question there is, how do you incentivize people to act in a way that is pro-community, right, as opposed to selfish? Because I think in the token context, we've kind of thought about, okay, this is your sort of very direct line and why you care, and there's pecuniary advantage, all that kind of thing. But how do you motivate that kind of community altruism that is so critical to success in a decentralized governance context? And I'm afraid we'll have to end there, but maybe we'll start, Navroop, with you, and then Eelco for the last word.
I mean, I would say that's really the bleeding edge of the work on governance. I don't have a complete answer to it right now, but I know that the insights will emerge over the next few months and years. But we do know a few things, right? As I mentioned, first of all, moving beyond just the financial. The reason why people are involved in governance is because it is a way to exert power and influence, and humans are naturally motivated to do that. And so if you have responsible people, and as an obvious kind of answer to that, in the right places, rather than self-serving, just the bottom line sort of situation, I think that we start to get to better places, and they build better systems, put in place better people. And honestly, we need to have at least 50% women is, for me, the fastest answer to it. We did a bunch of work at MIT, and we found the way to have the highest group intelligence, which is different from individual intelligence, is to have at least 50% women in the room, because they're naturally a lot more empathetic and just cognizant of other folks. I think it's really a fast hack to have better systems.
Eelco, over to you.
Yeah, so very brief. How do you incentivize them? Pay them. Okay, so you get people in that get paid in tokens or anywhere else, who are able to build their reputation, who are elected by the community. So you get people who want to play this role. Boards of directors in firms, they're paid. Parliamentarians, they're paid. Okay, so everybody who represents us, they're being paid. So find an incentive scheme that works for them.
Well, thank you so much for these insights. Eelco, Fiole, Alpha Governance Partners, Dr. Sahdev, the Digital Economist. I'm Sheila Warren. Thank you all for your time, and to NEAR for having us today. Please join me in thanking this panel.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
There was something about the Web3 space that is about challenging the status quo and creating a better world.
What excites me the most are the economic possibilities that exist for marginalized communities to level up, to gain generational wealth.
This technology allows them to be able to do that, and to do that in a way that generates opportunity for wealth for them.
There is awareness to how technology and the Web3 can actually solve real world problems.
Change-making is about collective action and collective impact, and the collective elevating of all of us together.
I think long-term we're seeing a transformation to a digital economy that's going to be much more inclusive and less path-dependent on the actions of giant corporations.
By showcasing that anyone anywhere can participate, I really think we can make a change.
There are a lot more ideas, use cases of the blockchain than we've hardly scratched the surface, right? And we are getting there.
I don't look at it as making a pivot. I look at it as just the natural next step if one wants to be at the forefront, at the bleeding edge of technology.
Now, what we don't know is what exactly that roadmap is going to look like, but I think that's one of the reasons that it's, you know, such an exciting and interesting space to be a part of.
Too often we see that there is a glass ceiling for women that wants to effectively reach the top.
I wanted to find more people that look like me. I wanted to support their art.
We need to be able to see ourselves in order for us as people to be able to participate.
There's a barrier to entry, and that barrier is knowledge.
I remember I would go on Google to try to research blockchain terms, and it just gets more difficult.
I could see that the technology was revolutionary, but failed to understand why it was relevant for my own life.
My goal is to see more ladies embrace, and accept this technology, to see more ladies believe that they can offer value.
Being here in this space lets people know that, one, Black women are participating in blockchain, as well as it gives a signal to others who are waiting in line to jump in.
And if we don't start helping women get into this, we're going to get left behind.
When I found out that I was a finalist as a Changemaker, man, it made me feel honored.
I was completely in shock. It's really amazing to see that all the hard work is being recognized.
It's that this kind of change making happens by us opening the doors for other people.
It's amazing, right? We don't do these things for that kind of recognition ever. We do it because we believe in it.
But it's just kind of a reminder of the change that needs to be made in the world. So I feel the responsibility to live up to that.
Brilliant, incredible, incredible, wow. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our previous speakers as well for that incredibly informative panel. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. So this year is a very special year because it marks the inaugural year for the Women in Web3 Changemakers list, launched by the NEAR Foundation in partnership with Forkast. So this list celebrates 10 talented women to acknowledge the industry's female founders, engineers, developers, scientists, investors, and leaders in the industry who are laying the foundation for growth and innovation over the next generation. The 3 criteria for winning an award are inclusion, influence, and innovation. Winners were selected by community voting, so all of you on the basis of ideas that enable sustainable and socially impactful change, the originality of it, and how these projects are influencing your communities and peers. So please put your hands together and welcome your moderator, Angie Lau, and the Women in Web3.
Hello, beautiful people of NEARCON. It is exceptional to see you here. And all of the people in the main stage, I am going to project. I am going to shout from the mountaintops because the women that were nominated from around the world, 170, reflect the best of you. Men, women from Asia, across Africa, across Europe and the United States. And this is truly an international community that we are celebrating today. So let's give it up for some of our winners, for Marieke Flament as well, for putting this all together. We got to thank Richard as well. This is a panel where we're going to discuss what is going to inspire all of you to also support the women, the daughters, the sisters, the spouses in your lives to participate. And I see some of you here today who are actively doing this. I see you. And so, Richard, I want to start with you. You are very familiar with this space. You're a VC. You are an investor. How do you look at this space differently to include the women of Web3, to include more diversity in conversations and leadership?
Thank you, and thank you for including me. And hi, everybody. Great event we have here for NEARCON. So by way of a tiny micro background, to give a context for people, I help run a venture firm that has been entirely focused on Web3 for 5 years, and we've been kind of quite a lot focused on Web3 for almost 10 years now. And I'm also fortunate enough to serve on the NEAR Foundation Council, working a lot with Marieke. And so, yeah, we've been focused on the area for a while. I guess for me, the first thing to say just quickly is it starts with what is the central ethos of Web3. It's all about, the primacy of the individual, a celebration of what individuals can accomplish given the right incentives, opportunity, transparency, and so forth, whomever they are, wherever they are. And that once you coordinate that effectively, of course, together, we can achieve extraordinary things. We can get 6 of us, 60 of us, 6,000 of us can do incredible things, finance, healthcare, whatever it might be. So I think it's inherent in that benefit, that capability of Web3, that each individual should be valued and included. I think there already are a tremendous number of women who have done that. Everyone from Beryl Lee at Yield
right
Games, and
Bianca
indeed here.
Amongst our Changemaker winners.
Half of the Uniswap team is female. Yep. And then Jin Lang on the optimism side, Layer 2. There are many different great examples. Having said all of that, I think it's maybe 4 or 5% of Web3 entrepreneurs are female. And I certainly see firsthand the challenge in terms of the numbers that you just see in the funnel of whether it be candidates to join projects or deals or whatever.
Marieke, I mean, when you really committed NEAR to this project, and we're thrilled at Forkast to co-partner on this for you, it was really a mutual conversation of how do we advocate by being cheerleaders. And I think that's something, for those of you who joined us at our power breakfast this morning, where we're literally, drinking coffee, networking, and eating breakfast, getting ready for today, this was one of the comments that you made, Marieke, which I thought was so important, is how do we also be cheerleaders and support?
Yeah, and I think that's actually where it's really important, and everybody has a role to play, right? It's not about just, women helping women. It's really about having this network of cheerleaders around you. And when I look, for example, my personal example, I wouldn't be where I am if I didn't have the supporting network that I have and the people who are around you and saying, I believe in you and you can do this and this, you can move forward. So I think that's really important. And so that's where everybody has a role to play. I would just say the NEAR community, even before I joined, was prone to that. Last year when I was at NEARCON, I could see that. And so I think it's something we should cherish and we should actually champion and we should continue pushing forward.
I think one of the, and I think this is a really critical conversation that includes all of you. We are really building the foundation, the architecture, the infrastructure of the future. So the developers in this room, if there is only one flavor of you, if there is only one perspective, does that truly reflect the international needs of a broader global community? It actually serves our purpose collectively as builders, as developers, as protocols, to actually contribute to this ecosystem and to bridge Bianca, to bridge Amy, to diverse voices. Bianca, how do you do that? You're an investor, you're in this space, you look at identity in a very specific way, but how do you also incorporate that broader thinking as we build for everyone?
I think being in identity has always been, I work in digital identity, and that kind of gets to people. And when you look at how broken the system is and the current infrastructure and how many people we haven't been able to identify or provide any access to, it shows you the biases that were built within the way we constructed any technology infrastructure system in the planet, whether you want to have a debate of that being Web 2, 3, or the next generation. There's much of the conversation in the design. I look at things like principles and ethics, and I think that by default brings an interesting crowd of people that are curious about sustainability, that understand that things in Web 3 require transformation to get adoption.
Absolutely. Because it's that adoption that includes the rest of the world.
Yep.
And Amy, you're working on a really critical project in that how do we as women in many parts, in developed countries, in, you know, to use that term, that is already a saturated market. I feel like we are already educating ourselves and claiming our platform as women. That is something, but we got to pull up all the women who still struggle in the rural villages, in the outlier communities, the socioeconomic groups where women are still fundamentally a non-participant in the global economic system. How are you changing that story?
Thank you for that. So about 9 months ago, I went to my first conference, and at this conference in New York City, there was merely 5 women in the entire club. And I remember speaking to the head of BD of Cosmos, and she told me, like, we gotta be looking out for each other.
Yeah.
And I remember being in that moment, like, this is something wrong in this room. Why don't I see more people like me? Why don't I see more women like me? And it was through funding and grants and opportunities that even our male allies gave to us that we were able to sponsor over 150 women to crypto hackathons around the world, which includes Eich Rio in Brazil and Eich Mexico 2 weeks ago. I think that the way we can truly bring opportunities to underserved communities is by hosting hackathons and hosting community events, even in Africa with Kenya, which Near is doing an incredible job with, bringing educators to the space and creating hackathons so that they can participate. But then not just bringing people from the outside, but recruiting and training local leaders, because we're going to leave, and we need to teach them how to grow their space so that they can learn how to fish for themselves.
That's right. Audience, take a look around, okay? Just do a whirl a twirl with your head. Just look around. Check out the audience. There are a lot of women in this room. Woo. There are a lot of male allies who support those women in this room. Ow! But guess what, guys? The fight ain't over. It starts right now. 38% of this attendee population of NEARCON 2022 is
women.
38%.
And that is, yeah, it is absolutely phenomenal. I think it's something we should be, again, proud of. It's by being open, inclusive, that we can actually attract more. So 38% of women are attending NEARCON.
So women out there.
And can I add something?
Yes.
And 176 countries, because diversity and inclusion is not just women, right? It's also like we all come with our different stories and different languages. So 176 countries, 38% women. I think we should be proud of that.
That is a critical point because it's a global community, but we can't ignore our sisters in Africa, across Asia, across Europe and the US. And that is not necessarily New York, San Francisco. It's in the Midwest, it's in Jacksonville, it is in across Europe, in Lisbon, it's across Africa, it's in Malaysia, it's in not just Hong Kong and Singapore that everybody talks about, in China, it's in Vietnam, it's in Cambodia, it's in Laos. So in terms of best practices, right, if there is someone in this crowd, or you might already know who they are, and they're just a little apprehensive, I don't know, am I smart enough? I don't know anything about this space. What can I do to contribute? I don't know. It's really hard. I'm not a developer. That's for boys. You've got 2 daughters, 7 and 9, Richard. Give them a pep talk right now, pep talk.
Well, actually, the first thing is that I'm not sure they need much of a pep talk. They tend to be pretty direct with me as to what their opinion is, and indeed generate insights all the time. But if we are just for a second to focus, I guess, the bit that we're predominantly focused on as investors, that is this, these decisions at the very early stage, at the point at which you have very, very little data about how things are going to play out. Where if you were to point to one thing actually that you're trying to judge, it's often the people in the team that you're investing in. But also just thinking generally about the decision-making process is extremely delicate. And why do I say all of that? I have seen now numerous times where we have, the nature of the discourse you have around those investment decisions in very subtle ways can steer it one direction or another. But also the substance of the judgment of the people, of the opportunity, in very subtle ways can steer it one direction or another. And so you need the different opinions around the table, the different natures of people, the way in which they communicate. And it should not be the case either that you expect, for example, women to behave the way men can tend to in a business context, nor should you expect the men to be able to behave the way the women do.
You're totally
you need
right.
to cope with all of it.
It's a different style, right? I'm more than familiar with the power of words and story and narrative. When we go to fundraise, I forget that we are a female founding team. I talk about the strength of Forkast. I talk about, our business strategy, our vision. But I also recognize that I probably ramp back because I don't want to seem really aggressive or in your face. It's not me. It's not necessarily always my personality. And so to be conscious of that as an investor, you might have an introvert founder and very soft-spoken but powerful, man, so powerful. Are you, in that moment, going to recognize that I've got to listen differently to this person because this person is from a different part of the world, different culture, different way of being raised? Bianca, this is something that you face as an investor as you fundraise for your own fund, but also when you talk to founders.
I think that's something we all face. I think often we're not present as people. In the moment is very rare that a human being is actually present. A bit of what we constructed ourselves, I guess. So I think it's always changing. I'm very fortunate to spend time across the world, and I think that's what's so exciting about being an investor, is understanding, we talk here about decentralization, we talk about empowerment, we talk about property and ownership. These constructs are cultural, societal. They are a perception of how people even see themselves, of what they can and cannot imagine. And those imaginations often have limits. So I think as an investor, you have the job to see the limits, to see, you know, the pitfalls, but to always just, in some countries, help them imagine what's possible. When I look at the capital deployment in countries in Latin America, the Caribbean, or Africa that I work in actively, it's not even that we're not listening, is that they just sometimes don't even think it's possible, perhaps because we haven't listened. So as an investor, I hope to talk a lot less.
Marieke, we've run out of time. I'm going to leave you with some inspo words for this audience. What is it that we want to leave for the next year as we ramp up to 2023 Women in Web3 Changemakers list, to be inspired by the women that we've honored here today, some of them on stage with us and at our breakfast this morning?
So this year, 170 women were nominated. We had over 1,700 people actually participating and voting. And those women are building in Web3, and it's very important to have their voices and their story heard. And next year, I hope the list will be 10 times bigger, and I hope NEARCON will be 50-50.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Amy and Bianca. Congratulations to our 10+1 winners. And really, congratulations to all of you. I've noticed that this is a full room. This is a full room for a very important conversation. Take it in as you meet each other, as you open your minds. This is that community. And congratulations to all of you for being here. Can't wait to meet all of you. Thank you.
Give another round of applause for the wonderful women in Web3 Changemakers. Wow, incredible. Thank you so much. And thank you all for coming here today to watch that incredible panel. I do have a little bit of news. We're going to take a quick break. So if you want a beer, you're going to have to beat me to the beer truck. We're going to be back at 2:45 when we've got the wonderful Illia Polosukhin. See you then.
NEARCON. The Layer 1 Ready stage is about to begin. Please welcome your MC, David Morrison.
All right. You having a good time? Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So the past 12 months in the world of Web3 has been nothing less than a roller coaster. But we have achieved some incredible things here on NEAR, thanks to you, because without you, we're nothing. So thank you. You all deserve a round of applause for yourselves. Brilliant. So it's the moment many of you have been waiting for. We have, joining us on stage right now, the co-founder of NEAR Protocol, Illia Polosukhin, to discuss the next year on NEAR.
Hello, everyone, again, and to those who just came. I'm really excited to be here. It's been a kind of, shaky start, but I think things are getting sunny again, so it's amazing. I want to talk about, you've heard all Marieke, who talked about kind of the past year, the achievements we've had, and so I want to go forward, right? What is the next year ahead of us? What are things we should do? What should we build? What do we expect, right? And obviously there is, I cannot predict everything. And there's a lot of innovation that happens from it. But I want to give you kind of some ideas, some directions, some things that everybody can look forward to. So what NEAR really is the easiest blockchain. What we're trying to kind of get to is remove all barriers to Web3, right? There should be no reason for new people, be that developer or user, to come in and get all the things that we believe Web3 is achieving, right? The self-sovereignty, ability to create new economy. And so kind of from the start, we've been trying to build the ecosystem that achieves that, builds a protocol that achieves that. The way we measure this, right, to have a clear KPI is by kind of how many users we have, how many people are using this. And so we kind of set out this really audacious goal to get to 1 billion users in 5 years. And we're kind of year 1, pretty much, since I told that last NEARCON. And so we went from 1.5 to almost 20 million users on NEAR blockchain. Still, yeah. There's still obviously a lot to do to kind of get them more active, do a lot more things on blockchain, but we're making progress. Like, this is almost 30x growth since last year, and I'm excited to kind of see the next 10x this year as well, kind of in a coming year. And obviously, big shout out to Sweatcoin for doing kind of an amazing job of bringing tons of users to NEAR. So, yeah. So the way we think of NEAR, right, is we want it to be simple, we want to be secure, we want to be scalable and sustainable, right? And so these are kind of core pillars that we're trying to build around. Not just for protocol, for ecosystem, for applications, for things we invest in, for things we kind of promote. And so kind of to start with, right, you want an ecosystem that does not have limits, right? The ecosystem that attracts people, that kind of invites everyone to join, that provides a place for everyone. And I've been showing this kind of for past, 6 months, where we had lots of kind of, infrastructure, we had lots of go-to-market, we had lots of different verticals, but the reality is this is actually way bigger, and this is obviously not even everything that, it doesn't fit on the screen anymore, right? The kind of, at the core, we have the protocol and we have kind of NEAR digital collective forming, right? The governance, the kind of this, the lots of people from community and from different hubs and projects are coming together to truly form kind of inclusive governance of the ecosystem. We have a number of regional hubs that are kind of expanding, like there's 7 new hubs that are kind of either already launching or going to be launching within kind of next 12 months. And obviously there's a lot of funding available through the ecosystem. And again, shout out for $300 million of funding so far. And so I'm sure we can beat that I'm sure we can 10x that next year as well. And so there's tons of backend infrastructure, right? Like at the end, we kind of started there. We started with protocol. We started with developer tooling. So you have everything you need to build kind of applications that can be like smooth, that can deliver really good experience. You can build with whatever language you want, right? You have Solidity, you have Rust, you have JavaScript. People been playing around with like other environments as well. Like you have the tools that you do. There's sidechains with Octopus, there's private shards with Collier, right? Like you can actually now launch kind of different environments with different kind of configuration of what you need for your application. We have lots of kind of application infrastructure, right? Things like wallet select, on-ramps, and there's more things coming, meta transactions natively allowing to pay for users' transactions. You have remote accounts, I'll talk about shielded transactions. So like lots of infrastructure coming to make it even easier to build. And obviously applications, right? I mean, I'm not going to go over it. We just hit 800 on Awesome Near. I'm sure this, we're going to like 10x that in next year. But it's really exciting to see kind of the accelerating growth of applications. So the core here, right, is we want to remove those limits, right? We want to give developers what they need to build, to remove like the need, like in many ways, right? If you try to build in Web3 before, you kind of always start with infrastructure. You don't build the app, and that's what we're trying to remove. Like you don't need to think about infrastructure. It's there, it's available, and it's easy to use, right? And so we started with kind of lots of things already, right? That you have a flexible account model. You're able to onboard users. You're able to have progressive security, right? Starting maybe less secure, but easy to onboard, and then over time they can switch to another key management. They can switch to a hardware wallet. They can switch to kind of a custodian. You have a number of kind of like wide range of developer tooling, right? Data lakes and CLIs. You have ability to kind of customize and take out part of the node and run that. You have languages, onboarding, and you can, if you don't know, you can actually package your front end directly into a smart contract, which removes a lot of security issues, which actually allows you to have a fully decentralized apps. Check out Web4 near.page if you don't know that. And now there's still kind of lots of new things are coming in the coming year, right? I think one of the core things that we've been trying to do is abstracting blockchain, right? Like as a user, you are less interested in blockchain at the moment. You are more interested in the app. And so how do we get you to truly use the app without needing to think, what is the thing underneath? And so there's a number of things that, for example, been pioneered in the Near. One shout out is Aurora Plus, which actually removes transaction fees, allows to kind of sign up with email, tries to kind of reduce this onboarding. And so we want to bring that to the whole Near ecosystem, right? So we have meta transactions, in-transaction on-ramp, right? If you just signed up and it says, okay, now you don't even use the app, you need to buy some tokens, right? It's really weird. Why don't you start using the app, and when you're actually doing something in the application, it offers you to, pay with a credit card, pay with something else, right? And so that kind of flow will allow to onboard users who kind of naturally interact with payment system when it comes up, when they're actually buying something or interacting with some financial tooling, not when they just signing up. I've started talking about remote accounts. The idea is that as a user, you actually you want to use the app, right? You don't actually care as much on which blockchain it is at that moment. And so how do we go away from this, like, oh, I need to like I have MetaMask, but I need to create a Near account, I need to bridge it, and then I need to log in, right? That's a lot of steps. So remote accounts allow you to log in with your wallet, with MetaMask, with Bitcoin wallet, and just use the app. And all the proxying happens underneath. Like it creates a remote account on Near, and it sends meta transactions your interactions. UX template library, forking existing applications, and creating more advanced security. This is all things we want to build, right, for developers, making sure it's easier. So imagine you just go explore existing projects like Paris, and you can literally just say fork the project, right? Because their smart contract and their front end are actually open source, and you can just go and create the clone of it and start, customizing. Like you drop into IDE, you have the front end, the smart contract, you have all the tooling to build, to deploy, to kind of fetch data, to even manage the project and over time set up different tooling for it. We launched JavaScript, which is definitely not the safest language. And so how do we go beyond and deliver security? Well, why don't we wrap the smart contract in a secure sandbox that actually allows to pause, to capital control and limit the smart contract in a way that even if you have a issue in the smart contract, there is a limit on how much money can be withdrawn and can be paused by external monitoring. And obviously, you need to continue managing the apps and bring it to community. And so AstroDAO and tooling around that is becoming richer to actually allow you to do this really easily. One of the really cool things is now that we have JavaScript, you can go away from a very, it was a flexible model in Astro, but you can actually configure it with JavaScript policy. You can configure what logic you want of your DAO directly inside a existing DAO and just deploy that. So that's coming as well. Now, this is all cool. This is for builders, right? But everybody asks me, what do we build, right? This is, you gave us a bunch of tools, awesome, but not everybody knows what they want to build with this. So I just want to give you the spirit of what's coming. The spirit of what's coming is this infinite combinations of primitives. Right now, on Near, you have the DeFi primitives, you have the social primitives, you have creator primitives, right? NFTs, DAOs, some of them, social aid that Eugene will present, you have Web4, you have all those pieces, right? A lot of infrastructure, a lot of things. And so now you can start composing them. You can specifically compose things that relate to people, right? You have a way to now have a social network of people who curate content, who curate applications, who curate the experiences, and you can follow them and you can discover new things, right? This is the biggest problem in Web 2, actually. Yes, ownership, centralized middlemen changing the rules, but the even bigger issue is that you don't have a way to control your own distribution. You don't have a way to control and interact with your fan base directly. It's always through the platform. It's always through the whatever the platform allows you to do. And because of this, there's no way to create new discovery methods. Nobody can go and create a new Instagram app that allows people to follow, for example, a specific subcategories of creators, because it's a closed platform. But you can do this in Web3 ecosystem. And obviously, this opens up new value creation, right? Because you have a way to truly monetize and create new business value and align incentives around the ecosystem. So, obviously, things like this, everything, I'll just give some examples, but I'll walk you through a specific flow that the user can take to showcase what you can do. So imagine a journey of a user who just got a message from their friend with a link, right? And say hey, join this community. And they click on it, it creates an account, and they receive a fishing rod NFT. And they actually right away get integrated into a fishing community that because they have this fishing rod and this is a a community that's gated by these NFTs, right? So this is showcasing, the Near's ability to have kind of link drops. This showcases ability to onboard users who don't know what Web3 is. It's showcasing ability to have kind of composability between NFTs and kind of social. You then, in this community, right, follow like-minded people, right? And through that, in other places, for example, you go to explore the other apps that exist in the ecosystem, you actually see the friends and kind of people you follow, what they do in other apps, right? So for example, you can actually see that, some of the friends you follow from fishing community using this app that is, listen to earn. And so you can actually drop in there, log in, and right away see the kind of what music they are curating and what music they're listening to. The idea here is, again, this is composability through a common platform, right? You are able to kind of build up on top of the same following and social graph across all of the apps in the ecosystem. But on top of this, right, because you have this curation, now you have a good attribution of if I discovered a new artist and I'm starting to listen and maybe I go and interact with their DAOs, there's a clear attribution through the curator, through the kind of this graph, kind of how you discover this. And that allows you, again, to build new incentive models for curators, new models for discovery. Like, because now for example, maybe I'm to music, maybe I'm not, but I'm still going to be curating content and kind of find new things and will be incentivized to do that. And so as a fan, as a newly born fan of this band, you find it out, you see it's not very popular yet, you actually want to participate, right? You want to invest in the fandom of this band, becoming kind of a more involved and becoming a curator of this music as well. And so this allows you to, again, you plug into the DAO ecosystem, you have all the DeFi components to interact with it. And so now that you, like as a user, you discover DAOs, you go around to see what other DAOs are there. And you can, take a look, there's bounties, there's tasks that you can do for different DAOs. And so I'll specifically talk about Save Ocean because actually I was this weekend with some of the sailors from SailGP, and one of them told me about a Netflix show, Netflix documentary called Seaspiracy that actually talks about the kind of how fishing is detrimental for environment, and I did not know that, and it actually made a big impression on me. So if you haven't looked at it, just look it up, Seaspiracy. But the idea here, right, as you join this DAO, right, like you see that you relate to their mission, you're able now to participate. It's not just, you always buy in, it's not just you always need to like, buy the token or buy the NFT. You can actually do things, you can do tasks, you can have a participation in this. And so let's imagine there's an app like Sustainability to Earn, right? Because at the end, the kind of the small nudges that the kind of crypto allows us to do is actually can change behavior, right? And again, Sweatcoin is probably one of the great examples of kind of making people more active. And so through this mechanism, you can actually help people to, eat and buy at a more sustainable, like sourced places. And so again, you find out about it through a social channel, which is what DAOs are. You install it, you start earning, maybe you are donating it back, maybe you're actually using things like NearPay to directly set up a credit card and pay from your Near account, maybe you're paying with Near in a local store. And so you have this kind of a full flow where you discovered something, you got engaged, you're truly using it, right, where underneath there kind of a whole supply chain tracking, right, understanding which restaurants have joined this network, ability to understand how kind of when you pay, this is attributes. But this all happens underneath for the user. You just, go to a restaurant, pay, and, you see the restaurants in the list that are sustainably operating, right? So this is kind of experience that actually changes behavior, that actually can make a change that is really only possible kind of using this technology, that's really only possible by leveraging this infrastructure. Beyond this, right, let's say our user is into finance, and so he sees that SaveOcean DAO is not actually well managing their treasury and creates a new DAO to offer this DAO a way to manage their treasury. And so they use a private shard to develop new trading strategies, right, that are not visible to everyone, to kind of offer ways how the treasury can be deployed across different entities. For example, one of them can be investing in the SailGP, a team that has a DAO ownership as well, which aligns very well with the marketing of the SaveOcean DAO and creates kind of a way, like a reinforcement cycle of this. So again, this is an example of like you can go from participant to an active kind of contributor that has their own kind of subspace where maybe some other members will join as well and will propose different strategies. They will kind of use, for example, a no-code platform to create the strategies and deploy them to Calimero through a private shard, again, to not reveal the exact strategy to the training. And obviously, beyond that, you can become curator. You can become creator yourself, right? You advance your reputation, and at the end, you come to NEARCON next year, and you present this true story at that point, how this happened. So I encourage people who are into this kind of to actually do this. So why is this kind of like mini stories only on Near, right? I think the core piece here is that there is a robust and flexible technology, right? You have this, it's there, it's working. There is a focus on best user and developer experience, right? Like how do we give you the tools that are truly kind of remove the limits and not limit you on what you can do. And it's an ecosystem, right? It's a hubs, it's a funds, it's various guilds and teams that are actually helping you to build this. So this is how we are becoming the easiest blockchain to build, to create, to explore. So my challenge to everyone here, right, explore the amazing apps. Like some of the stuff I mentioned is either already here or like in testnet or is possible right now, right? And there's a ton of things here at NEARCON. Imagine new apps, right? Like this is the exercise I did. I was like, well, okay, if I'm a user and I'm trying to go through kind of the ecosystem, what would be the things, right? You can think of like, hey, if you have the NFT, you can access some special local events. Like this is an app right there you can actually build. So imagine the experiences. If you're not a developer, no problem. You can talk about it. You can tweet about it. Other people, you can go to hackers and suggest it because there's always people looking for what to build and ideas to actually experiment with. And obviously network and connect with people because at the end, this is about the community, about the partnerships. It's about kind of working across the ecosystem. So I invite everyone to kind of continue building this amazing community. And yeah, thank you for listening. Thank you. And now I want to invite Brendan Eich, the creator of JavaScript, the co-founder of Brave, on stage for a fireside chat. Okay, thanks for coming.
My pleasure. I love Lisbon.
Yeah. It's so exciting that it's probably the first time I'm using notes in any of my fireside chats because I wanted to make sure we have the most amazing conversation here. So last time we kind of talked was actually at Consensus, and so it was interesting because I was at stage first talking about JavaScript and you were sitting in the audience, and then you came out and I was sitting in the audience, and so we did not actually have a conversation on stage, but it was pretty exciting. So I do want to talk about kind of, obviously, as a creator of JavaScript, you've seen its, positive and negative sides over the years. And you kind of seen its amazing growth in the ecosystem. So how do you see kind of this opportunity in Web3 for JavaScript developers, for JavaScript itself, compared to Rust, compared to kind of other things?
So I made up this catchphrase, always bet on JavaScript, in 2011, I think, because Google's Dash memo for the Dart language leaked, and everyone was worried that JavaScript was going to get replaced. And I thought, very hard to replace. It's dug in pretty deep. And at that time, I was working on things that would become WebAssembly. I was working on Rust as well. So everything Near is doing is like my children. And then seeing the JavaScript SDK, the on-chain JavaScript, is like a dream. I didn't imagine it would go this far. At Netscape, I joked to my cubicle mate, it would either die fast and be replaced by Microsoft Visual Basic script, or it would live for 25 years and become huge. So I was half right. But I'm excited about it because I think you're right. There's so many developers out there who can then engage with Web3 without having to learn a new language or use a low-level language. They can use a higher-level language. They can use other libraries to get leverage and JavaScript modules.
So I mentioned some ideas, but what would be your ideas that people can go and try to build? Put you on the spot here.
So I'm interested in DAOs. I'm interested in social as well, because let me tell you a story about social. I think the curated social story you told is very compelling, but it's hard to bootstrap always on Near if you have people on Twitter and Facebook. So one idea that I've been thinking about is to take the data that you have for your social graph on those platforms, project it through the browser, and then into Near, which will be easy because of the JavaScript SDK. If you try to do this on the server side by scraping Facebook or logging in through a proxy, Facebook will shut you down, right? Google and Twitter fight redressing and bots, so they all fight people trying to impersonate a user or log in with a user's credentials. And they can actually use laws against you, like the United States Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. But if you do it through the browser, it's your data. You're using those social networks. You have your friends there. That's your value. So that is yours to then remap into the always-on Near world. So I think that could give a fast start if you have enough intelligence and integration with the browser. That's why I think blockchain plus browser is more powerful than either.
Yeah, so here's for all the hackers, Chrome extension that pulls data from social networks and integrates it into crypto. Awesome. So I guess on this side, like, how do you see this? You know, obviously you've been through the evolution of Web 1 to Web 2, and you were kind of one of the authors of that. And so with this evolution of Web 2 to Web 3, right, with ownership, with kind of new monetization methods, with kind of direct engagement, what do you think is, you know, what surprised you when this was coming out, but also what do you expect, you know, how it will shift away in next, 5-10 years?
Yeah, it's a little over my horizon. When Web
next 2 years?
Web 2 happened in part because I think Firefox happened and I4, 5, not really 6, but there was enough programmability in the browser that people started doing things with AJAX or XML HTTP requests. And so you had these primitives that people could start building new kinds of social apps and folksonomy systems. But they were all Web 2 server-based. They just pulled users in on a more equal footing. And of course, social began, YouTube began, all that stuff. I think we're at a very early stage now because you're still going to sites that say, try to detect your wallet, and they list the wallets they support, and it's like this growing list of wallets that try to reverse engineer MetaMask, including all the bugs and non-standard extensions. This reminds me of the old days reverse engineering Internet Explorer, which we had to do a little bit for Firefox to grow. But I think the right model is not to have a bunch of wallet icons, but to just have standards that emerge for Web 3 that allow the browser and the user's security key, let's hope, to be the identifier instead of having to log in with a username and password. And we're in such an early phase there, we're still sorting out how to get rid of those wallet icons. But I think once we get past that, especially with blockchains that have more expressive programming languages, there'll be another like Cambrian explosion of new life, right, on Web 3. And I think it'll happen within the next few years. I'm trying to make it happen.
Yeah, so I think the evolution here is for sure that right now wallet is almost, people feel like this is where like everything surrounds around. But the reality is there's two functions. There's a kind of, I want to use my app function, and I want to manage my kind of assets function.
Yes.
And I think it's important to have these two cases handled differently and explicitly versus trying to commingle them in a wallet app.
Yes, it's too reductive. It's also probably going to have some security attack surface.
Exactly, yeah. And so actually I have a talk tomorrow about this, so I invite everyone with
no spoilers.
With Pagoda and with Cameron from Banyan, so please join. So obviously, like, I mean, Web3 has still ways to go, but I think its spirit is in open source, right? Its spirit is in kind of there. So how do you think kind of that evolution, as well as like open source evolution as well, kind of how Web3 affects open source, and do you see that actually changing?
Well, it's great to have people putting things on GitHub, but there's an open box property which allows you to do the equivalent of view source on HTML. So you can actually decompile a smart contract on all the top blockchains. You can see the code, and that's important. If you didn't have that property, the web wouldn't have grown as it did. People were doing copy pasta. They were making mistakes. This is actually the plan. Mark Andreessen said we want JavaScript to be right there in the page so people can copy it without knowing what they're doing. So, I'm a dog chasing a car. I don't know what I would do if I caught it. But to be serious, I think this kind of broad demotic approach to programming is essential to the web. Web 1, 2, or 3. And again, that's why I'm excited about what you've done with JavaScript.
Yeah, I think this is, so I mentioned, right, the ability to package your front end directly with a smart contract. So everything is actually in one place, and you can, like, if you want, you can fork it really easily and kind of continue expanding on it. And I think it's definitely kind of a missing piece right now to just really quickly bootstrap, start from something like, oh, I like this app, but I don't like how it works. Let me kind of bootstrap a new version of this, or maybe use the same smart contract but different front end, or combine and compose with it in a different way, right? And so like you have all those options when it's open source really easily in front of you, and if it's when it's closed, even if it's on blockchain, it's still not as easy. So I think like we're going that way, and we also kind of weaving in a lot more of this like kind of the protocol versus public good becomes very interesting spirit. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to evolve the open source itself as well.
The open source world has evolved too. I remember in the 90s it was the BDFL model, it was Linus or Rasmus and PHP or Guido and Python, but that's still used, but there's been, I think, improvements along the way to community management, core team, operation, sort of guardrails and folkways for doing collaboration, because software is hard. Most of the hard problems in large-scale software end up being human problems and management problems, and design problems that have to precede code, because it's much easier to fix design than it is to fix code or change code. So I feel like open source is still on this journey that's become industrialized, but also has a breadth to it. It lets people come in who can just show what they can do and then become part of the core team. And if they get a job through it, that's great. If they don't, they keep doing it, that's awesome too.
For sure, yeah. So maybe switching gears, Brave's mission is to protect users' privacy. And so I guess how would you explain this to both people in Web3, but also people who are new to this?
So I think there are variations on this. The aphorism is originally supposed like Cardinal Richelieu, give me 6 sentences from the most honest man and I'll find a way to hang him. Or Deirdre Connolly, who runs a great podcast with Thomas Tack and others, said, I want privacy because I don't know if what I just said is going to be subpoenaed. Privacy matters, but you don't always know in time. And some of that curated social, you'll want it. You might want a private shard. You might also want just shielded smart contract operations, shielded transactions. So I think it's an important part of the toolbox, and there's an aspect of it that has to be default. And that is what I think Deirdre's Twitter tweet said, and that's what I agree with. Because Brave, trying to move the default of the web to more privacy, there's various steps you can go. One is all the way to the Tor browser. And the Tor network's faster, and it hasn't, I think, properly been attacked because it's not used enough, but it's also slow still, and it breaks sites too much. Brave, with our shields that are always on, we've tried to find a happy path that gives you privacy and certain properties that we can enumerate, we talk about on our site in great detail if you're interested. And these should be web standards. But unfortunately, the web was not about privacy. It was about putting the cat and dog picture in the site, and then it was about logging in with a cookie so you didn't have to log in every time you stepped through a navigation. And the combination of those and images made a huge surveillance system, ad tech. So we're still in the middle of, I think, transposing that into a more private web. I would like to see that option or default even for certain regions of the always-on near or the future blockchains.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is why shielded transactions are important, and I think figuring out where it should be default is even more important. Yes. Because at some point, for example, if we're talking about assets, maybe you don't want everybody to know how much assets you have, right? And so people right now kind of relying on pseudonymity, which is not really that good, works that good for privacy. And maybe we should have the tokens itself to be the shielded pool, which then, you only when you move it to something public, like a AMM or some other application, then it kind of gets unshielded specifically for that transaction.
Yes. But there's also a de minimis amount that might not be material, and maybe even governments could agree on what this is.
Exactly, yeah. So I guess in this sense, obviously there's a big topic around Tornado Cash on this, and so kind of what is your take on state of things, and how do we focus on kind of preserving privacy when we also kind of need to almost fight this kind of misconceptions almost?
Yeah, it's really tough right now, especially with the U.S. situation. People don't know what's going to happen. I mentioned Deirdre works for Zcash now. I'm friends with Zuko. I think when I had a chat with Zuko after a tornado, we both agreed that in some ways it's a wake-up call that's good because it'll cause people who are trying to influence regulators to express themselves. So there are some really smart lawyers. Forget some of their Twitter handles. I know Jake Chervinsky, of course. And there is a chance to influence regulators depending on the political season and what's going on in crypto. It doesn't help that there were certain CeFi operations that blew up and things like that. It's a risk to all of us. But I have hopes that we'll get better regulations. Back a few years ago, we were talking about just things like safe harbors for innovation or carve-outs from the usual FinCEN and OFAC sort of regulators in the US, to use those acronyms. And it didn't happen. And one of the guys who was saying, oh no, we have to have facts and circumstances, now works for Andreessen Horowitz, and he's all in favor of innovation. So there's always a changing of the guard or a revolving door. But I hope that we'll see continued evolution, including with regulators, so we get to a better state of play. Because if everything is just frozen by fear, that's bad for everybody, I think.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, for me, it's always need to go back to the kind of what they're trying to do. And what they're trying to do is prevent malicious behavior, prevent, money laundering, prevent terrorism financing. And so we should be working off that versus kind of oh, let's shut down this thing, right? And so working off that is how do we build privacy solutions that are still, preventing. And Zcash have been pioneering a lot of work on that side, right? There's actually a way to prove that you're not from a OFAC list while you're privately transacting. It's not an impossible problem.
Right. Proven zero knowledge that you're not a bad actor.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and you can chain them as the finance are moving that there's nobody in a chain who was a kind of a bad actor. So all of this is possible, and this is it almost feels like modern regulators should be more into product than because the regulations now will that's a reason for blockchain is we're moving a lot of the things that before would be a paperwork to become code to become products. And so we're enforcing rules with that, and kind of enforcement, like that's the thing, like they enforced a Tornado Cash ban, but people are still using it to be like, it's, and you know, if you have enough kind of tooling around that, like even if it's not, like you can still do it. And so like that's the thing, it's like you cannot stop it, so you need to build the products and make them used to actually enact change. And I think that's the thing that's right now is missing from my perspective. Obviously I'm biased as a product person. So how do you see kind of, I mean, we've talked about, you know, browser being almost like a front, right? You are interacting with the apps, you're interacting with balances, you're trying to preserve privacy. Kind of how do you see this as like a, in the light of partnerships, in the light of like working with the ecosystems, but also like opening up kind of browser to almost this like world of Web3 flexibility?
Yeah, it's the same thing we did at Netscape. And back then, browsers were so new that they had to do more for you. So they had to unify multiple protocols under the hyperlink, which was a brilliant thing to do. And it, for a long time, meant you still had FTP and Gopher and Waze. These protocols died, and HTTP, TLS tended to be the one hammer for all nails. But I think blockchain and particularly Near's approach, and maybe some other new protocols, are forcing browsers to become muscular clients again, which I think should operate on behalf of their users first. Otherwise, the user generally gets betrayed and shorn of their attention like sheep. And if Brave is leading the way there, it will turn into future standards. So we should have better standards for things like wallets and for things like DApp APIs that are not about transacting or assets, like you said. We should have standards that allow us to have multiple chains. We should have more secure bridges, which is a hot topic and a grounds for hope and research, development. But I think browsers have a role to play. There's this competitive corner browsers fall into. It happened with Microsoft and I would say then Google, where they just become this passive, thin runtime, this sort of blind servant of the Web 2 power. And we're against that. We want people to have power through Web 3, through decentralization.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, browsers are ultimate on-edge application, right? And so through that, you know, you can kind of fetch through new protocols the front ends. You can, you know, kind of interact with other applications and protocols directly, which removes a lot of centralization points as well. And so, yeah, I think there's a clear role to become kind of like a gateway, right? And then open up through that gateway, you know, like free transactions, because you can trade your attention, right, already to pay for transaction fees.
Right.
Like in a way, like this is, you know, it's only fair.
There's a cold start problem with
exactly, yeah, a cold start problem, yeah. And this is, I mean, this is why I'm excited about Brave and Sweatcoin and these things, because they actually solve the cold start problem of like almost the attention is one of like probably the most valuable things we have, and so people are already trading it off, but why don't you trade it for something that's actually accrues value back to you?
Yes, and keep control of it.
And keep control of it, yeah. So I guess like if you have any updates on Brave and Aurora partnership that you want to share?
Well, I guess we're having an AMA on September 27th, so follow @Brave on Twitter. We'll have announcements coming up to it. We're working with 0x, which is a project from the Basic Attention Token year 2017, and we had great advice then from Will Warren. We're hoping to get swaps up really soon in our wallet through Aurora. Didn't have an update on that for this show, but that's coming together this month.
Awesome, yeah. So look after that. So I guess if you were not doing Brave, what would you be building in Web3 right now?
So I mentioned social, but I think one of the most interesting things that's happened on the big social platforms, are, you know, especially YouTube, has been the creator-fan relationship, finding ways to route around the platform owners. So often the creator has a link tree or a bunch of links to different ways to fund them and reach them on other channels and chat with them. And I really like the idea of sort of somehow bootstrapping Near to do it all in a way that uses the same addressing if you can be public, or lets you discover things and see what other fans are listening to. it doesn't mean you take over the entire internet. I mean, maybe that's an ambition, infinity, right? But not yet. But as an evolutionary step or a co-evolutionary step, I think it's very powerful, and I think there's more to do there. The creators are still hampered, I think, by the big Web 2 platforms, and the fans also.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, that's why I kind of built a story around that, because I think like social is probably most underdeveloped right now in Web3, but this is where the most potential is to kind of reconnect people in a new way and still have all those different aspects of creativity, of finance, of kind of the things that we are right now doing in blockchain coming together. And I really like your idea of, just integrate into existing kind of social that already exists, just as an overlay, and then use that as a way to bootstrap kind of the social graph, the interactions, right? Like already, a bunch of people on Near have their Near address directly on Twitter, so you can actually link up some of these things directly through the overlay. So yeah, I think there's a lot more social coming. I think there are actually some social projects presenting here as well. So yeah, I think this is going to be exciting. Well, thank you very much for coming and kind of sharing with us.
My pleasure.
Yeah, always been really excited to meet you, and hope you enjoyed this.
All right. Thank you so much to Illia, Polosukhin, and Brendan Eich. Thank you. What an incredible fireside chat. Now, we've been talking a lot today about building a blockchain for the masses, one that's easy to use and allows you to create without limits. But what about the millions of users and thousands of developers that are already in the world of Web3 and are used to that EVM that we love so much? So, I would like to introduce to you Alex Shevchenko, the CEO of Aurora Labs, to talk about Aurora and the new horizons.
Hello, everybody. Bon dia. Welcome to Lisbon. Thanks for joining NEARCON this year. It's a great conference, even bigger than the previous one. And obviously, for Aurora, this is a special conference. Because Aurora is the biggest part of the Near blockchain and the Near ecosystem. Today, we're going to talk about new stuff. Not about the things that you already know, not about the things that are just planned in the future, but the things that are already launched and available to all of you today. I have 9 announcements and only 20 minutes for you today, but please be attentive and please, focus all of your attention on everything that is going to be today. Exciting news, new horizons for Aurora. I would like to start with a very, very short overview from the point that we're starting. And this is about what is Aurora. And Aurora is the EVM that is available on Near. However, it is much more than only this EVM. We also creating additional products that are working inside of the Near ecosystem. We are the maintainers of the Rainbow Bridge and developers of the Rainbow Bridge, top 3 bridge in the world that not have been hacked, which is great. And besides that, 4 months ago, or a little bit less than 4 months ago, we launched Aurora Plus, and this is our solution to ease user onboarding to the Aurora and Near ecosystems. This is an insane solution that gives you personalized gas prices, which means that this is something that is not available in any blockchains. I highly recommend everyone to check out Aurora Plus in case you have not checked out it before. And some of today's announcements are about Aurora Plus specifically. So, going straight to the new horizons, and with the first section, the tech advances in Aurora ecosystem and what you are able to use already right now. I'm going to start with the absolutely tremendous tech that is Aurora cross-contract calls. And everybody knows that Aurora is like an EVM, and you can launch your Solidity code inside of Aurora. And obviously, Aurora smart contracts are capable of interacting with each other directly through the just calls and delegate calls inside of Solidity environments. However, the most important piece for Aurora interoperability with other ecosystems is obviously an ability to schedule the calls directly to the NEAR runtime. And in NEAR, we have multiple ecosystems. Besides NEAR native, we have also Octopus and many others that are yet to come, Calimero and you name it, On Machina and so on. So all of these great ecosystems now are connected directly to Aurora through Aurora cross-contract calls. For all of the techies, I encourage you to go and visit Doomslack stage tomorrow when Marcelo, one of the head developers of the Aurora, is going to present this. This feature is available at Aurora 2.7 release. It is deployed on the testnet. All of the developers can use it right here, right now. And once it is stabilized, it is going to go directly on the mainnet. And just to give you one simple example how you can use this functionality, you can imagine the use case when, for example, your DEX that you build inside of Aurora is using liquidity that is available inside of NEAR native runtime in a single transaction that user sends to Aurora. This is really a marvelous piece of tech because obviously EVM transactions are synchronous while the NEAR transactions are asynchronous. So how to connect these two runtimes? Well, that was a hell of a challenge. However, Aurora engineers figure out how to do it, and now it is available for everybody. So for all of the devs, check it out. Not a lot of hype about this stuff, but I believe this is the most important announcement today. Thanks. Moving on. Not everybody wants to launch their Solidity code inside of Aurora. It will be cool if you can launch Solidity code directly in NEAR and interact with NEAR smart contracts from the NEAR native runtime. And guess what? We've developed a solution to do it. And starting tomorrow, after the talk of Arto, the CTO of Aurora, NEAR will have the Solidity support directly in NEAR native runtime. Go to Doomslack stage and check it out there. But this is, again, something extremely useful for all of the Solidity developers and all of the people from the Ethereum ecosystem coming directly into NEAR. Long-awaited update to the Rainbow Bridge. And I believe this is one of the best things that we can offer to all of the applications that are already running in NEAR ecosystem. NEAR fungible tokens now can be bridged to Ethereum over the Rainbow Bridge. So tokens like REF, USN, Paras, staked NEAR from Metapool, all of these tokens now can tap into the liquidity pools on Ethereum. This is something that can happen right here, right now. You don't need to design your token to be multi-chain and be deployed separately on different chains. You can bridge your token over the Rainbow Bridge, and moreover, you can attach additional messages to it to perform some kind of actions on the Ethereum blockchain. This is a marvelous piece of tech, and it is launched in the beta mode at the moment. So please, for everybody who has their tokens on Near blockchain, please connect with the Aurora team to apply for this program for the whitelisting of your token. As soon as we are going to be sure that this connector and this tech is not going to be broken, we are obviously going to open it to public. And as always with Rainbow Bridge, this connector, right now it is managed by us, but as soon as it's going to go into full production mode, it is going to be trustless, permissionless, and nobody will be able to control this. These are the values that we are fighting for in Aurora in general and in Rainbow Bridge particularly. And the last tech stuff that I want to share with you, and the things that people already from the community seen it, and they actually starting to ask the questions. So here is an announcement to you. Many people in the Ethereum ecosystem are complaining about MEV. Many people are saying that this is a bad thing. Well, we in Aurora believe that you can turn it for good. Because of MEV, we are protecting Rainbow Bridge. Because of this, we are making sure that attacks on the Rainbow Bridge are mitigated in under a minute. All of this just because of this thing that exists, MEV, minor extractable value. And we wanted to advance this tech into future with Aurora. So what we've done at the moment is a proof of concept for so-called BEV, broadcaster extractable value. This is a new tech that is coming together with our partners from Collier. And this technology will be able to get back the value of the MEV transactions, of the back-running transactions, back into the ecosystem. So inside of the Aurora RPC, we created a private pool of the transactions. And anyone, any MEV bot, is able to connect to this private pool and get the feed of these transactions and participate in the auctions for back-running of such transactions. And only the transaction that is going to do the biggest payout back to the ecosystem is going to be included in the Aurora blockchain. With this tech, we are reducing the spam of the network, we are reducing failed transactions, and we are still maintaining the open market for all of the MEV searchers that are out there. When the market is high, MEV opportunities on Aurora are around 5 million per month. This is a great market for anyone who is developing MEV tech to tap in. Proof of concept is done, and pretty soon we are going to open this for everyone to participate in this, to connect to this open API and to get the information about the transactions that are only entering Near and Aurora ecosystems. So extremely great tech, returning values back to the ecosystem and making sure that there is no spam of the network, and all thanks to our partnership with Collier. Looking forward to moving it even further. And now we are transitioning to the things that are the most important for us as a company and as an ecosystem. And this is user experience. Illia and Brandon have been talking about this for some period of time already, and everyone is emphasizing this. In order to get to the billion users, you cannot stay with the ideas of the ordinary blockchain tech. You need to do something different. You need to compete with Facebook and Google in terms of the user experience, because they have these billions of users, and we, Web3, have only, you know, some kind of millions, right? And there is no point in competing with other Web3 ecosystems, because they also have only millions, right? We need to compete with Google. We need to compete with Apple. And the way how they are capturing their users is through excellent user experience. That's why we have built Aurora Plus, and that's why we are moving it forward with the following great additions. And I would like to kickstart with the redesign of the Aurora Plus dashboard. Check out everything. Some of you have already seen, because it is live for 2 days already. It was in the stealth mode, but I've seen people already coming to me and saying that, hey, something changed, right? So it is live. It is even better. It gives you the information about the booster coefficient that is there in the Aurora staking mechanics. So many of you have not been seeing it or have not been noticing it. So this information is added there, and lots of additional things are already in the Aurora Plus interface. So check it out, especially because we have in Aurora Plus Aurora swaps. They are coming directly into Aurora Plus interface. These are the most efficient swaps that you are able to find in the Aurora ecosystem, and it is done through the partnership with 1inch, which is a DEX aggregator recently deployed to Aurora that aggregates all of the DEXs that are available on the Aurora blockchain. Thank you. We are not putting any any targets in terms of the revenues or fees that this swapping solution is going to get. Instead, what we are taking care of is that all of the DeFi ecosystem or all of the AMMs are discoverable through the swaps, and all of the AMMs are going to be used by users who are working with Aurora Plus. This is our contribution into growing DeFi ecosystem inside of Aurora network. And the next thing is fiat on ramp. So now for everyone who want to get more Aurora tokens and who want to participate in Aurora staking and decentralized governance that we have in the Aurora protocol, you are able to do it directly from your Aurora Plus interface. Previously, the only way how you were able to get Aurora tokens is either buy them on the centralized exchanges, move it to Ethereum, and then move it over the Rainbow Bridge to Aurora. Or alternatively, you can buy some other tokens from the NEAR ecosystem, for example, NEAR itself, and then swap it in DEXs, right? So these are additional steps that increase in the user friction. And it was not very convenient for many of the users to actually use this. And now, through our partnership with Transact, you are capable of getting your Aurora tokens directly inside of the Aurora Plus interface. So for all of you who have been asking for this solution for a long period of time, now it is finally live, fully tested, available today. And the last thing about the UI is the referral program. We're launching a referral program for everybody who is using Aurora Plus. You have seen the referral program that was launched in the beginning, during the launch of Aurora Plus, for getting Aurora bots, or Aura bots, right? These NFTs, these cool NFTs that are now kind of mascots of the Aurora ecosystem. But then there was no continuation of this referral program. Now we are giving something to all of the influencers, all of the key opinion leaders, in order to strengthen their position with Aurora. Everyone, all of the accounts in Aurora ecosystem are capable of inviting their friends through the referral system, and in case some things some terms are implemented, both the person who refers and the person who joins Aurora Plus are going to get additional Aurora tokens as an incentive for them joining the ecosystem. Obviously, these tokens can be staked, and you can do whatever you want to do with these tokens. So this is a great solution to increase adoption of Aurora Plus. Make sure that you are sharing the news about this new way of working with Aurora and bringing new users to Aurora. So use it as you want. You may use it, may not, but obviously there are some juicy rewards there in this Aurora Plus referral program. And I would like to end with one simple alpha about the things that we are building towards to. NEAR protocol is all about scalability. It is all about having a final destination for any applications developed. Once you deployed on NEAR, there is no need for you to go to any other blockchain. It will always scale. It will always be able to support any amount of users that your app is going to have. This is an extreme feature of the NEAR protocol. And this feature is going to be available for Aurora ecosystem also. We are working on the solution. I'm not going to reveal the name for it at the moment, but this is going to be the ultimate solution for scalability of the EVM compatible, developed already, and you are actually experiencing these pieces for the scalability solution. You may not know it, but we completely rebuilt the RPC for Aurora, and this RPC is used already in Aurora Plus. This is the RPC that is working on the back end that allows people to have personalized gas prices. This is the RPC that is working 20 times more efficient than any RPC in the market. This is the thing that is required to get into 1 billion users already working on the NEAR protocol and Aurora. And that's the tech that is already developed. It is available for everyone. And because of this, and because of the stats, and because of the performance that it shows, this tech we have been approached by professional RPC providers to sell this tech. And obviously, we are keeping it in-house only for Aurora ecosystem. So this is one of the solutions that is already in place. And there will be more things coming next for the ultimate EVM scalability available for everyone. On this slide, you can see all of the things that we are having for you today. The name of the talk is The New Horizons. This was the probe that was launched several years ago to go and take a look at the Pluto protoplanet. It was going all over the world, starting from the sun, doing their gravity manures, doing additional manures, and getting to Pluto, and getting to outer space. This is what we are doing here at Aurora, and we welcome you to join this movement together with us. Thanks, and let's finally move to the mass adoption.
Woo! Thank you so much, Alex. Now, he dropped some alpha there, right? And I just want to share something really, really quick with you. This is the first pair of sunglasses I've ever bought. I paid £13 in Madeline, and we don't need them because there's just rain. But it's going to brighten up your day when I introduce the next guests. It's Drew Gordon and Julie Bissinger of Pagoda about to explain the easiest Web3 startup platform.
Hello, NEARCON. How are we doing?
There we go.
We're waiting for our...
Hey everyone.
There we go.
Thanks so much for joining us here in Lisbon for NEARCON. I know this morning it was a little weird with all the water, but thanks so much for sticking around. It's an honor to be up here to talk to you about Pagoda, the easiest Web3 platform. I'm Julie, COO.
And I'm Drew, head of DevRel.
So what is Pagoda? So this might be a new name for many of you, but if you've been using Near for a while, you may already know about our work. We're among the largest contributors to the Near protocol, and we're now adding tools to create and maintain dApps with friendly tutorials, rich infrastructure, and robust controls. Again, we're the easiest Web3 startup platform that there is. So before we go into some of the details of the awesome work that we've been doing, I wanted to go through kind of a historical, like how we got here, to help contextualize where Pagoda came from. So Pagoda is actually kind of a rebirth from Near Inc., which is not to be confused with Near Foundation, but the original team that built and shipped mainnet. So Near Inc. was actually founded in 2017 as an AI company, before shifting to a blockchain company in 2018, which Illia mentioned this morning during his keynote. Then in 2019 and 2020, we were double down on building mainnet, and we ended up shipping mainnet in the midst of the COVID pandemic. Kind of a fun fact there, we became distributed overnight as a result of the pandemic, and kind of a representation of a decentralized infrastructure that we were building. The team really embodied that by us going fully remote, literally overnight. So that was a huge win for the team, and the fact of, and just how we all pulled together. And then once we launched mainnet, we really didn't have a plan after that. It was, let's just get this thing out the door, then what? There was no then what. So we started thinking, okay, we did this really hard thing. What's the next really hard thing we should focus on? Well, with the tech, we need people to use it. So we decided, well, developer adoption is the path forward. So come 2021, that's really when Pagoda became a thing. But within Near Inc., there were a number of teams that would ultimately spin off into their own companies. Aurora is an example that we just heard from Alex. Proximity Labs, Human Guild, Satori, and a couple other projects as well. And now here we are today, 2022, where we'll get into more details on the platform that we're building, and then ultimately beyond, we're looking to build not only the most user-friendly and easiest platform on Near for developers, but for Web3 in general. And on that, Drew, I'll turn it over to you.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right, so thank you, everyone, for hanging with us. I know we're in actually a very large space here, but this is one of the larger rooms. I would like us to celebrate 3 things that I think are important to all of us here as people at NEARCON. And I'm going to ask you to make some noise in a little bit for each of these 3 things that help all of us succeed more with Near. And what I'd love is if this room could make enough noise that the people outside of this room wonder what's going on in here. So the first thing I want to talk about is the launch of our next generation sharding. So Near has been sharded since the beginning. When mainnet launched, it was already sharded. And then we set out a 4-stage plan for how we were going to get to a fully dynamic sharded blockchain. It's a big engineering challenge. We just announced today the launch of our second step in that phase. So we're 2 of 4 all the way in. And it's up. It's been working. It's been stable. It's already been tremendously scalable. If you heard about Near and you've been building on Near, you already know it's very scalable. It just got +1 better. So that's really awesome. It takes a ton of work. Engineers and product managers and people writing documentation and blog posts and other things like that. So I would love for all of us right now to give a big thanks to a lot of the people who are actually in this huge space. So let's let them hear your voice. Let's come home. Woo! Woo! Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. And if you want to hear more, so it's none of the technical details, if you want to hear more about that, the schedule has been a little bit disrupted today. I'm not sure. I think some of these talks might actually still be happening over in the other far corner. But if they haven't, if that's not possible, if you follow us on Pagoda platform, all these things are being recorded. We'll be tweeting out the slide decks and the videos and such, so you can definitely dig into more details. The second thing I would love for all of us to celebrate, and it's what Brandon and Illia were talking about as well, is the launch of our JavaScript stack. Now, if you've been following our blog or paying attention to conversations like Illia and Brandon just had, you'll know that we have developed a full stack of JavaScript tools to let you do everything on the blockchain natively in JavaScript. Build your smart contract, build your front end, do your testing, deploy, etc. Have a command line interface. That's a really powerful combination. In, I think, 2011, Mark Andreessen famously wrote, like, software was eating the world. And starting about 2016 or so, people started saying, like, JavaScript is eating software. And it's really true. JavaScript is by far and away the largest programming language used today. Almost 20 million devs use JavaScript on a regular basis. And that is a huge number. And what we've done with the launch of this JavaScript stack is we've really radically reduced the barrier to entry to Web3. So this, likewise, takes a ton of work. I would love for this room, once again, to just give a big lot of noise. And some of the people in this room, I just saw one of them walk in. So let's go. Let's make some noise for JavaScript.near. Woo! So this really allows us to build without limits. This is fulfilling that promise, right? You don't have to learn a new language to come build on Web3 and build on Near. So once again, we have a number of talks that are happening. And the one at the JavaScript workshop, if anybody here is a dev and you want to learn more, like I think as we finish, you can go into the Doomslug stage and find out more and actually sit in on the workshop and actually see people building smart contracts in JavaScript and start using it today. Well, we also have a few other talks, and if you are a hacker or in the Hackers Lounge, there'll be people wearing yellow lanyards who can help you actually build today in JavaScript your smart contracts, compete for a bounty in the hackathon, and build something awesome. The last thing, that worked. The last thing I want to talk about, which we're really excited to announce, is the launch of Pagoda Console. So as Julie mentioned, as Illia talked about, developer experience is critical. And Pagoda has been founded on this mission of trying to make the developer experience as good as possible. We want to make it really easy for people to be able to build, launch, manage actual applications out there on mainnet and give them a ton of tools. You just don't have to worry about building yourselves. Reducing barriers, making it really easy to actually get up and started. And so, so let's celebrate that. I get ahead of myself. Woo! Woo! My timing was a little off there, but thank you for bearing with me. So we do have a number of talks on this that are still happening. So tomorrow we have Austin who will be talking about how exactly to use this, running through actually using the application, get in, see the screens, ask questions afterwards, see how you can use it in your dApp. And then we have Max talking on Wednesday, how to be a Pagoda power user. And then all day, every day, we're at the Pagoda booth. We have experts there. We're happy to answer your questions on how to build anything on Near, but also how you can use Dev Console to help you get there further and faster and better. And that's it. That's what we wanted to talk about. So join us all. Build beyond the hype, right? If you follow us again on Twitter, we'll be tweeting out the links to this and all of those other talks I mentioned. And this QR code will take you to a whole bunch of resources that can help you build along the way. That's it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, everyone. Enjoy NEARCON.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Drew and Julie from Pagoda for that wonderful presentation. Now, next up, we have something incredible because we've spent a lot of today reinforcing what this conference is about. And it's about you. It's about the builders. It's about the visionaries. It's about the projects. So, please give a warm welcome to some incredible members of the ecosystem who are building projects on NEAR to discuss why they're building on NEAR and why they're doing it today.
Everybody. It is all about the projects, right? I mean, why are we all here if not for this golden chalice called mass adoption? And these are some of the most important and really incredible projects that we're really seeing in the NEAR ecosystem. So welcome to all of you. I'm Angie of Forkast, thrilled to be here, and of course you know who these folks are. Ardo, I want to start with you, okay? And really this question is for all of you, so I'm going to put you in the center hot spot for a little bit. Tell us, as you were building Aurora, and obviously at Aurora Labs, why NEAR? What is it about the ecosystem, the protocol, the design, that really, you know, said to you and your team that this is what we want to align with?
Well, I'd reiterate what Alex Shevchenko just said in the talk before the last. We think NEAR is sort of a final destination. We are able to build everything we can conceive on NEAR. NEAR is performant enough, it's scalable enough, it has all the tools that we need, and we have a very clean layering on top of NEAR for our Ethereum virtual machine called Aurora. So that's the technical reason. A business reason might be that progressive onboarding, meta transactions, these kind of features, they are great for developer experience, but they're also great for reaching hundreds of millions of Web 2 users. So we don't only go after the Web 3 existing user base, but we can also go beyond that, and indeed that's what we plan to do.
And what Illia was talking about earlier is really that interface, that UX interface that is really thinking at the developer level. How do you create an experience for people, for folks like me, who are interacting and have an expectation of what that should feel like, and I feel comfortable using it, right? Herman, tell us what you're building, and also why did you build it with NEAR?
Yeah, so actually here is the 2 points. One is meeting our needs, and another is meeting our expectation. So as we, as the trading platform, we need, of course, scalability, speed, cost of the transaction, and meeting of expectation. That's mean like how we, as the developers, can understand infrastructure, how infrastructure is clearly translated to us as the developers, and how fast we can dive deep in it.
Yvonne, same question for you. You, over at Spin, you're building out a DeFi derivatives infrastructure. You're building it on NEAR. Why not some other protocol? And is there some sense of, you know, cross-chain interoperability, that ability to reach the masses? And again, why NEAR?
So yeah, we started on Solana actually. And while we were building there, we were the first project to build on Serum. And I think it was more over-promise than under-deliver. And we spoke to NEAR, got into the ecosystem. The developer experience was really good. So our devs are really happy with the ecosystem itself. It's very responsive. I would say the Rust code language is pretty much the same, but it's easier to build smart contracts on NEAR. And I think all in all, the whole infrastructure, as we can see it on the event, is growing. We're getting more and more things. And yeah, interoperability is great. We have projects like Axelar who are now integrating with NEAR. We have Aurora, we have the Rainbow Bridge. I think in the future, NEAR should be an integral part of the whole blockchain ecosystem, and it is already, and will be one of the major layer ones, if not maybe the biggest one.
I like that point of what you said, which is, you know, it is easy to develop on NEAR. It kind of creates a more level, even playing field for a lot of contributors rather than just, you know, one specific ecosystem. Maria, over at Mintbase, I mean, you guys are NFT giants there, but you made the switch to NEAR. So same story, same narrative, same journey. What was it about NEAR that pulled you into this space specifically for our developer friends out there?
That's a very good question. So to start this, it's important to know that Mintbase was hacked on Ethereum first. So we were Solidity-based company, and we are always envisioning NFTs as utility. So you can do stuff with your NFTs, having them as tickets here at the event or as access to content or membership or certificates. There's endless possibilities of what you can do with NFTs. And building on Ethereum was great for a good time until we had the gas fees, right? That just hit the sky. And having what they already mentioned, the scalability and the shards and all of this really made us move to NEAR to really make our vision real of utility NFTs and NFTs for the masses. And also what they said, the easy onboarding for new users, the wallet system is just so smooth and makes sense for mass adoption and everyday use cases for NFTs, what we're searching for.
There are really two important pillars here that I am hearing. First, obviously, is the accessibility as developers, right? You need scalability. You need to code it. You need that UX experience and that support. But broadly, what NEAR is also offering up is sustainability, is the sharding protocols that allow the environment and that story of climate neutrality to really shine, and that is really technology-based. How important is it for all of you to actually buy into that sustainability model as well? How important was it as you build each of your projects?
Who should start? So we always loved sustainability. I mean, having the lower force use for computers, I know that's not English, but what proof of stake makes possible and the shards on NEAR really counts in, because you can have thousands of transactions happening without really having a bad influence on the planet, which is a great thing.
Yeah. Is that an important
Yeah, so
headline?
For us, we are building a decentralized order book and have launched the first one on NEAR. For an order book, it's more important to have fast time to finality, as Herben certainly knows.
Yeah, absolutely.
But throughput is also very important. In the moment, we haven't even scratched, I think, the throughput NEAR could do. Mainly because us, also, I think, the others in the field who have an order book haven't onboarded as many users so far because the tech is quite new. But the throughput essentially will be an integral part once we have thousands and maybe tens of thousands or hundred thousands of transactions a day. But yeah, the finality is very important, and I think with Calimero and the team around Sandy and Mario, we might have a solution for that. And private sharding is very interesting for us, and that's why we partner with the guys and try to utilize their tech to have even faster time to finality than now on NEAR. And NEAR by itself is one of the fastest compared to any other blockchain in the world.
I mean, what you're trying to do is get the speed, you want to get the throughput, you want to get the transactions, but you also need the security. That's really critically important, especially when you're building out DeFi products and giving people access and trusting you.
Yeah, definitely, because still like that DeFi, it's the financial products, and when you build in the financial products, you usually like building the exact infrastructure about like the key point about the security. So actually like you cannot like provide the speed of the transaction and all other point without the understanding that you have the solid ground with all needed secure infrastructure behind it.
Ardo, how do you feel about that security layer? Was that an important factor here, especially as Maria said, there have been hacks, especially, you know, we've noticed that with a lot of projects. Even near, there were recent hack attacks that were prevented. So, I mean, that is, how important is that security layer to you at Aurora?
It's huge.
Of course.
We recently paid out for Aurora the second largest bug bounty in history. That was $6 million. That's not great in terms of that we made a mistake somewhere that resulted in that. On the other hand, it's great that our bug bounty program works, and a white hat hacker claimed that price. At the same time, when we build on NEAR, we feel like we don't have to worry too much about the NEAR base layer. So we can make our own mistakes, but NEAR is pretty solid technology, and it helps us sleep at night.
Yeah, I'm sure you all know this, but when the hackers tried to exploit the EVM-compatible Rainbow Bridge, and it took NEAR the 31 seconds to actually detect it, this was where the hackers actually lost 5 ETH. They were punished, and they were thwarted, and they lost money. But that's not the first time. It's not going to be the last time. What needs to improve? As you said, I mean, it's always keeping one step ahead. When you think about security, is it a way in which you can contribute to the security protocol easier on NEAR versus, other protocols?
Well, if you mean that our security team certainly works in close collaboration with NEAR security team, and we share information, and that's a good collaboration. I'm not really sure on the question that you're asking.
Well, I want to know, when you build out, and how can you contribute as a developer community to actually keep enforcing and reestablishing security that's stronger, as the hackers are always looking for that, that way in?
Well, on our end, we consider the NEAR code base an extended part of ours, in that we don't only audit our own code base.
Yes.
We also spend a lot of time on the NEAR code base. But of course, there are many more eyes also on the NEAR code base, and as I said, it's getting to be in a pretty solid shape.
When Illia talks about 1 billion users in the next 5 years, what other contributions are you making as project leaders, as founders, and as developers to the NEAR ecosystem? To your point, you're in the code base. What other things are you contributing to as well to develop the ecosystem for the entire community?
Sure. I think the most important part is to have all the elements of the incumbents. So incumbents, I mean mostly Ethereum. So it's DeFi, it's GameFi, etc. We can learn from the mistakes which have been done there. I think the underlying technology of NEAR is better. So sharding is likely the best way to do a blockchain. And now it is going to be ease of onboarding with multiple wallets. So when a user comes to a project or to product, it should be very easy as visiting a website. The onboarding process itself, the wallet management, and of course the quality of the product. So if you go to play a game, the game should be good, right? So it shouldn't be just in the sake of earning tokens or stuff like that. And if you go to trade on a DEX, you should be able to do it very fast, rapidly, and have all the functionalities there. So I think everyone has to build superior products on the dApp level, and from the infra level it has to be secure and scalable, and the throughput has to be high. And the onboarding is very important, so catching new users, attaining them, and retaining them to come back. So I think that's what we can learn from the big Web2 companies who scale massively with very easy integration.
Yeah. And you migrated. Yeah, how are you contributing now?
So what Mintbase does a lot is that we try to make people understand why using NFTs in certain everyday situations would make sense to them. So I think education is a big part of what we can do to onboard more people, to make them understand what Web3 is. Because when you think about the credit card adoption, people were super scared in the beginning to start using credit cards until they understood how the system works, and just taking away this fear factor from them and making the onboarding process as smooth as possible is a very big thing. Also in Web3, community is always a huge part of what we do, and listening to what people need. So really see what kind of features could we add to our product that would make sense for as many other products as possible to build on top of our SDK. As I'm talking about it, I would really like to pitch our grants program that we have. So if anyone here is building something related to NFTs on Near, you should definitely check out our grants program and build some very utility-focused stuff. But utility can be so much things. Just find me later and ask me questions about this. I'm happy to help.
And that's contributing to the community. I love it. Herman, how do you think about it? You know, how are you contributing back to the community?
Yeah, so generally, like as we see orderly, it's like the infrastructure layer actually for the DeFi project, and we see us to create the adoption for another DeFi solutions here, and we see this as the contribution us to the whole Near ecosystem.
And so now now that we understand the whys and how these projects are contributing, and really it is about the community and continuing to grow the ecosystem from a security perspective, from a scalability perspective. I want to talk about the stability of pricing and fee structure perspective as well. You know, it doesn't matter if you're in Web3, Web2, bricks and mortars. At the end of the day, if you're building a business, you need to understand your costs, right? And Maria, I want to touch on what you said, which is you originally built on Ethereum, and we've all seen the volatility of those gas fees, and it's astronomical. And even today, you know, the prices have come down. Still, it's hard to predict. So how important is the stability, the fee stability, and how important is it to maintain that?
It's fundamental. Actually, it's fundamental because if you think about, we had some experiences last year. I don't know if you've seen, we're here on NEARCON last year. We had some coffee shops selling coffee or burritos or whatever, real things, skateboards. If you have the fees volatile, like you said, it wouldn't make sense to sell physical objects associated to NFTs. So we are very looking forward to integrate also USN, for example, to have really stable prices and stable fees, and having people having this facility to really have a marketplace and a Web3 marketplace for their real assets and digital assets. So it's fundamental to have a stability in price, of course, and very thankful for Near to offer these kind of things to us.
How important is it for you guys?
So actually for us, it's super important because based on the cost of the network or the network fees, we are building our own model how we collecting the fees, and if it's actually like the stable, we can easily and clear understand how to build this infrastructure, like what cost we need to do to use, like in this point or in that point.
Yeah, in the moment we don't really see so much importance in that because the gas fees are really low. When the throughput comes and the scale comes, it will become a pretty big challenge because you have to forecast your costs of transactions, etc. There is a way to hedge that. We launched perpetuals on Near, so you could hedge your exposure to the underlying gas fee by buying perps, but we believe that's pretty cumbersome and not really a solution for most users, as the sophistication when using derivatives is not widespread. A native Near solution for that, where you have a stable coin or whatever, a stable fee which you can project in the future, would be very helpful, and going forward I think very necessary.
Well, Aurora is a bit in a special position because we pay Near gas for transactions that are sent to the protocol, but at the same time we charge Ethereum gas for all the people who are transacting on Aurora using the EVM compatibility layer. So it means that we are pretty sensitive to gas cost for two reasons. One is that in case there's a discrepancy between, let's say, today and yesterday, then we might end up paying a whole lot for the transactions that we send onwards before we have a chance to adjust those fees. And the second reason is, of course, that the Ethereum space is hyper-competitive, as in there are many side chains, there are L2s and the like, and it matters to people how much they pay in gas. So we have, let's call it 20 or 30 competitors of some kind. And it's pretty important that our gas fees that we pass on to the users are among the lowest there, which is currently the case.
But you speak to something that is challenging for a lot of people in the space. They want to participate, but they want to do it at a low fee. And so then how do you really try to, absorb that stress and onboard more people? When we talk about the future of Near, we talk about 100,000 transactions per second. We talk about the scalability. We talk about the security. We talk about the stability of fees. What else needs to happen to get the 5-year goal of 1 billion users? What kind of evolution can we see both from the project side and from the protocol side as a community?
So I think it's more like the stronger infrastructure, as I call it, like the supportive project. So more wallets that's suitable for personal use for everyone, more actually, for example, like connection with the fiat, with some regular markets, adoption of the real assets. So actually something that gets Near more common to the, not the real world, but the regular world actually.
All right, final question for all of you, okay? As you reflect on your projects today, where do you think you're going to be in 5 years?
Good question. Let me see. What I wish for the space, or what I wish for the whole blockchain revolution, and for Near especially, is that the legal situations get sorted out for certificates to really be valid as NFTs, for example, or renting contracts for apartments to be legally accepted as NFT, and that smart contracts are taken seriously in the legal system. And for Mintbase, I wish us to be the vehicle of all of these businesses that want to jump in on this and make utility NFTs a thing.
Thank you. Ivan?
Well, we have a very clear vision what we want to achieve. We want to have a 360-degree trading platform and investment platform. So very similar to what you have on Binance right now, which is pretty centralized in a decentralized way. So a user should be able to trade any asset he wants, any derivative he wants or she wants, options, DOVs, sophisticated products. So we have a whole brochure from investment banks which are selling very sophisticated derivatives. We want to put them all on-chain to give this accept not only for the ultra-wealthy who have access right now to it, but for everyone, and to make the financial world more inclusive. And I think the blockchain is perfect for that, because we can onboard millions of users and give them the access to financial products only the 1% of the 1% have today.
Yeah. Herman?
Yeah, so first of all, as I mentioned, we want to see that the blockchain and the NEAR, it's like super common scene. So like something that not need to understand, not need to provide some understanding for everyone, just clear for everyone. And we, as for Orderly, for example, we think that our solution and blockchain solution is generally more efficient than the regular one. So just replace the regular one with more efficient, blockchain-based, NEAR-based solution.
There you go. Ardo.
We see Aurora and NEAR as infrastructure for super empowered people. So certainly in 5 years' time, I would hope that we are serving a substantial portion of the global population who may not even realize that they are using blockchain technology under the hood.
And I'm going to end it with our little forecast from our standpoint, from our global perspective in Asia. There's more regulatory maturity in the space that as the users engage with all of your projects, the interface is going to be super important. And when we all figure out the back end, and it's seamless, it's interoperable, it's cross-chains, it's all of that, and the user doesn't even know what is powering the engine of this powerful app that they're adopting, that's 5 years from now or maybe even sooner, because that's what all of you are building up here on stage and all of you. So please give our panelists a round of applause. Thanks, guys.
Well done. It is incredible to hear the words from the project's mouths about why they chose to build on NEAR. We are going to break now for 5 minutes, so if you need to run to the toilet, or let's be real, if you need to get yourself a beer because the party's starting in a few hours, go ahead, feel free. See you in 5.
Good afternoon, NEARCON. Please welcome your Layer 1 Ready Stage MC, David Morrison.
Hello, I hope you all had a wonderful break and you're starting to get slightly drunk in preparation for the parties tonight. We have an incredible video for you right now. Unfortunately, some of the panelists couldn't make it. We have Hasib from Dragonfly Capital and Mackenzie Sigalos from CNBC to talk about the bull case for NEAR.
So Dragonfly has long been a proponent of a multi-chain world. Whether it's NEAR or other chains that you've invested in, what's the bull case for these networks?
So it depends a lot on the network. In the case of NEAR, a lot of what makes NEAR special is the fact that NEAR is probably the closest thing to what ETH 2.0 originally wanted to be. So, we're right now, it's in the midst of the merge. People are really excited about what's happening with ETH moving to proof of stake. But Ethereum 2.0 originally was going to be this vision for a sharded blockchain with full execution on each of the different shards. Ethereum realized eventually that they couldn't get there. There's just too much coordination, it's too difficult, it's too hard to move a really old antiquated system into this new future that they described. And so they kind of gave up on the vision and decided that, okay, we're going to rely on rollups. We're not going to do full execution on the shards. Maybe someday eventually we'll get shards, but it might be years away. And what NEAR does is basically says, look, we agree with Ethereum that sharding is the way forward. It's the only serious way that you can scale a blockchain to massive world scale performance. But we're going to do it now. And that's what NEAR is. NEAR is the vision of what Ethereum 2.0 wanted to be, but actually implemented in the flesh. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited about it, is that I do think sharding is really, if you look at all the big web services in the world, you look at Facebook, you look at Google, none of them work as a single big giant beefy machine that runs everything. Every single serious world scale system is sharded. And blockchains eventually, if they want to get to the same scale, they'll have to adopt the same architecture at one point or another. That's what NEAR today is the most robust sharded blockchain in existence today, and that's why I'm so excited about it.
So let's talk about sharding and rollups. There are a couple of terms that you threw out there. A lot of people at this conference will know what they mean, but break it down for the layman who doesn't understand what these technologies achieve.
So the way to understand sharding is basically saying that, today you have one big giant machine, right? So Ethereum is one big giant computer. And if you shard a blockchain like Ethereum, basically what you're doing is you're saying, okay, there's going to be one kind of base layer that coordinates across all the shards, and each shard is almost like a little baby mini Ethereum. And all the little mini Ethereums can talk to each other. And there can be thousands of these. There can be hundreds, there can be tens. It really depends on how you want to do it, right? In a normal system, like let's say Facebook, if you and I are interacting with each other on Facebook, our data is not in the same database. Our data almost certainly is sharded onto separate databases because there's so much data in Facebook, you can't fit it all into a single database. And so this is the way that most web services scale, is through a system like sharding. Now, rollups are a little bit different. What rollups do is they basically say that, Ethereum itself is just going to be one big beefy machine. It's not going to be able to expand that large. But what we're going to do is we're going to have other chains that kind of stick out from Ethereum that are not Ethereum itself, but they're a totally different chain. And those separate chains, they basically settle to Ethereum and they borrow Ethereum security for their own security. So it's almost like a sidechain plus plus. It's like a supercharged sidechain. It's a sidechain that has much better security and much better guarantees with your ability to move in and out of the main chain, but it's not the main chain. It has a fundamentally different state model. It can't interact directly with the main chain in the way that you could if you have a sharded blockchain. That's the difference between something like Ethereum with its rollups versus something like NEAR where it's all a single blockchain.
So I think there has been a lot of confusion about what will happen with the merge and what does it pave the way to do later for Ethereum. And as you said, sharding and rollups are not a part of what happens next week when Ethereum undergoes this multi-year upgrade. How much further out is that for the Ethereum blockchain?
It's hard to say. I mean, if you remember back when Ethereum first launched, Vitalik wrote a blog post, I think it was in 2014, where he described that Ethereum was always going to transition to proof of stake, and they believed that proof of stake was going to launch in, wait for it, 2017, 5 years ago. They thought that Ethereum would be in proof of stake already 5 years ago. It has taken 5 years longer than they originally expected to get to proof of stake. Now, how long is it going to take to get to sharding? I don't know, but I would not take any estimates that the Ethereum Foundation puts at face value, because you'd be doing very badly if you were betting that the Ethereum Foundation was going to hit things on timeline. Now that being said, it is an order of magnitude more difficult to transition a super tanker the size of Ethereum to a new set of technology, make sure everything works, make sure that everything's battle tested. Ethereum, they're in many ways they're working at a disadvantage because they are the incumbent, because they have this enormous technical debt that they have to keep up with. Whereas a blockchain like Near can basically start from first principles and say, okay, we already know what the eventual end state is. We don't have to do what Ethereum did and start with proof of work, start with all these old antiquated technologies, and then slowly, iteratively get to the right answer. Near can start with their architecture at the right answer and then continue building from there. And that's part of the reason why they've been able to get there so much faster than any other major blockchain.
So what differentiates some of the leading layer ones that you're invested in right now? You've spoken a lot about Near. How does that protocol in particular distinguish itself from other layer ones that you've invested in?
So, I mean, if you look at the layer one, each layer one has a different answer for what it tries to do better. The way I often like to describe layer ones is that layer ones, I like to analogize them to cities. So if you think about Ethereum, right? Ethereum is this big, slow, old, antiquated city that's kind of been around forever. It's super expensive, but it's also where everything's happening, right? It's like super poppin', everybody cool lives on Ethereum. So Ethereum's kind of like New York City. It's just the most vibrant place, but it's crazy expensive. The rent is nuts. Nothing can ever get built there. And so if you're young and you have new ambitions, you don't want to go to New York. You're priced out. It's too expensive. You're not going to become one of the intelligentsia sitting in a high rise, like looking over Central Park. You got to go somewhere else. And so each of these different cities, these different L1s, they kind of define themselves with a different identity, what they're trying to do better, what they're trying to do more uniquely than Ethereum. So if you look at Solana, right, I like to compare Solana to LA. Where Solana, it's always sunny in Solana. Everything's cheap. Everybody, it's easy to build stuff. And but it's more about entertainment. It's more about NFTs. It's more about this kind of fast money stuff. They don't get their panties in a bunch about all the decentralization stuff the Ethereum people care about so much. But it's cool. Like you can live a great life on Solana, and that's what they're all about. And the thing you'll note, of course, is that they're very different from each other. Ethereum and Solana have totally different values and totally different goals in terms of what they're building, which is kind of the same thing as like New York and LA. Avalanche, I like to liken to Chicago. I think Avalanche, they're really about trading. They're really about DeFi and finance. And they're a more aggressive city. They're a colder city in many ways. You look at something like Near, I think Near likens a lot to San Francisco. It's very much about technology. It's very much about innovation. It's very much about looking to the future and the way the world ought to be instead of the way the world is today. I think there are advantages and disadvantages to each different visions of how a city should be built. And it's pretty clear we're not going to have just one city, right? And the reason why I like the city analogy is that a lot of people ask the question, is it just going to be that Ethereum wins and Ethereum is just the only thing that matters and they eat everything? And I think the answer is obviously no. It's like asking, do you think there's only going to be one city? Do you think that New York is just going to eat everything? It's like, well, of course not. Like, yeah, New York is a big city. It may even be the biggest city, but there are a lot of other cities that matter. And the more that cities are different, the more they end up mattering, right? It's not a city that's just like New York, that is the second largest city in the US. It's a city that is almost as different from New York as you could possibly be to become the second largest city. And that's what we're increasingly seeing from these blockchains is that they're defining their own identity. They're becoming more and more different from each other. And that's what makes them valuable, is their difference.
Such a useful way of thinking about it. In terms of these chains, do they have the same playbook for attracting developers to build on their blockchain pipe, so to speak? And if not, should they?
I think some of the chains have very common value propositions, right? So if you look at the way that something like Avalanche and Polygon might compete with each other to try to win over one of these companies that are potentially building on a EVM compatible chain. But if you look at something like Near or something like Solana, they're really telling very different stories from what some of these other L1s are saying. So some of these L1s are just, look, I'm a faster EVM. If you want to build on top of the Ethereum virtual machine, you should pick me rather than the other guy. Whereas when you're building on something like Near, especially if you're building on native Near versus Aurora, there you're really betting on, hey, I need to build a more scalable architecture, whether it be for my game, whether it be for my social media application, or just something that you think, look, this thing is potentially going to have to scale to hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of users. I need better performance and better scalability than what I can get on some of these other architectures. That's a lot of what makes Near really attractive. And so I think, again, if you are, especially if you're doing something different, if you're doing something really unique, That's where these other architectures tend to shine relative to just, oh, okay, I'm another, AMM, therefore, obviously I want to be on an EVM chain.
So you don't think that Ethereum's shift to proof of stake at all compromises the alternative layer one investment thesis?
Not really. I mean, Ethereum being proof of stake basically just means that now Ethereum is ESG. And that's great. I'm happy for Ethereum, and I think that's it's obviously good for the planet. But in terms of its impact on other layer ones, like Ethereum doesn't become faster, it doesn't become cheaper, it doesn't become more performant, it doesn't solve any of their tech problems, it doesn't start sharding. None of those things happen just because Ethereum moves to proof of stake. And so all of your problems as a user, from the perspective of a user, in terms of the cost, in terms of throughput, in terms of the lack of scalability, all those things are still just as bad as they were 10 minutes ago. So no, I don't think from a user perspective or from a developer perspective, it really changes anything. If anything, it might make fees worse if more people want to use Ethereum after it merges to proof of stake.
So you mentioned earlier some of the qualities of Solana, namely its speed, scalability, and the fact that transaction fees are lower than on Ethereum, but there certainly have been security trade-offs, and that's the case for other L1s. Yes, they have the benefit of knowing what does and doesn't work, but they're also newer, and so still testing things out, not at the same degree of maturity as an Ethereum. So what are the vulnerabilities that we're looking at with some of these alternative layer ones?
So if you look at Solana specifically, Solana has obviously had enormous number of issues this year, especially in the throes of the bull market. Things are a little more calm now just because activity has calmed down a bit with the bear market. But they were going down roughly something like once a month. And that has caused this big diaspora away from Solana, especially for Solana DeFi. Solana DeFi is much, much more muted than what it was late last year. And I think what that tells you is that, look, for Solana, a lot of the trade-offs that they have made in the form of their design, one, it leads to a lack of stability and robustness, which, a blockchain, the one thing a blockchain needs to do is it needs to be up, it needs to keep working. And if a blockchain just keeps going down and needs to get rebooted, like, an old PC, like that just makes it very difficult for people to really build, decentralized finance applications in particular on top of them. If you're just trading NFTs, it's not as big of a deal that, like, okay, you can't trade your NFT for 6 hours. But for DeFi, it's like, okay, well, your Oracle isn't updating, the liquidations aren't happening, prices are moving around, and nobody's getting any updates in the order book. These things can be really big problems. And so I think for one of the things that Near has done really well, and that I think shines relatively brightly on them, is the fact that the quality of the engineering in Near has always been known to be very high. And when we originally invested in Near, so we invested in the Near seed round way back, this is like 2018 that we invested in the seed round of Near. And our original bet on Near was very much predicated on the fact that these guys are just fantastic technologists. And at that time, most of the people who were building layer ones, they were professors, they were kind of cypherpunk type, people who were super deep in the weeds and just loved, crypto and all this stuff. And these guys were just these brilliant AI researchers who would come out of Google, come out of MSQL, and they were like, we have a better way to build a scalable blockchain. And we think we can do it better and we can do it faster than the guys who came before us. We think we can do it better than Ethereum can. And it turned out they were able to prove a lot of this. Back then it was mostly talks and white papers, but now they've been able to show that, look, while Solana has been falling down and many other blockchains have not been able to maintain their stability, Near is going strong, and they've been remarkably robust in their engineering, which I think says a lot.
And who are their rivals right now, and how do they stack up against the competition in terms of really competing on scalability?
So I think if you look at the really scalability focused L1s, so there's the EVM compatible ones. I think the EVM compatible chains largely compete with each other. So it's BNB chain, Polygon, Avalanche. I think they're kind of locked in battle with each other. And then there's the non-EVMs. So in the non-EVMs, you've got Near, you've got Solana, it's kind of the big one. And I'd say that the new non-EVMs that are coming up are Aptos and Miston, or Sui is the name of the Miston Labs is the company, Sui is the name of the blockchain. Aptos and Sui, of course, haven't launched yet. They're the Diem/Libra teams that are coming out and building these new blockchains. I think those are meant to be seen how those play out. But today, I think when you're looking at non-EVM performance, Solana is really the one to beat. I do think Solana seems to have lost quite a bit of momentum, and Near does seem to be capitalizing on some of that, but it's still early, and there's so much game left to be played. There was a lot of excitement about Alt L1s last year. It was one of the big themes of 2021 was this Alt L1 bet. A lot of that has died down, and Alt L1s now, they've kind of figured out their places. Things are a little bit more static today, but just because prices and narratives aren't moving around doesn't mean that the battle is over. There's still so much game to be played, and I think it's probably in the next bull market that we're really going to see who ended up building the most robust blockchain and who's going to be rewarded with the developers, the community, the users, when crypto really starts to come back and we start to see another surge of activity on these new L1s.
So what is next for NEAR in the next 6 months, in the next year? You also mentioned that we could expect changes around the next bull run. So just walk me through what you're going to be paying attention to.
So I'd say the big things, so one is there's going to be a lot more wallet support coming down the way for NEAR. So first of all, I should say I'm not part of the NEAR team, so you'll probably hear a lot more at this conference about the things that are in the pipeline. But I know there's also a lot of developments coming down the pike around sharding and around making the scalability roadmap for Ethereum more and more, to get more and more progress on that front, such that there's automatic and dynamic resharding. That's, I think, one of the big applications for NEAR that will allow any contract that lives anywhere to eventually be able to move seamlessly to another shard in order to maximally spread the load across all the shards that exist on NEAR. So that is something I'm really excited about, and it's going to allow NEAR to scale up much more seamlessly than it can today. And then just more and more usability improvements. I can't wait for the day when you have one wallet, not one NEAR wallet, not one Ethereum wallet, not one Solana wallet. You have 7 different wallets in your browser. Someday, I think in the not too far future, you're going to have one wallet. And it's going to have assets across every chain. And you won't need to care where an application lives. Your wallet will just figure that stuff out for you. And so it'll really be up to the applications to decide where is the best L1 for my infrastructure to live. And that's going to make it much more easier for the best technology to win. Today, so much of it matters on users having to put all this stuff in their head and really think through all the complexity of, oh, I have assets here, I need to bridge them over there. This blockchain is congested, this one is not. At some point in the future, your wallet is going to take care of all of that for you. And I think that's going to be a big boon for NEAR, is just having that robust infrastructure and allowing developers to use it without having to worry about how to solve the last mile problem of getting into the hands of actual users.
Is there anything that I haven't asked you that I should have about the future of alt L1s?
I think you covered it. I think this is a pretty good overview of what's happening in the space right now.
Thanks, Sahdev, so much for joining me during this fireside chat.
Thanks for having me.
Wow. I'd ask you to give them another round of applause, but they're not here, so it doesn't really matter. Let's do it anyway. Yeah. Brilliant. So we have an incredible panel, and I've heard it is making Zuckerberg quake in his boots. It's called Sizing Up the Metaverse Arena. It's with Baron Davies, Yatsu, and the wonderful moderator, Joe Spano from Ready Layer 1. Hey, go get it, man.
Thanks, guys. All right, thanks, everybody. So I first want to introduce Yatsu and Baron Davis. Yatsu is from the Animoca Brands. Baron Davis is a serial entrepreneur and 2-time NBA All-Star. And we're here to talk about the metaverse. And so I figured it would be best to start with a video that Baron has provided us to get a sense of what's actually possible and what we're going to talk about today.
Welcome to Slick, a new creator-focused platform set to revolutionize the streaming experience. Slick stands for Sports, Lifestyle, and Culture, and is an OTT direct-to-consumer streaming service, custom-tailored for creators to connect with their superfans through content, merchandise, NFTs, and much more. Slick's easy-to-navigate interface offers a wide variety of sports, art, culture, fashion, music, education, and entertainment content. Experience exclusive original content, like this mini-doc series by History of the Game that chronicles the rise of legendary basketball figures and how their impact changed the game forever. Fans will have the option to subscribe to the series for a renewing monthly fee or to purchase each individual episode at a price set by creators. After subscribing to a favorite channel, fans can unlock new opportunities and exclusive offers from their favorite creators. Our proprietary algorithm creates a unique customer profile that helps fans discover related merchandise and content they care about. A few clicks will take viewers directly to our NFT and merchandise homepage. Signature NFTs developed around our original content are highlighted along with bespoke merch for die-hard sports fans, including autographed memorabilia and high-quality branded athletic wear. The platform also includes a marketplace for brands to connect directly with creators, allowing seamless product integration into the platform, app, and content itself, and providing creators with additional revenue opportunities. Combining the services of a Netflix, Apple Music, Barstool Sports, and Patreon all in one, Slick is the one-stop shop for creators, consumers, and branding partners looking to be on the cutting edge of digital connection.
Excellent. So, Baron, I'll start with you here. That's a really exciting product that you're putting out here. But how does that then tie into your ideas of the metaverse? Where does that go?
Yeah, so if you look on the demo, you saw George Gervin. And with Slick, we wanted to go after content, storytelling, and creating legacy, bringing legacy to the future, to the present day, and having the present day meet legacy in the storytelling platform. So once you go to Slick and you click and you buy the NFT, that's going to take you to our metaverse. Shout out to Flip, who built Pod Labs and Rehydrate. And basically what we wanted to do was create a Louvre experience around storytelling around sports. So now you'll be able to access that documentary in our metaverse. And if you buy a George Gervin NFT, you start to build your locker in his locker room. So utility, community is always at the, the core of what we can give.
Sure.
But the access from Slick to the metaverse was what we were thinking about as far as like how to create destinations.
Yeah, no, that's really exciting. So yeah, so the metaverse has really gotten popular over the past couple of years. What do you think has started to lead to that explosion of more and more metaverses coming about?
Well, I mean, our definition of sort of the experience on the metaverse is that we've always been in a kind of pre-metaverse already. The last 30 to 40 years, we've been slowly evolving from the days of CompuServe to where we are today, to a digitally dependent society. If you think about what we do first thing in the morning, most of the day, and before we go to bed, likely our attention, even though our physical time might be here, our actual mental attention is entirely online right now.
Sure.
So in some ways, we're already in that metaverse. But I think the difference is that there's this experience we have today in Web 2, which is a closed metaverse. It's one where we don't own our time. Time is extracted from us from the platforms like Facebook. And Web 3 is the one where we own our time, whether this is NFT art, whether it's creators that make content. Actually, that experience, we own a share of it. And the end user can own a part of that as well. So what people describe as Web 3 as the web of ownership, that's what the open metaverse is all about. And I think the fascination is that, 10 years ago, people were like, well, we're all online anyway, no big deal. Today, we value our online time. We value, and we recognize that the time we spend online make the platforms valuable.
Sure.
And why don't we receive something for it? So I think that's the big difference from, before and now.
Yeah. Baron, so how do you see then from going Web 2, where people are really comfortable with that, to actually then onboarding them into a Web 3 style where now they are paying for all those things instead of it just being advertisements all the time? How do you see that happening?
Well, I think from an advertiser's perspective, and you think about a culture perspective, you're going, it's a marriage, right? Direct to consumer, right? Direct to brand. And I would say Web 2, at the height of Web 2, everything in Web 2 has been curated for us.
Right.
Right? Based off what we think or how we act. I think in Web 3, it gives us the opportunity to say, ooh, I like that, I like that. You get to curate and build your own ecosystem. And so now it'll allow brands to say, all right, I know who Baron Davis is, I know who Yat is, right? I know exactly what he wants. I'm going to participate in that NFT. I'm going to participate in that DAO, right? I'm going to target, these micro communities. And I think for Web 2, it's like we need to start breaking up, these bigger kind of systems, because the algorithm, the cookies, all that, it's like it's misreading who we are, and it's dictating how we kind of move in our active lives today.
Sure.
Whereas in Web 3, we get to build our community, right? Build our lifestyle.
Yeah, maybe just to build on that, I think with Web 3, because content becomes an asset become a platform. So content is now a platform in itself. Before, with Web 2, we had difficulties understanding the data that came to us. We didn't know how to, you needed the App Store or Spotify to organize content for us, because we couldn't find a way to discover. But in Web 3, the discovery happens innately from the collection itself.
And this, by the way, isn't just with PFP collections or with sports, obviously, that's an obvious one, but even with artists and music that you might follow.
Right.
Now, not only can you connect with the artist itself, you can connect with every other collector of that music.
Right.
And you're
right.
building a community sort of as a whole.
Yeah.
And that actually is the kind of, really if you think about it, Web2 platforms have harnessed that energy, right? Facebook groups, right? TikTok,
Yep.
right? I mean, that's the energy they've harnessed, except they kept it for themselves.
Right.
And Web3 opens it up to everyone, and they can now participate and own a piece of it. And that's just a better way.
Yeah. So with that aspect, and I think the ownership is a huge piece of that, right? That's why we're all in crypto. We believe that we should own that part of it. But is the speculation nature of NFTs and those things where the reselling part of that, does that become a concern for onboarding long term?
So maybe I'll start, right? But I think when you turn into an open, transparent market, you always have a form of market forces, right? So for instance, the fact that we can own a real estate and then allow for people to sell, is that speculation? Well, for some it is, but for many people, they're still buying it for the utility.
Sure.
But that doesn't stop it giving a liquid market. In fact, the more of a market you have, the more value can be embedded in it, and the more network effects can be built.
Right.
I mean, if you couldn't own your house, and you couldn't have a market, then a bank couldn't give you a mortgage, or someone wouldn't provide a service for it, right? So that's important. And in the past, all our so-called digital ownership, which wasn't really owned by us, couldn't have these network effects because they weren't owned by us, and we didn't know the value of the data.
Right.
And therefore, there was no transparent framework. On-chain, I know exactly what the value is, and therefore someone else can come in and say, oh, you bought that for $100? Okay, I'll give you $50 for it for a mortgage, or whatever that may be.
Yeah.
And I think data now is a commodity which can be openly traded and just more efficiently in an open marketplace.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would just piggyback off, and I would say, our intelligence has grown, right? And so when it comes to data and understanding, even from an athletic perspective, if you think about, how they measure, injuries, right?
Yeah.
How an artist is measuring their brand. Like you looked at the web too, and it was like give, and then they'll tell you that you're a star, right? And I think in Web 3, it's like the 15-year-old, 16-year-old kid, they know that if I build my brand, if I own my brand, and I create value, now that NIL, right? I don't need, to decide if I'm going to UCLA for marketing reasons or Duke for money reason. I have an NFT, and I already have built a community that is going to support me. And so now it's starting to create this intelligence with the creator, with the valuable asset, the athlete. And now you have a better opportunity to collaborate, right, with each other and build more value, and then also have people participate in that value proposition that knows exactly what it is and what they're getting out of it.
I just want to add, when you talk about the collector, for instance, in the past, they didn't need to have financial knowledge in the sense, right? And now with Web3, the financial knowledge is all open. And to your point about intelligence, they're more financially aware, and therefore they understand the markets better. You talk to someone, like my mom was an artist, right? And she was a great artist, but she knew nothing about money. Not only was she taken advantage of, she didn't know how to negotiate her contracts, and therefore she couldn't get her fair value. But if everyone was broadly at a higher intelligence, as you say, and they know what the value is because they can audit it, they can see it, they can demand it at minimum and say, well, my time is worth more because someone else is paying for that. And I think this is the big thing here that, with blockchain gaming, our children who are playing blockchain games are not just going to learn, how to play a game, for instance, but they're going to learn financial systems, right? And that means, what happens to the world when most of us are financially literate? We talk about financial literacy, having a bank account. That's not financial literacy. That's access. But how many people in the world, this room probably has a lot of people who understand yield and interest and everything because you're financially savvy. But 90% of the world in the developing countries don't know interest, don't know how to invest, have no awareness. In fact, are even concerned about capitalism. They're like, money, I don't get it, I'm concerned. Right? And they're sort of anti because it scares them. But in fact, it's an opportunity.
Yeah. I was going to kind of hit on a little bit. You mentioned the word community and really brought up the idea of being able to have not just be part of a community, but almost create their own community. So how do you see that kind of appearing in the metaverse and what your future plans are?
Well, I say for us, it's, thinking about people who are like-minded, right? And so we focus in on our metaverse. It's all about storytelling, right? So that collective story around a George Gervin, or when Magic and Michael first met, right? We get to basically curate our environment, right? And allow the people who are the storytellers to be the value proposition.
Right.
And so for us, with history of the game and what we're building, even with Flip, what he's building out there for Rehydrate, it's like we're building the environment for the user, for the, the partner, the investor, to be able to walk into something and say, hey, I own this. This is my space, this is my world, right? This is a place that I know that I feel free going to travel because I own a stake in it. And I think when we were building, our thought around the metaverse was like, build a Louvre. Build a Louvre, build a history of storytelling, a museum of storytelling. And now Nike has 50-year history with the NBA. Right? McDonald's does. Burger King, their competitors, they may have 5 years of sponsoring, basketball. But now everybody has their own opportunity to build out their activation, tell their story from their perspective on their contributions to basketball.
Yeah.
And so for us as museum curators, we get to slowly back ourselves out and allow other curators to come in and be able to tell those stories.
No, that's exciting. And I like the idea of the brand as a whole. So it's just whether it's a corporate brand or a personal brand. So yeah, how do you see actual corporations start to come into the metaverse in a way that feels authentic and not just, manufacturing trying to get more, advertising?
Well, I think for brands, it's a little bit like entering, we look at the metaverse and Web3 generally like a new nation, or nations for that matter, right? And in fact, we look at, for instance, the NEAR community almost like a country in itself, or Ethereum or whichever, that kind of nation states of some sort. So in order to enter that space, you have to participate first, right? You can't just, I remember back in the early days, I live in Hong Kong, and a lot of people looked at China and they're like, oh, it's 1 billion people. We can sell them 1 billion shoes. It'll be great, right? I'm like, sure. But, from the outside, it looks attractive. But then they go to China and they just get completely sort of, destroyed because they don't understand the culture. They don't understand how it works. And they really basically get taken to the cleaners. That's the same for Web3, right? In the metaverse. If you want to enter in the space, you can't just do it from the outside.
Right.
You have to enter the culture. You have to be there. You have to participate. If you look at what Nike and Adidas did, for instance, they bought land in Sandbox. They bought a Bored Ape. They did stuff, all these things just to show to the community, we're serious, we get you, we're here, right?
Yeah.
And, this is the same. When you enter a market, you have to be there first. You have to understand that culture. I don't think that's any different.
Yeah.
But there is one thing which I think excites me about brands in general, which is that because of the capital formation that exists in Web3, brands can now create niche experiences. And I'm actually more excited about Web3 brands that are emerging as new, meaning not just the Nikes and Adidases, those are great, but even personal brands like yourself or others that you can now really get your 1,000 true fans.
Right.
Right? And the problem we had with Web2 was that everything was becoming McDonald's. Right? So we were worth $1 only.
Right.
And imagine if food was like Web2. We wouldn't have Michelin star restaurants. We wouldn't have great food experiences.
Right.
But yet a restaurant can sustain itself with just 1,000 customers, right?
Yep.
Like fans that go there all the time. They don't have to be chains of 1 million users. And I think this is where it's exciting, where actually I think big brands have to think themselves how to decentralize a little bit, how to sort of open up their brands broadly to communities, because I think they'll be disrupted by the emergence of metaverse-first brands.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I'd like to, before we run out of time, I really like, Baron, if you could talk about how you're kind of going for the more minority and underserved population and why that's so important to bring them into the metaverse and what opportunities are really there for them.
Yeah, I think, Web3 it's about bottom up. Like I was saying, a lot of these major brands are coming in from the top, throwing us 1 billion shoes, and we don't wear shoes in the metaverse yet. And so for us, it's really looking at, there are some incredible people, right, in this world. There are some incredible designers, executives, storytellers. And so finally, right, where we have an opportunity to start to recruit, aggregate, and build our collective based on people and their superpower, right? And so by focusing, on being inclusive, by focusing on minority, by focusing on women, we're now building our own ecosystem.
Yeah.
And so we can actually say, like, for the majority of our audience that is sports, music, lifestyle, fashion, let's say 85% have no idea about Web3. Well, if we focus on that 15%, right, they're going to convert a big portion of the 85, right? So if we focus on the messaging, the marketing, and bringing in the right people, I think for MTU, it was like, let's create a flywheel of success. You got a project, everybody helps. You have a project, everybody helps. Because what we start seeing was there's not enough funding, right? When minorities do go get funding, is never there, right? Projects are hard to get off the ground because they don't even get the grants, right? And so you have a bunch of semi-completed stuff. And so we decided to say, let's get them finished, let's get them out, and let's find the right strategic partners to just get these people into Web3, because we know that once culture comes about, then culture is going to dictate how brands should interact. Culture is going to dictate how the NBA is going to interact with Web3. So you have a Top Shot now, but like, what happens when their Top Shot docs, right?
Exactly.
What happens when LeBron James wants to create a character that you can unlock, and after every game, he's going to give you the 5-minute interview as a reporter. Right. And so those are the things that I think for us, we want to focus on culture, community, because a lot of times in Web 2, we've already been taken advantage of. The contract is already there for our deliverables. So in Web 3, if we can mirror that contract and say, hey, you have 13 appearances for the NBA, take those 13 appearances, attach them to your NFT, right? And give those fans that same access. Now you're building your fan base, and now the NBA is going to come to you and say, where did these 10,000 people show up? At a bowling alley, and you're like, oh, it's a Tim appearance, but it's my NFT.
Right. No, that's really great. So we only have a little bit of time left. I'd like you guys quickly kind of just both give, where do you see the metaverse in like a year from now? Are we on the path for mass adoption?
So from our perspective, we think in the next 18 to 24 months, there's going to be over 300+ million people onboarded. We take parallels in terms of how mobile gaming went from between the age of 2012 to 2014, what that growth cycle looked like. We also look parallels from the internet, back in 2001 until 2004, 2005. What was that growth curve and the adoption? So there's some similar parallels. But I think the other thing also right now is that the state of the world that we're in, the metaverse represents more than just a technology wave. We think of the metaverse as a political system, right? So when you include minorities or you include others, it's a form of the way that you want to construct the world that you like to see. And that wasn't really possible before because you didn't have that freedom. You existed on the platform in the way they said you should behave, right? So ethics and morals and constructs were designed based on someone's rule. If Apple said this was the way it was, we don't like kids apps, or we don't like this, that was it, right? You were actually censored out. And in Web3, you can actually build whatever community you want, and you can scale that out. And each of these represent a political system, like a new nation. And I think as more people start to think about it, it's attractive to them. So I think it's, from me, my perspective, it's moving ahead already, sort of, and is unstoppable.
That's great. Brian, real quick, do you think mass adoption happens in the next
I'm excited about Web3. I just wanted to say shout out to Web2 for curating, like, based on our tastes, senses, and likes. Web3 is going to give us an opportunity to say, hey, we saw that, there's people there, and now we can connect, without somebody feeding us, their intelligence.
I love it. Great. Well, thanks everyone for joining us today. Yat and Baron, our guests today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, how incredible was that? Give a big round of applause for Baron David, Yat Su, and our presenter, Joe Spano from Ready Layer 1, thank you so much. You probably noticed now I have a beer in my hand. It's after 5 o'clock. You can't sack me anymore. We've got an incredible panel coming up right now. But before the panel, we're going to kick it off with a presentation from Kendall Cole of Proximity about the NEAR DeFi ecosystem.
That's it.
All right. Hey, everyone. How's everybody doing? My name is Kendall. I'm one of the co-founders of Proximity. And we're going to talk about the DeFi ecosystem on NEAR. Just need to see where we're at. All right, cool. So first off, I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of Proximity and then get to the exciting stuff. So the main thing to take away about Proximity is that we're really just here to support DeFi builders and to help you guys be as successful building on NEAR and just building in general as you possibly can. So a couple of things that we do, we provide technical support, we can help you figure out your architecture, we can help you get audits, we also have started investing, we provide grants, we try to publish open source solutions to some of the more challenging problems that developers might face. A good example of this is we show how to build applications that can transact across both native NEAR and Aurora. And we collaborate with investors, market makers, and just various participants in DeFi and try to bring everybody together to build the healthiest ecosystem possible. So if any of this is appealing to you, please do try to find some of our team here at NEARCON. All right, now onto the good stuff. So this presentation is basically going to be two parts. First, we're going to talk very briefly about just all of the great things that the ecosystem and the projects in the ecosystem have done to date. And then we're going to talk about where the ecosystem is going in the future. So first up, NEAR DeFi today, it's really been about building the primitives of the ecosystem and all of the building blocks for a future really flourishing space. So here's just a couple of quick numbers just to give you guys a taste of where we've been. So the peak amount of total value locked, which means the assets, the cumulative value of the assets in the ecosystem is reached 2 billion. We have more than 70 projects that we've been tracking. I think there's actually quite a few more than this that we don't know about, which is amazing. And more than $4 billion of assets have been bridged from other ecosystems. So here's a quick overview of just a few of the amazing teams that we've been working with. On the AMM side, you have Ref, Trisolaris, Jumbo, some of which you may have used, Curve as well. Money markets, we've got Bastion, Burrow, and Origami, both on Aurora and on native NEAR. Some amazing liquidity protocols like Metapool, Linear, Stater, and more. Some order books that we'll go through in more detail in a minute. Some really great Oracle teams in Flux, which is the first one, and more recently Switchboard and Pith. And then some native stablecoins like USN, and as of today, you may have seen USDT. So some of the accomplishments from these teams. Little known fact, but Ref actually has one of the largest stablecoin pools in all of DeFi. It's the USN USDT pool, and it comprises $165 million worth of assets. Bastion, Burrow, and Origami, the three money market protocols, they've combined for more than $1 billion in borrows, which is a pretty fantastic accomplishment. The two of the liquid staking protocols, Metapools, STNear, and Linear, are actually one of the most used collaterals to originate a borrowing position, which is pretty fascinating, and we expect to see this become even more and more popular. And coming up in the next few weeks, we have two very exciting AMMs launching that are really pushing the boundary in the automated market maker decentralized exchange design, and that's Arctic and VX. And VX is actually giving a talk, I believe, tomorrow. I definitely recommend checking this out if you're interested in automated market maker design, because they're really doing some cool stuff. So primitives are great. But in order to actually use these primitives, you need some aggregators, portfolio management tools, and last but not least, wallets in order to make this like more accessible to whether you're a retail user, an institutional user, or something in between. So some of the products that have come out here, Arbitrum and Gator are two of the earliest products, and they actually allow you to split trades across decentralized exchanges on both NEAR and Aurora, which is a really powerful design pattern we expect to see a lot more of very soon. 1inch, which is probably the most popular DeFi aggregator in the entire market, recently launched on Aurora and has started to get some really exciting traction there and bring a really powerful price execution model to the space. Sender, one of the more popular wallets, it recently exceeded 500,000 installs, which we think is a really cool milestone, and we expect to see them get to 1 million before too long. The original wallet, Near Wallet, actually has several million installs and recently rebranded to My Near Wallet. And being web-based, we expect it to continue to reach some pretty good traction. And very recently, we saw 2 very, very interesting portfolio management tools launch their beta. I recommend checking out either one if you're an active user of Near DeFi, and that's Odyssey and Pulsar. And both of those teams are here if you'd like to speak with them. So that's just a little brief overview of where we've been. And I think what's even more exciting than that is where we're going and all of the exciting things that the ecosystem is working on. So to date, it was really about building the primitives. But the next thing is really about pushing the ecosystem forward and reaching DeFi's true potential. And we believe Near is well positioned, and our ecosystem is well positioned to do that. So some of the things that we're really looking for here. The first is establishing order books as a core primitive, meaning that this is a really, really base building block for any teams that are trying to launch financial products in a lot of different verticals. In order to enable this, you need a chain that has very high throughput. We're talking ultimately at least thousands of trades per second, potentially even more. And you need these trades to be finalized as quickly as possible because these markets move very, very fast, really on the sub-second time frame. And Near has very fast finality, which makes this more possible. So we have 2 solutions that are actually live today that have built order books that are fully on-chain, and that's Spin and Tonic. You can check both of them out today. We have a really exciting hybrid order book coming out soon called Orderly. Also here, if you'd like to speak with them. They have a model where the actual order book itself and the matching is done off-chain, but all the execution is done on-chain. Which makes this really powerful is that the latency of the matching can be sub-second, which is what the most powerful market participants are looking for, but it's still very non-custodial in nature, meaning that there's actually no risk to your assets being compromised or taken by the executing party, which we think is a really fascinating model. And we actually expect these 2 to work together going forward. And the most important thing at the end of the day for these products is the easy onboarding experience for retail and institutions. And we believe Near has some great solutions for this. So the next thing we're really looking to see here is using perpetual swaps, by far the most popular financial product in the crypto ecosystem, as building blocks for developers to create new structured products, new tooling on top of these. So we actually have teams working on both order book-based and a newer model called a liquidity provider-based version of this perpetual swap product. We're really excited to see these products support multiple different collateral assets. By far the most popular right now uses just stablecoins as collateral, but in order to really expand the potential, we need to see them using more types of collateral. And in order to make these things hyper-usable, we need deep liquidity pools. There's some teams working on what's called a community pool that makes basically passive liquidity providers able to interact with more active market makers by having the market makers lend the tokens to the passive liquidity, the passive liquidity providers lend the tokens to the market makers. And this is going to make a huge difference. And Orderly is actually working on a market maker program and onboarding some of the most active market makers in the space to the Near blockchain. So just a quick overview of some of the highlights of some of the teams and what they've launched. So Spin recently launched the first perpetual swap on mainnet. There's a talented team called WooDex building the very first perps on Orderly. You may be familiar with Woo. They built a really popular centralized exchange and have been a great ecosystem participant for a long time. Tonic, one of the other order books, is building a product you'll hear more about soon, and they're live with their spot and swaps. Simplex is a team who's pioneering and working on this LP-based model. And we have a team called Vest that's bringing a virtual AMM model. What's really excited about this is they're actually going to enable you to get exposure to a broad array of assets, even outside of just crypto. OK, so we're getting ahead of ourselves with some of the time here. So the next thing we really want to focus on is having the most widely integrated stablecoins in the entire space. I think something people don't realize is that outside of Ethereum, very few chains have actually gained much traction or sustained traction with their own stablecoin. So if you look at the Ethereum stablecoins and some of the ones like USDT and USDC, they've gotten really good traction on every chain. But we haven't actually seen stablecoins that originated on Solana or Avalanche or even Near to date that have actually been able to get broad traction and sustain it. But we think we have a really, really good project that's actually starting to do this in USN. And as you may have seen earlier, USN recently announced their third version, which we believe creates an incredibly capital efficient and tightly pegged stablecoin. Definitely one to watch, and we believe that it can become one of the most widely integrated stablecoins in the market. Another announcement that we were excited to make this morning is that native USDT is now on Near and brings the best possible retail on-ramps to our ecosystem, which is a massive unlock. And last but definitely not least, in order to actually make ourselves successful, we need to launch real-world financial products, and we need to build products that are actually going to affect people's lives, not just on-chain, but also off-chain. I think the best way to think of this is using on-chain capital to fund and interface with off-chain financial products. A team that's actually here, Acumen, is doing this with lending to small and medium enterprises in emerging markets. And you can check out a really exciting talk from the Minister of Innovation of El Salvador tomorrow, who's working with Acumen and is going to talk about some of the really, really exciting things that they are doing together. And another, I think, far future, not that far future, but really, really exciting area is carbon markets, which are a newly evolving, very immature, but rapidly, rapidly growing new sector. And they're actually really still lacking in the infrastructure. And I think that that's where crypto and Near in particular can really address this segment of the market. And last but not least, I think this was actually originally one of the holy grails of use for crypto, but until recently, it really wasn't ready for prime time, which is international remittance. Now we have actually some really well-developed on and off ramps for stablecoins and all types of different financial assets to pretty much every single country and fiat currency in the world. And we have hyper-performance blockchains like Near that can move this money around in seconds rather than in minutes or hours or even days. All right, so now that we talked a little bit about what it is that we're doing, I think it's important to address why is Near the best choice for DeFi projects. So the first aspect is the retail friendliness. This is the everyday user, people who probably don't care about the blockchain. All they care about is, what are these products solving for me? What problems and challenges are these helping me address? And I think the benchmark here is creating the easiest possible chain to use. And this has really been Near's core mission since day one. And it's the reason that Near was even built in the first place. How you actually get to this is having experiences and tooling for every single user type. That's the first-time user who doesn't know anything about crypto. They don't have MetaMask. They've never even heard of OpenSea. But maybe they are trying to send a remittance to their relative who lives in a different country. They hopefully can use something like the Near wallet or a web-based solution. Or even better, they don't even need to create a wallet. That experience will be entirely abstracted away from them. And then they can just go solve the problem that they're trying to solve. And then on the complete other side of the retail side, you have the DeFi hardcore user who's in every single protocol, who's always looking for the new thing. They have 1,000 positions, and they need to keep track of all of this. And they need to know, where is my money? How is it doing? And they need a very different tool than this first-time user. As you'll hear many times this week, we believe that low gas costs are extremely important. But even better than low gas costs are no gas costs. And Near is getting close to the point now where we're actually going to make it so that developers can completely abstract away the need to display gas costs to the users through a technique called native meta transactions. And this is going to be a massive unlock for the space. And last but not least, you've probably seen that Near really champions human-readable account names as a primitive, meaning that users don't even need to have a long string of characters and numbers as their account name. They can choose their own account name so that they can remember it. They can send it to their friends who can easily remember it, easily check it, and make sure that their money is going to the right place. Next, mobile optimized. This has been a core focus of us since the beginning, starting with the Near wallet, which is designed to be mobile friendly. But actually, we've reached, I think, is going to be a far bigger milestone with Sweatcoin, who's bringing their 100 million users that they have and converting quite a few of them to Near and to the blockchain, which I think is a complete game changer. We also have some really, really high-quality mobile-first wallets coming out, like Sender here and Dojo, and quite a few more. And of course, as I mentioned, the Near wallet and my Near wallet really designed the web experience to be as mobile-friendly as possible from day one. And last but not least, it's the on-ramps. We won't spend too much on time on this, but NEAR is now integrated into all of the top exchanges. There's a lot of fiat on-ramp providers like MoonPay, Transact, and Ramp. There's some purely native to NEAR solutions that are actually issuing some really interesting on-ramps called NEARPay. And as of today, there's exchange on-ramps for some of our stablecoins, like USN on Huobi, USDT, which will be available on various exchanges, and hopefully before too long, many more. So on the retail side, there's a certain type of experiences and expectations that users have. From a dollar value, it's actually not even close that institutions are really accounting for a lot of the inflows into capital recently. And the type of product and the type of concerns that they have are actually very different. And fortunately, we believe that NEAR is just as important for them and just as prepared for them as for retail. So institutions, some of the things they care about are security and the reliability. They need to know that if they're going to move hundreds of millions or billions of dollars around, that it's going to get to where it needs to get to, and that it's going to stay there until that party decides to do something with it. NEAR has been able to maintain perfect uptime since our mainnet launch, and hopefully we can continue that. I think the core team's doing some great work, and I have confidence this will continue. After our phase 1 sharding launch, we're going to see 400 or up to 400 distributed validators. And as we talked about already, NEAR has some of the fastest finality in the industry of 1 to 2 seconds. The next thing that these institutions care about is scalability. And it's really, they actually are going to be updating their positions and moving money around even more frequently than retail. So while they're actually okay paying maybe a higher cost because of the volume that they're going to have, they need to see as many transactions and throughput as they can possibly have. And NEAR has really proven by using the sharding techniques that we are built to scale for the future. Not just the activity we have today, but also the activity that we'll have in a year and 5 years and 10 years. And last but not least, and what leads us to our big announcement from this session, NEAR is supported by some of the top custody solutions. And institutional players have to use custody for a lot of reasons, both regulatory and just for their own compliance and control. And NEAR is integrated into the top custodians like Fireblocks, BitGo, Copper, and more. And as of today, we have full Fireblock support for DeFi on NEAR. And we think this is, it's big. Appreciate it. We think this is going to be a massive unlock for the protocols that are building on top of us. If you don't know about Fireblocks, they have 1,500 institutional clients. And as of just right now, they're actually going to be usable on any NEAR DeFi protocol through Wallet Connect v2. Right now, that's Metapool. They're the first one to launch this. But by the end of the week, we expect to see Burrow, Ref, really all of the DeFi protocols roll this out. And to tell you a little bit more about Fireblocks and how it's going to integrate with NEAR, we're going to bring up Yves Cabret, who is one of the sales directors of Fireblocks, and Rim from the proximity side, who's our community lead, to tell you a little bit more.
Thank you, Kendall. A very exciting news we have today about Fireblocks, and we have Yves from Fireblocks joining us to talk a little bit about what Fireblocks is, what you guys do, and why we should be excited for Fireblocks on NEAR. First of all, Yves, welcome to Lisbon. Welcome to NEARCon. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It's awesome. It doesn't make any sense for me to follow an NBA All-Star, but love to be here, and yeah, looking forward to chatting with you.
Okay, great. Very briefly, could you introduce who you are and what do you do exactly at Fireblocks?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Yves. I'm one of the sales directors looking after Southern Europe. And kind of my background is really, being a DeFi degen at night and enterprise IT software seller during the day, and then moving to Fireblocks to kind of bring both sides together.
All right. Well, we heard a little bit from Kendall about what Fireblocks is, but in your own words, could you give us a description of what Fireblocks is and what do you do exactly?
Yeah, sure. I think Kendall did a great job. The 10 seconds on Fireblocks is really that we're the leading custody technology provider in the world for digital assets. We have 1,500 institutional clients, both on the TradFi side as well as on the crypto Web3 side. And actually today at our event in Barcelona, we've announced that we've done $100 million in ARR, which is a big milestone for the company. And it just shows the insane growth trajectory that we're on. But more pertinent for this panel, I think, is the fact that Fireblocks was founded in 2018, very similar to NEAR, right? During a bear market. And essentially, our thesis was that back then custody was like a seed phrase somewhere in the Swiss Alps in a bunker, right? And so our thesis was really we can secure the digital assets with the best of breed security technology, but make them available to interact with the application layer. And then obviously, 2 years on, DeFi summer was upon us, and the thesis was right.
Right.
And yeah, from then on, we just kept on building, built out the DeFi side of Fireblocks, and obviously the announcement today is awesome. We love NEAR. We think, the ecosystem is doing a great job. And we've also now brought in kind of the Web3 engine into the fold, which means, tokenization on the NFT side and kind of the full life cycle.
I see. So I would love to hear a little bit more about the nature of the integration that Fireblocks has done for NEAR. What is entailed in this integration exactly?
Yeah, sure. So basically, engineering is a finite resource for us, right? And we get pulled in all kinds of directions. You can imagine, in this space, you could integrate a new blockchain every other day, or every day, basically. And so the integration was really work between Proximity and Fireblocks engineering to enable native Wallet Connect integration with NEAR. And what that means, essentially, is the 1,500 institutional clients that I talked to you about are now able to natively interact with dApps on NEAR. Right? So you can imagine the type of clients that are waiting to interact with it, and do so by extending the security, everything they love about Fireblocks, into the dApps natively.
Yeah. So maybe we could break down a little bit about, when Kendall announced that Fireblocks was integrating NEAR, everyone clapped, we were cheering. Why are we excited? What does this mean for NEAR DeFi specifically?
Yeah, it actually makes this whole mantra of the institutions are coming a reality, right? And it means for all of you out there building in the ecosystem that you have those types of institutional clients at your doorstep, right? So when you're building products, to make sure they are enterprise grade, and once they are available for these clients to interact with them.
Right. So it's exactly the point that Kendall was making. NEAR is not only retail friendly in terms of its UI and how it works, but also it's now prepared for onboarding, institutional players that were not available previously before, exactly. And now they're available thanks to Fireblocks.
Yes, exactly, and wrapping the entire security and governance and policies around the access. Yeah. Which makes it available to those players.
Yeah. Speaking of security, we were talking about how for institutional players, security, reliability, and scalability are some of the most important features. How is Fireblocks thinking about security for custodial wallets? As of course, we're thinking about wallet security and safety a lot with the recent incidents. And what are some of the major measures that you're taking to secure your protocol?
Yeah, sure. So Fireblocks as a company was really founded by a team that comes from cybersecurity, right? So security was the main consideration when building Fireblocks. So the entire wallet engine has been developed in-house on best-of-breed technology, advanced MPC. But not only that, the way we're thinking about security is really that it's a multi-layer approach, right? So you have this wallet engine, and then above that you have a policy engine which governs how your users can interact not only with the assets that you're holding under custody, but also how they interact with DeFi specifically, right? Which smart contracts can they interact with? And all of those controls are really what makes kind of the security aspect whole. And obviously being here, seeing the vibrant ecosystem that you guys are building, we just want to make sure that, if you're building a project, build it on stable ground, right? Make security a priority from day one. We're taking care of the interactions of institutions with what you're building, But do come to us if you want to talk about kind of the underlying infrastructure and the security considerations there as well.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking a lot about how Fireblocks is integrated NEAR, but I'd love to also hear more about the motivation and maybe your perspective on NEAR. I'd love to ask why NEAR, and I think more pertinently, why now, as opposed to a couple of months before or a half a year ago.
Okay. Yeah, no, sure. I mean, we just heard from Hasid from Dragonfly, right? And I'm not going to do as good a job in terms of breaking down the why NEAR, but what I really like about his perspective is the mental model of cities and blockchains, right? He does compare NEAR to San Francisco, which, you know, is in the eye of the beholder. But I like the idea of cities because, you know, cities scale in a certain way.
Right, yeah.
Certain inhabitants live in certain cities. And so, you know, without people, there's very little value to a city, right? And so I think what really struck us with NEAR is the fact that you guys are so focused on the developer experience, right? Without developers, there are no applications. Without applications, there is very little value to an L1.
Right.
And so I think we very much aligned there. And from the Fireblocks side, obviously this was a big announcement, but there's more coming, especially on the dev tooling side. So I think the two kind of projects really gel well on that side.
Right, so there's a resonance between Fireblocks' philosophy and also NEAR's philosophy.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Exactly.
And in terms of why now, NEAR has been available as a native blockchain on Fireblocks for a while, but what we've seen is just a big pull towards our customers wanting to natively interact with what is built. Because it's very clear in the market that this ecosystem has a lot to offer. And so that's why now was the right time. And that's obviously in partnership with Proximity, we got it done.
Okay, lovely. Well, we're just about to wrap up, but I'd love to hear, because you mentioned that you're DeFi DGen by trade, your perspective on where DeFi is going next, and what are you particularly excited about for maybe the next cycle or the mid to near long-term future?
Yeah, so I'm going to probably give like a fairly general answer, but I feel like what happened earlier this year, right, in the market, the insane shocks to the system, when we're talking about the CeFi side, has just kind of like, for me personally, really reinforced kind of like the future of France is decentralized finance, right, in the long term. And I think I'm looking for kind of more steady growth, and there will be some big projects that will survive and thrive this current market situation. And so yeah, I'm really excited for everything that's going on.
You'll look forward to the ones that have built beyond the hype, as the slogan goes.
That's
for
it,
NEARCON.
exactly. There you go.
Well, thank you so much, Yves, for joining me, and we're looking forward to what Fireblocks is going to do for the NEAR ecosystem. Everyone, please, a warm round of applause for Yves from Fireswalks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Are you as exhausted as I am? Good. Maybe you should be up here. All right. Today has been an incredible first day to kick off NEARCON 2022. To recap, it's more than 5 times bigger than NEARCON last year, with 3,000 tickets sold out, a complete sellout. We've got more than 1,000 projects building on NEAR. We're going to have an incredible time today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. One final thing before I leave you to go and get drunk. There was a pour-up up here on the slideshow. If you could put it back on, that'd be awesome. There's going to be 7 to collect. And just like Pokemon, collect them all, and you are in with a chance of getting a very special prize. I'll see you tomorrow, NEARCON. Have a good one.